Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 416, the wormhole. Hopefully you guys had an amazing weekend. Pop on a little bit early tonight. Hopefully we get Farmer Willie in here. Sally's fine 420, that is. Sounds like howling in the background right there. Ian, what's up? From the soil, how you doing, my friend? One day. What are you guys smoking on this one day? Chad out, popped out and rolling here. Cheers, 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 guys. Pardon me while I get my stuff together. Lucky Mike, how you doing? Southern BT grower. Mrs. Cato. Soul Born Addiction Floor Nuns. Cheers to you as well. Nice to see you guys. How was your weekend? TK time's low. That TK is pretty good shit, man. No denying there. Sunday is my fun day. Should be for me here, so. Man, leery on whether or not I should get into this fucking 6-shooter this early. Shit wears me down pretty quickly. Your favorite orange shirts. Orange shirts aren't as bad. Not awful. It's not. They don't get me as tore up as I'd like to get. Yes. Farmer Willie will be here. Said he's got to tie up some loose ends, get some coffee made. It's going to be pretty cool all in itself. Mr. Smiley in chat. What's up, Smiley? Comfortably, How you doing? Man, a lot of great Sunday content, cannabis content today. Of course, Jack Greenstalk, growing my fellow home growers, my future cannabis project. Mr. James Loud. Of course, Hash Church. Leave the other shows on. I should be more about this shit. Wet and rainy here, man. It's supposed to pour in here in about an hour or so. Can't wait, man. We did get some good, much needed rain yesterday, but we could use a little bit more. I'll take it when I can get it. Big Dark Rose, what's up? How you doing? Chad Westport, nice to see you as well. I was hoping your show was this weekend, Chad. I'm sitting around kind of Saturday, just hoping I had the time, the opportunity. I was waiting for you to pop on. I want to come hang out with you, Chad. All right, GR420 community videos. Lots of my newly found heroes online. Here in chat. Cheers to you guys. Whoa. It's good too. Reminds me of the beginning of the show. Used to listen to this quite a bit, man. I've been praying for all the people to say. Seems like a few things are lining up. I'll make time for your show next week, Ted. I'll be in chat. One day.
What's up, boss?
Bad Bunny. What's up, Mr. Smiley? Nice to see you. How's the knee today, man?
Oh, I was feeling better. Just needed a little, yeah, a little overdo it. I don't know what the deal is. Getting old, man.
Put some ice on there?
What's that?
Put some ice on that bad boy?
I did not. The ice is cold. I don't know if you realize. I don't know if you realize that.
It is cold.
But it's very, very cold. So
sometimes on them injuries, it's like it shouldn't feel this good though. But I'm telling you what, man, that ice will save you so much heel up time and a better heel up in general. Trust me. Trust me. I have my medical records are like a fucking Michigan phone book and shit. Yeah.
heard your stories. Gotta get better at your safety meetings.
Right. It's funny is one of my worst injuries was taking off that finger right there. I took this thing off almost right there at the knuckle all the way up, and most of it grew back after it. And it was after my only fucking like legit safety meeting. No cannabis, not a regular safety meeting, but a regular straight safety meeting, ready break was after that. It was the injury, and it wasn't necessarily my fault, but still kind of coincidental. It was a silver safety meeting, and then the injury occurred. I think suspect.
Yeah, it's gross, man. I've dug mine pretty good.
Cool.
I almost lost
Yeah.
middle finger. I almost lost, but it went through basically a windshield wiper motor. So I wasn't even looking, dude. I was holding the motor and I was being stupid. The thing was still plugged in, and just the way I was holding it, the motor also took off and it just went and it like jammed on my finger. And I was like, because it was right underneath the fingernail too, dude. Like that chunk of skin between the knuckle and your fingernail there is basically the chunk of skin that peeled out of there. But the motor stopped, and then I went to go like reach with my other hand to like try to unplug it, and in the middle of like somehow wiggling it to try to unplug it, it actually finished rolling through, and and that basically what it did is it peeled that chunk of meat right out between the fingernail and that first knuckle there or whatever. So and I still finished the job, Eagle. I looked at it and the chunk of skin was still hanging there, and I just folded it back over. It didn't even, it was like right down in there, gushing blood, but I folded it back over, grabbed, shop rags that were there, the disposable one, like paper towel stuff or whatever. Put that around it, wrapped it up with fucking electrical tape or whatever, just tight super tight, just made it so my finger was going to fucking fall asleep or whatever. Super tight because I had a customer waiting on the car, and I was the only person there. It was the last job of the day. Like, everybody else had gone home, and I was just, it was all done, and something wasn't right about it, and I had to just take it apart and do one quick thing or whatever, and that's fucking what got me. So I ended up buttoning it all back together with my finger half on and shit. I didn't even look at it though, dude. It's just one of them things. You just squeeze it and fucking wrap it up super tight and just didn't even look at it until later. And I about puked when I finally looked at it. I was like, oh.
That sounds gross. Sounds painful, man. More like taking the glove off that finger, man. Taking the fucking skin off and everything. Ugh.
Yeah, it's just one of them things. So, like in the heat of the moment, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, do what you do.
To Aldridge 25 in chat, he was saying part lizard or part reptile. It's fucking funny because they were saying that shit on the job as that fucker grew back, that tip of that finger. They were like, no way, reptile motherfucker. Jesus.
I remember there was a dude too, got his finger cut like in between, like, I don't know, there was like one part of his fingernail that stayed on or whatever. So now it's like, yeah, he does it for most of the time. He doesn't have a fingernail at all, and then just like randomly, it'll shoot like one little claw-looking thing out. Like, it's like, what the fuck?
Well, if you can see the top of that finger, see how it's like white. You can see how the top of that skin and shit's all discolored.
Yeah,
it's like the tip of it. That shit's numb as fuck. nuts. It's always smelled from that shit. But yeah, man, if you actually, I've talked about this before. If you see the white above in the nail there, if you can if you cut above that, anything above that will reproduce. Anything below that, that fucker's not coming back. So that's just the way it works. That's how I found it out. But yeah, I actually cut just above that. That fucker grew back, nail and all. It was ugly for the longest time, but yeah, she's getting prettier and prettier by the year. So, Cheddar Bob.
How's it going, everyone? For the last couple weeks, have been trying to stay up to catch a wormhole or even a show, and I end up putting my son to bed and I crash out. So I caught the tail end of the Mean Gene one, which was awesome. And then I fell back asleep before the wormhole. So.
That happens.
It's all my fault. I needed to get back on schedule there, Cheddar Bob. I need to get back on schedule.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, there were a few days I had stayed up. I was like, all right, I'm gonna catch this one. 11:30 came and it was like the guest canceled, and I was like, okay, I'll take a little bit of my tincture to stay up. And then like 2 o'clock came and it was like, oh, I'm gonna so and so whatever. I'm like, shit, damn it. Well, life happens.
I was a little frustrated that night. Sometimes when the guests don't show up, I get a little frustrated. Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes. That was totally. One of them nights. It was just, fuck it. What you got there? Oh, you working on another round, huh?
Well, it was up to here.
Oh, I see.
I've been dabbling.
You know what's funny is about that, Cheddar Bob, is I do have that right here. That is one of my friends. I get into that more than I'd like to say. But today, I was making some RSO, and I got down to the last bit of I had it in a gallon jar with, I don't know, there's probably at least 4 ounces in there. And I used Everclear to strip her down. And when I was pouring some in to burn it down to get to my RSO there, and I got to the last little bit in there, and I was like, this is straight up alcohol. This is fucking tincture. So I've been I'm not a drinker either, but I've been fucking slipping that in my drink all day long. I bet you I've had a good shot of 151 cannabis tincture today.
Yeah,
feeling pretty good, man.
I kind of I watch myself on that. I've been sober 4 years from like consuming alcohol in a recreational form, but with the tinctures, I was scared at first. I was like, is this going to set me into that small cycle again? And fortunately for me, it doesn't. I think I'm past that whole actual drinking phase of my life, which is I feel really fortunate about, because I have family members and it's a struggle, but I can take a healthy portion of the tincture and not have any concern about relapse.
It's funny you kind of say that, Cheddar Bob, because it's been, I gave it up, going on 25, 26 years now. I gave up the alcohol, and I was a pretty fucking heavy drinker when I fucking gave it up. I mean, heavy drinker. So when I started making the RSO, or, getting things ready for that, the 151 sat in the freezer for a few good days, and then I busted it out, and I was dumping it into the jug there. You couldn't really see what was left in the bottle. I thought I had it all. Frost melted off the bottles, and I was like, yeah, this is fucking waste. So I actually fucking, I thought the same thing. I was like, oh, shit, this isn't going to fucking get me all fucked up. It's going to set me up. I'm going to be drinking tonight. Shit. But no. I say that as I'm drinking fucking cannabis tincture day 2, I guess. It sounds like Could be a little slippery.
So I ordered a bunch of new shirts. I got the Deadpool. Pretty psyched about that. I found a Hulk one.
Oh yeah.
I got the Quicksilver, Fantastic Four. I got the Thanos War Gear, War Machine.
These
Dr.
are all new. These are all new ones. Like you.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm going 365, man. I'm gonna start getting into like the Dragon Ball Z ones.
They seriously like that's a thing? Like are these like that's a thing? No, I know, but like I'm just surprised that there's such a variety of them or whatever. Like they make them in every hero. Like, can you get a unicorn one?
Well, I don't know if there's like a. I don't think
do they have the Care Bears?
Those are called furries.
The furries.
They come in complete costume.
So, Cheddar Bob, I can't help but wonder, do you have like some like like the criminal side just for like your shithead days? Like you got them tucked under like the fucking superhero ones. You're like, oh shit, Dad's got his Joker fucking shirt on. Stay the fuck away from him. Today's gonna be a crazy day.
No, I do have like the Punisher on days where I'm like aggro and I kind of want to punch someone in the teeth. I usually put on like a little villainy sort of one just to give that feel, I guess, like just fucking stay away from me. You know what I mean? So yeah, they do correlate with my emotions on my sleeve. Hi, Jack.
Jack.
Good to know. Cheers, Jack.
Yo.
How you doing?
Jack's superpowers haven't appeared yet.
No.
Someday maybe I'll be able to turn on fire randomly when scared.
Jack, all. Do you know what I'm referencing? The Incredibles, the baby,
Yeah.
Jack. Yeah, he had all the.
The only one I remember is that he could like burst into flames.
No, he could burst into flames. He could turn into metal. He could fucking
teleport.
Yeah, he could translucent, go through walls, all kinds of shit. Like fucking float. He could like walk on the ceiling. He was doing it all.
That's it. You're no longer Jack Greenstalk. You are now baby Jack.
Jack.
Baby Jack.
Jack.
I don't know if it works to call someone a baby who's got a beard that is this fucking unkempt.
Benjamin Button had a beard, didn't he?
Wasn't that the whole point? He was aging in reverse. The world's oldest baby.
Still a baby. How would that work? That's a conundrum. Are you?
I feel bad for this.
Let me load my bowl and I'll get an answer for you.
Hold on, I'll get the answer in just a second.
It will come to me. I promise. Just give me a few tokes.
Chad Westport's got one for Cheddar Bob, and it's a good one. So, this is the question: Cheddar Bob gets arrested. What shirt does he have on in the picture?
Well,
the orange is the new black.
Funny. Chad mentions that. I was wearing my Punisher shirt last week when I almost was arrested. So it would probably be the Punisher, you know, good guy, but also not a good guy. Maybe Deadpool, like the anti-villain hero, like just total mercenary.
That goes to some of what Eagle was saying way back when. He was talking about wearing like a bandana. It kind of makes you feel like you're going to do a crime, like fucking going in there looking like you're about to rob the place, and just puts people in that sort of mindset. You wear the Punisher shirt.
It used to be wearing masks.
Right?
I mean, I'm not against wearing masks, but I mean, it's kind of cool to walk into a bank or a store now and be like, Oh man, you know.
That's funny.
Yeah, I do remember saying that, Jack. Every time I do put the bandana hand like that, I do feel like I could be just one step away from outlaw.
Billy the Kid, man.
Yeah.
That was funny.
That Mean Gene fucking interview, that was the best one he's ever done. And I've watched a lot of them. Great job, Eagle, man. That was fucking killer the other night.
It really was. He talked more about himself than I've ever heard him talk before.
But he was comfortable, like super comfortable. He was just like by himself in that little room, and you guys had a good rapport, and he just like opened up, and like 3 hours of like just great fucking. There was a 4-second plus latency, and it didn't even fuck with the episode at all, other than like a few seconds at the beginning where you guys kind of figured it out, and then once you guys knew, it was just like somebody wrote it well. They're like, he could spin a good yarn. That's fucking true. He just.
Are you drinking rosé? For a long time.
This is cannabis infused wine.
Okay.
So it is sort of like a rosé. I could go check the bottle. I don't know. I don't think it's actually a rosé. It looks like a rosé. It kind of tastes like a rosé. I'll go check for you. Let me finish it.
Effervescent like a rosé.
Not really. Interestingly enough, this is our second bottle of this wine, and the first bottle tastes a lot different. It's like the same thing. Not tonight, but like in general. This one's a little bit more sour. The other one tasted more like a robust wine. Let me go grab the bottle. All right. Yeah, so it's pink cannabis infused beverage. Saka is what it's called. House of Saka, Saka. And it says, elegant cannabis infused beverage is made with grapes picked at the peak of ripeness from select vineyards within California's most prestigious growing region. The grapes are fermented, blah, 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 stainless steel, the THC and CBD formulation. It's only 40 milligrams, but to be honest, it's like a pretty heavy. And I think that made me realize that there's something about wine, just like the entourage effect. It's not just the alcohol in the wine that's like sedating. It's also like the fermented grape, even without the alcohol. And there's no alcohol in this. So,
what are they adding? Distillate or something? Or
I really don't know, to be honest with you, how they infuse it. It could be sugar. A lot of people use infused sugar for drinks, and you can use tincture to make infused sugar. It could be tincture. I could be wrong. It says serve over ice. I'm not doing that, but yeah, I mean, I guess it would be most comparable to a rosé. It just says pink, and it looks like a rosé. The first one we had tasted more like a Cabernet, and this one tastes more like almost like a sour white wine, like a Zinfandel almost. I'm like not a huge wine drinker. That's a good way of putting it. Well, there's a big range of rosé. There's some rosé that's not sweet at all. There's some rosé that's fucking more
very dry,
heavy, yeah, and dry.
Have you guys ever
the Spanish rosés, Rioja regions, Tempranillo grapes are usually fairly dry.
When I drank wine, I really preferred like Cabernet or Pinot Noir. Pinot Noir is my favorite type of wine, and like I looked into like the healthiest wine and
soft, silky juice.
Well, Sonoma Valley has like this area where there, like Napa gets a lot of praise, but there's like a few wineries that are like up above the cloud line, and Pinot Noir grows really well in that sort of environment. And I like to support, like, even though I'm in Southern California, it's cool to support a California brand, I think. And they make good shit. There's a lot of good wine. I'm not a huge alcohol person, to be honest. Like, I know that up to like a glass of wine a day can actually be good for you. But I typically, like, I just had my wedding or like 1 year wedding anniversary where we actually had to have the celebration. everybody came to a house, and because the year before COVID, we couldn't have it. And I drank maybe like a shot in a beer. I'm not like a big drinker. I used to when I was in college and high school and shit. Actually, kind of rarely in college. By that time, I was pretty much over alcohol. So.
I loved to drink. I would put down a 12 pack and no problem. Go out, play golf, drink another 12 pack, drive home, no problem. I was like the complete functioning alcoholic. Like,
see, if you were drinking 12 packs of the right stuff, because like when I drank Rolling Rock, we could drink like up to like 12 to 18 of those fuckers in a night. But when you drink like a 10% to like a 13% double or triple IPA, you drink like one or two of those things and you're fucking feeling pretty good buzz. A 6-pack of those will knock anybody on their ass. Like they almost make 4-packs for these heavier beers because most people can't.
You should come to Maine
or Canada. Shit, there's a lot of places that know how to hard. I'm sure Michigan, Ohio is like drinking's a sport.
We drink double bags with our beans and bacon in the morning.
No, I feel you. There's a lot of drinking in Ohio. Trust me. I was. It gives you something to do.
It does.
A lot of places where there's not much to do.
You know, like that's what kind of drinker I was. You know, I live on an island. That's what you did all the time. You like drove around and drank, and because there's not a whole lot to do. So, or you
what do you
had
think
kids.
about the name Lonely Island, like the band, The Lonely Island? Is there something to that? Are islands just generally lonely? There's only so many people, and we're all fucking secluded these days.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say there's definitely something to that.
Cheers, boys. Not to interrupt the conversation, but your incoming dad song. Please continue. By you, Dad, and conversation.
It's funny. I had no shirt on before I came on the stream, so I like wanted to put one on because I think YouTube would ban us if I came out titties out. And so I put this on because I realized that neither of you were wearing it, and it's actually a great shirt to like sleep in. It's hot as fuck today, so it worked out.
I don't know if we get banned or not. You know, that's why I went with the fucking cover the other day because I was shirtless. I didn't think. Well, for one, I didn't think anybody would sit through 5 hours and be shirtless. For one, for two, I was like, I don't know if it was fun. So I just put the background up. It's too hot. It was just too hot.
I'm kicking it back old school, smoking some shatter. Throwback. It's actually really good.
Nothing wrong with some shatter.
People hate on it though. Once solventless got hot, people look down.
So
I know they did the same thing with Bubble Roll. Once the fucking Dabs came out, Shatter came out, nobody wanted nothing to do with it.
Chocolate cherry runts or gas runts.
Gas runs.
Gas runts.
Sounds
This is grown by my cousin. He came down and played a round of golf with me at our local golf course. But he's a synthetic auto pot grower. Nothing against that. But he grows good cannabis. It's nice. And he's a good golfer. Do you guys have family that like you didn't meet until later in life?
Yep.
Like my cousin is like 8 years younger than me, and I only met him for the first time like 6 or 7 years ago. But he lives like an hour away.
Shit.
You have family like that?
The whole half of my family. One half of my family, Cheddar Bob. I didn't meet my real dad until I was 28.
Oh. Well, there you go. That qualifies, I guess.
Yeah. It was undeniable. It was like looking in the mirror too. Like there was like no fucking way he was getting out of that shit.
You guys are like both
oh,
scratching your head at the same time, same spot.
Yeah, that's no joke. Yeah, so I didn't meet all that side of my family until that. It's kind of awkward, but.
So I got a new light.
Yeah.
My Fluence Spider 2X was having maybe a little driver or a little wire connection into the frame issue, and was turning off at different points during flower. So I was sitting here doing a video at one point a few nights ago, and my light just turned off. I was like, what the fuck? So I just kind of tapped it and it came back on. But, you know, I've been in flower for now going on 6 weeks. And so I'm wondering how often that was happening, one. And two, how long it was staying off before coming on. Because when I'd come back in, it would be on. So it's like, oh, fuck.
You had a ranging dark period between 12 and 18 hours.
What's that?
Yeah, I said you had a ranging random dark period between 12 and 18 hours. Just
yeah. So I had this like the beginning of re-veg going on, and I think I've got it back under control. Things seem to be okay now.
Plans for reacting to it too?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And I set my timer up wrong. I was on 1410. So they weren't quite getting to that point of wanting to do that full flip. So I think both things combined, maybe, I don't know. But anyways, they started going into re-veg.
Cool.
So I went and bought a new light. And my Fluence is sitting in the spare room.
It's up for sale. He's got a used one for sale on auction.
I do. I have one for sale. I'll pay for shipping.
It works most of the time.
Yeah, right? But never for us. Never for the
So
never for me.
Because it only works 70% of the time, he's going to sell it for 70% off. So.
70% of the price I paid.
It's a hell of a deal, man.
Yeah, hell of a deal. I'm really good at deals.
Got a deal on this one, man.
Yeah, I got that book by that guy, The Art of the Deal, and I've been really successful.
Have you?
No. But the light I picked up it's called the Ion 720. And I guess it's made by the Growers Choice ROI E series.
Oh yeah.
It's made by Growers Choice, but they sold the name to a company or something like that. So Growers Choice makes this light, but these people put their name on it. So for somehow, I don't know.
I don't know either. The Growers Choice does make a 720 though. They like mine's a 680 and they have another model that was a 720. That was like their 2.0 version of it or whatever.
Yeah. So that's what I got going right now.
It's like Lumitech and Photon Tech. Lumitech is the European, Photon Tech is the US.
Those lights are killer. I have a Photon Tech 600 at my other grow that I do. And that thing slaughters the plants in a good way.
With lots of ample LED light.
Yeah.
Chad wants to know, did they replace the light? Did the company replace the light or what? What did they say about the light?
I got a hold of them Friday and it went into the weekend. So I got to wait until tomorrow to hear back. So I'll either send it back and get it fixed or just sell it if they're like, going to give me a hard time. Something I've noticed about Fluence, I love their lights. But since they've teamed up with Osram, their lights have become even more powerful and less energy consumption. But their customer service has gone all to fuck. It's horrible. Like legit the worst customers. Like I'd rather deal with like Mars Hydro now. They're really bad.
You would rather post a link on every video? I'm just kidding.
What's that?
Mars Hydro, you gotta post a link. Post a link.
Oh, is that what they ask you to do?
I see other YouTube videos that have links all up in their fucking chat. Like, here's a link to this camera that you can buy from this video. Here's a link to this thing. Here's a link to my course for this. Here's a link to that. A bunch of YouTube videos put tons of links in there.
Pornhub ones on Eagles comments.
Yeah, some of those are weird. You get like these random like bots that pop up the first day after one of the lives. If you go watch the next morning, you'll see like 1-800 call, like whatever, or whatever Cheddar Bob's referring to, basically. They're actually robots trying to fish your credit cards.
I think that movie Idiocracy, when the guy like fell asleep for 500 years, at the rate we're going, I think he only needed about 15, 20 years to get there. I don't really think that 500 was like maybe 50 if we make it.
They were talking about The Rock running for president, and like how far off would we have been?
No way, serious?
There's actually a show where
he's a serious thing
for president as well. I'm like, is this conditioning people for the fucking him running and shit?
Absolutely. That's like Trump bluffing for like 20, 30 years first. Saying he was going to do it. Then The Simpsons said that he was going to do it, and then when he actually fucking did it, it was implanted in people's minds. So enough of them.
Ronald Reagan wasn't a politician first.
No, he
was an actor. He was a celebrity. So we've been.
Do you know why Ronald Reagan went into politics? It was because
he broke.
No, it was because of the communist movement that was coming through the Hollywood guilds. That was kind of where the whole Cold War thing was starting. But the communist movement was basically they were propagandizing America even then through the movies and different things. That's been their plan all along. That's why like everybody's like, oh, Russia's fucking with our elections. It's like, no, they already done fucked with our elections 10 years ago. To, you know what I mean? Mess with people's heads 10 years ago. And now that's why it fucked up. That's known stuff, man. There's a KGB guy that always was talking about that, how they were planning on propagandizing U.S. culture, and there was a plan for it, and like, you know, eroding morals was part of it, you know, and I don't know, when he listed it off, you're just like, holy shit, that's like exactly everything that's happening. But he was talking about it back in the 80s, and then the plan was like educating a generation in the school systems, and if you have one educated generation, you know, if you can change the education for one generation and through the school systems, it's an irreversible pattern that will take place after it's like 15 years to get it to reverse the line of thinking. So like if they can get kids young enough in the schools trained into like a communist kind of mindset or a socialist kind of mindset, that it's irreversible. And they've been doing that for multiple generations now. So just think of how irreversible it is now. Like,
so wait, so does communism and socialism are on the same side?
That's their plan. That was their plan to win the Cold War.
So what's on the other side? If communism and socialism are on this side, what's on this side?
Democracy.
And capitalism?
Yeah. That was the...
Well, Smiley, one could argue that they were just predicting shit that they could see happening in the future because we were getting more and more freedom. So they're going to say, oh, that we have less and less morals because we can speak how we want, dress how we want, and do what we want. If you dress how you want in Russia and certain places, they're not going to treat you
I'll find it and link
like
it.
any human being would like to be
It'll give
treated.
you goosebumps. It'll give you
No,
goosebumps.
I'm for sure. I agree
No.
that they are definitely.
Bin Laden, that was Bin Laden's plan too.
We
That's
also
why,
put
that's what they
propaganda on
say.
other countries. I mean, the U.S. is like every single country is sort of complicit in this. No, there's no perfect country out there. I'll say that.
No, but they all fucking hate us, man.
A lot of people do.
He's jumped in just in time, man. I threw a rope out a long ways there. A long ways.
I
Bingus.
tumbled away from the garden and it pulled me right into the computer. How you guys doing? Good to see you. Cheddar Bob, Jack, Smiley, Eagle. Chat room, how are you? Thanks for saying hi.
I like that clean shaven picture on Instagram, man. That was nice. Yeah. I didn't know who it was at first. I was like, who is that? That can't be Bingus.
Yeah, it's using good light and a good razor. You know what I mean?
It wasn't daylight though. It was artificial light, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Everything's artificial over here. Hempy buckets, fucking LED lamps. I mean, holy shit. Perlite. What? Really? Yeah, there's
So
a
you
lot
were
of...
around for the Cold War, Bingus. What are your thoughts?
Divide and conquer, man. That's what it was.
I think, if I remember correctly, when I was a kid, when we were beating up on Russia, the Communist Party said then that we're going to basically slow drip you into communism, and you're going to be a communist country, and you're not even going to know it.
Yep.
Okay?
Some people argue that's already happened because what is communism if not a bunch of people working for like, nothing or the same wage? And like we're the biggest prison state of any country. We have the most people that are working for basically nothing, and there's like the whole entire prison system is contradictory to a lot of what people believe is like the American freedom. It definitely needs to be in place for the real hard criminals out there, but a lot of it's just drug crime. That's like basically tax collection.
We're far from communism, though.
No, I agree, but that part of it is, I guess, very socialist. We're paying for all their healthcare. We're paying for, like, if you commit a crime and you need heart surgery, you go to prison, get it taken care of. You can't afford it on the street, though. Like, that's America for you. So that's more, I guess, socialism, not communism. But,
well, if you think of these things as being in a sense of a worldview, you know what I mean? Like a communist worldview or a socialist worldview or like whatever. But if you can shift that worldview for people, then it all of a sudden makes sense, and that was their plan, was like shifting that worldview through the education, through the propaganda and media and movies and all that, you know what I mean? And if you can get one generation to shift off from that, because if you can think of it, man, in the 80s, patriotism was huge, dude. Like everybody was America, you know what I mean? It's all America. A lot of that's kind of gone away, It's not as,
they came back in 2001.
That's not really patriotism, though. Yelling America isn't patriotism. That's nationalism. And that's dangerous. Nationalism is dangerous. Patriotism is absolutely healthy for a country. But nationalism, screaming like we're the best, that leads a country down a dangerous path.
I guess how would you break that definition apart then? Like where are you drawing the determining line between a patriot or a nationalist?
Well, nationalist is is thinking that your nation, your country is better than other countries. To me, that's what I feel like it is.
Okay.
Whereas though patriotism is defending your country against someone or another entity that wants to harm your people or your country.
We should be strong, but we shouldn't be like arrogant about it. It's kind of
absolutely, and we are absolutely the opposite. We are very strong, but we are dangerously arrogant, you know.
The generations, like if you go back to the 60s, where you have people that are still alive that actually fought to make America free, all right?
America's always been free.
But
That's the part, you know, like Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Iran, the Russia. No one was coming here.
Hang on. That's the ideal, all right? And that's the ideal that was taught in the schools, Pledge of Allegiance, what have you, right? But those people eventually die, right, who fought in the wars for whatever reasons. I mean, wars are all primarily for financial gain, but it creates this idealism. And then when you don't have guys to remind you, hey, I fought in the war, and be respectful, right? It gets watered down to where, all right, now there's no more Pledge of Allegiance. There's no more. Then it's more like, well, we're just the fucking shit, right? I mean, nobody can fuck with us. We got the best fucking military, so we start broadcasting, and so the ideals melt away, the respect melts away, and we have kind of like what we're dealing with now. But that's exactly what the Communist Party said was going to happen back in the 1950s. So here we are. I mean, I think people need to quit describing the prison that we're in, looking from the bottom up, and start looking from the top down and realize how we, the people of the world, have created this fucking prison that we're under.
Because we've let it happen.
Yes, 8 billion of us against a mere few hundred, quite frankly. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, and I agree with you, Bingus. Yeah.
So I'm not talking about I'm talking about the ideals that have been indoctrinated into a populace. Okay, and humans are very. I mean, we don't have any. Look at when that's all you're getting. If all you have to eat are potatoes, you know what I mean? I mean, how are you gonna know?
You make French fries, you make au gratin, you make mashed potatoes, diced tomatoes, cubed potatoes.
Pretty soon, you know, that's all you know, right? So it's interesting.
Potato salad, fermented potato.
Eagle's trying to talk, I think.
Potato wedges.
Potato crowns, potato kings, tater tots. Seasoned taters.
Like
the bubble gum.
Yeah, bubble
Someone stopped me. I took a couple of blue. I could keep going.
I'll say this, as much as we can harp on the negative shit, I mean, all of our technology and healthcare and cars and a lot of shit's gotten better over the last 20 or 30 years. Like, and even if we look back further, he said America was always free. We had slaves for years. Women couldn't vote for years. So things have gotten better progressively over time. It's not always perfect. Cannabis law, for example, was a horrible example of how we could be wrong throughout history for a long time. And now it's coming around.
We also used to not have cannabis law. So, you know, we went from not having a law to outlawing it, and now slowly working it back into the crony capitalism system, you know? It's like all the cool stuff that we know about and we had.
You got the Second and the Fourth Amendment, though, and that allows you basically the right to grow in any state, in my opinion.
Buddha boy, what's up, man? How you doing?
So, you know?
Cheers.
It's like all the cool stuff that we know about. We had.
You got the Second and the Fourth Amendment, though, and that allows you basically the right to grow in any state, in my opinion.
Buddha boy.
Respect, guys.
What's up, man?
Bingus, Cheddar Bob, Jack, Eagle, Smiley. I love you all.
You got some playback coming, man.
You got to mute your
I'm
YouTube.
sorry about that. I tried to have another phone here and I forgot to turn it down. Anyway, we're on the same page now. Thank you, Cheddar Bob.
Okay, it was like the Twilight Zone fifth dimension combined. It's interesting when that
I
happened.
thought someone was behind me.
I thought I
Normally
might
you think before you speak, but sometimes you speak and then hear what you say after.
I think I was in a flashback there for a second, but it's all right. I'm good. I'm okay.
I kind of decided to come on at the last minute. I wasn't sure if this would break the internet to have number 6 on, but I figured if somebody else came on, there's less likelihood of me coming on. So you're stuck with me. I'll be the caboose though. You guys lead and I'll just kind of like mind the rear.
What you smoking on?
I'm smoking some Road Dog from Karma Genetics. It's their see, I even got high. It's Star Dog crossed with Biker Kush.
Well, that's good.
And it's very strong as the Biker Kush tends to be, but it has a real fruity flavor. So the selection of Star Dog is one of the maybe guava type or some type of special selection that sounded good. Anyway,
Star Dog, I think, is an Afghani lineage. If I'm not maybe that's Star.
I'm running another. Sorry about that, Bingus. I'm running another cultivar by DNA called Kosher Dog. That I got them both at the same time to kind of compare the two, and I do prefer the Karma Genetics one that has the fruit taste. It really has a substantial taste to it, but they're both very good quality.
How do you feel about DNA Genetics being part of the MCMA and kind of lobbying against? And they came on and kind of said, hey, we're not going to dissolve, and we're also not going to make our contracts in the future say that we're against it.
Pretty shady move.
I'm afraid that, as they say, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. I think that at a certain point, unless somebody's heart and conscience keeps them in check, they might go down kind of a lonesome or kind of dangerous road. I would put, like, not to name names, but I'll say like greenhouse seeds into that category as well. But I'm not one to begrudge a company their success, because like many, the LA Confidential and the Connie Chung and all these early strains of DNA were really great to have, and they've always had a menu that emphasized quality and variety. So maybe they'll pull their head out of their ass. There you go. I get Crockett stuff too, and I know that's not Crockett and DNA are the same. There you go. I have the sour Tangy. I have a bunch of that, and I just say it's hard to source good stuff, and I don't really have like $400 to put down on some quality packs. So I'll let you guys speak to the topic.
No, I respect that a lot, and like a lot of people bought the genetics before they knew that DNA would ever be involved with something like that. People were growing kosher kush and the 24K and like Crockett's gear, Tangy, and others are pretty damn good for a lot of people. They enjoy them. So it's sort of a shame to see. It's like high times starting to get into like selling cannabis and running events that I think people felt were more corporate sponsored than growers actually competing to see who had the best shit, like it was once upon a time. And I think that there's still a chance for all these brands to do well in the future. So I'm not like gonna fucking tear any of them down. Like, everybody makes steps that they think are going to benefit themselves personally or their business, and try and benefit their friends and their families and all those people that they have underneath them. They have big companies and they're trying to do things right. But sometimes you just take a step in the wrong direction, and it's hard to admit it, especially like online on a podcast. At least they came on Medical Mondays and talked to the cannabis community directly and said their words exactly. The guy claimed he's not only gonna he's not just gonna immediately end his partnership, but he plans to go above and do lobbying to support home growers, right? So that this shit won't be an issue. So he claims. But I'm curious to see if he's going to act on it. He said he's going to come back on in a month and sort of reveal how they've taken steps to ensure that Michigan caregivers and home growers will continue to have the rights, and hopefully push to expand them, if anything, not retract them. So hopefully
Jack,
he lives up to. but people's lips like to say things, and you got to follow the actions.
I agree with you 100%. All I would differentiate between, say, Crockett and DNA is if you're going to go that route, you might get the Crockett seeds because they are regs. So if you benefit from his selections or his choices, you're actually getting, I would say, probably a higher grade cultivar for maybe just a couple bucks more. So everybody knows that.
I personally don't really grow feminized seeds at this point anymore. I like to grow regs because if I love the line, I would like to be able to F2 it, see what is in the F2s, potentially F3 it, like the Velvet Punch I'm puffing on right now. This is an F2 I made because I like the F1 a lot. Now I've got F3 sitting right here in front of me, and I'm going to grow them out and see what they're like. What are you showing us here, Cheddar Bob? Which pack's that? You're muted, bud. I can't hear you.
Now, isn't Cheddar Bob cool as shit?
Yeah, these are both regular seeds, which I guess
cool.
is pretty
Super cool.
fortunate. I mean, I've had these for quite a few years now, both packs. So,
which strains are they? I can't really see it, to be quite honest.
This is the Sour Tangy, and then the Turbo Diesel.
Sour Tangy is good shit. One of the people in the chat often is Sour Diesel Tangy. He's a good dude. And I think that's a crossover.
Yeah, I've grown a Sour Tangy Pheno before. It was hunted from DNA by another person. So I don't know what you call that, but it came out really nice. Really, really nice. It's one of my better plants that I've grown. So I know it's good, but I'm having a moral dilemma.
Oh, I would, if you've already purchased them, not that you want my opinion, there's other people here. I'd just go forward and let them go, because it's like this, they're a gift from the universe to you, and it's an apolitical gift. But here's the deal, in the future, I know you put your money and time into quality beans, just support those people like, Mr. Bone and people like that, or excuse me, Mr. Toad, and people like that who, support you as well, long-term friendships and relationships, right?
Yeah.
I have a question, guys, for everybody. This isn't, and I actually would kind of like Eagle, because you've been quiet over there, and I know you avoid the political conversations, but I think this is one you would be okay to jump in on. What do you guys think about the whole concept of like separating the art from the artist? Subcool, for example, was a pretty controversial breeder outside of his work. His genetics, though, some of the shit like X Cleaner 2 helps people with seizures. If that's the only medication that's going to work for you, as a medical patient myself, I say you have to fucking overlook if you have some problem with that man's moral lifestyle, which I loved Subcool. I loved his personality and how he lived his life, everything. I think he was a great guy, but some people didn't like him. But I think for me personally, I like to occasionally, depending on how bad the artist is or what they're doing, separate the art from the artist, or in this case, like the medicine from the medicine man. Because like, if that is, in some cases, really, truly, cannabis is special, in my opinion. There are certain strains that help people, like Charlotte's Web, help that Charlotte Figgy with her seizures. And not that is the only thing that could have done it, but it put CBD on the map and helped a lot of people. So I'm just curious, what do you guys have to think about that Eagle first?
Oh, I'm right there on you, man. I actually lived this topic. It's something that's close to home, and I'm right there with you. I am right there with you. You should be able to separate the art from the artist, because you got to appreciate what's in front of you, not necessarily where it came from. So music is a great example of that. I mean, how much of great music is made by some people that have indulged in some horrific drugs, heroin, all kinds of shit in the past. But the music's fucking incredible. The path they took to the point in their life to make that music is part of what it's in their heart and soul's into that music. You know what I mean? And we're not necessarily the ones to judge the person, but appreciate the music or the art. Unless it's atrocious, you know what I mean? You should
But what-
be able to separate the two.
But that's,
I mean, even Charlie Manson made fucking music. The Helter Skelter album that, you know, people enjoy to this day. You know what I mean? It's to each their own. It's not, I'm not saying, I'm not advocating it for it, but in my particular case, yeah, it's definitely music that I hear that, you know what I mean? Great music, but they did such and such. They're a cheater. We can't listen to that music. Well, fuck, what's that got to do with the great tune in front of you? All right, so yeah, I'm right there with you. You know, you have to be able to separate the two unless there's just something hugely morally across the board objectable. You know, you have to appreciate the art, not the artist. Two separate
Is this
things.
case one of those, like lobbying against caregiver rights? Because like I was gonna say, like if they like were like Bill Cosby, kind of like you know, serial rapist or serial murderer, something that is like black and white, morally reprehensible and unforgivable. Like that's a definite for me. Like if Cheddar Bob, you're muted again. Oh, never mind. No, you're good. You're good. We just weren't actually talking.
Oh, you tricked me. You tricked me.
Jack, are you saying you're not going to eat?
You know,
Oh, no.
I think it depends where your convictions lie, you know, and how strong they are. I don't, you know, I don't feel the same way about things that someone in Austria feels about things, that the same person in India feels about things, that the same person in Australia feels about things, you know. Morals are I think are a hard battleground to start from, you know. Everyone has different morals, and most of the time everyone's willing to break those morals in one way or another. But I think it really just depends where you draw your line, and everyone draws their line at a different spot.
I wouldn't buy any Bill Cosby like pudding pops infused with CBD to make me fall asleep or something.
There you go.
Too soon?
I would.
Probably too soon. Sorry, guys. I shouldn't have said that. That was inappropriate. But fuck Bill Cosby. I love this comedy, separating the art from the artist kind of thing. Bingus, what do you think on this subject?
Okay, so there's this plant that I grew, cannabis plant, ugly. I didn't really give it much of a chance at all. I just put it in the corner. And then one day I noticed that it had budded out and it had really ugly buds as well. But when I smoked it, my God, the pain relief was amazing. So all the preconceptions I had in my sight was immediately taken away with the relief and the pain that it gave me. I think that's what art does, is it gives us an escape and an appreciation for the variety of expressions that humans can exhibit. So if there's the most evilest motherfucker in the world, if he's creating the best medicine in the world, I guess that might be the balance. All right. So I don't know. I'm not real big on judging anything, even though it's hard not to do it. I do choose not to associate. All right. If I'm not in agreement, rather than, because I can't be two-faced at all. So I'm not going to be all jolly nice to somebody that I don't really care for. Okay. So it's better for me to just walk away, not associate. So
Better for them too, isn't it, Bingus?
usually,
Bingus, that was beautifully said. I just want to see if my eyes are deceiving me or if Charlie's Farm just entered the Zoom.
Charlie,
Are they with us?
Here.
Charlie.
What's up, gentlemen?
hey,
Can you hear me?
what's up, buddy?
Oh my goodness. Welcome back. It's so good to hear your fucking voice.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff.
Right
It's good to see you guys.
Good to see you,
Can
buddy.
you hear me okay? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Bingus, how are you, buddy?
Good to see you,
Welcome.
man.
It's always good to see you, Bingus. Couldn't agree 100% with what you just said any more than I do. I don't judge anybody.
Try not to.
Well, I listen, I'll take you at face value. You screw me, see you later. I mean, I wouldn't even give you the time of day. I wouldn't give you the chance to screw me, obviously, but I'm trying to teach my 9-year-old, don't judge. Treat everybody the way you want to be treated, period. And if they don't treat you equally, just walk away.
Yeah. Don't
Okay,
associate.
yeah. It's not worth your time or effort or energy. Nothing.
I don't
No.
wanna
You guys
get-
are looking good.
So
Thing
there's-
is, you're doing great creations over there, by the way. Hold on, guys. I gotta grab some bud. Hold on one sec.
until there's a time for
Just guys,
justice.
I was just gonna say it is nice to hear old Charlie's farm's voice, man. Farmer Willie. It's been too long. It's been way too long. Cheers to Farmer Willie.
I literally almost couldn't believe it. I was like, wait, and nobody even said anything. I like blown away.
was
Maybe everyone
waiting
was
for the
waiting for this
picture.
video. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I figured. I jumped in on it. I was too excited. I couldn't contain myself. Smiley, not to cut you out of there. You were trying to jump in there for a second, and then I think somebody else talked. But I want to hear your thought on that last sort of subject, art versus artist thing.
Oh, I was just
I
gonna
know
say,
you like to support like Michigan breeders, for example, and like you care about who you are supporting. So like on the opposite end, I'm just curious what your
no,
your
definitely,
thoughts.
yeah. I mean, well, there's several examples that would possibly come to mind, but like there's horrible people doing horrible things, so there has to be morality somewhere. To say that everybody's morality is different is not a very good answer because, for example, there's people that are sexual predators with kids, and in their mind maybe that's not morally wrong, or somewhere that's not morally wrong, right? So in a country where it's legally wrong, you could say your moralities are set by your laws, but then you could have that same person go to a country where that's not legally wrong. You know what I'm saying? So like some of that stuff, like, but yeah, I mean, are there artists that put out good music, Michael Jackson or whatever, you know what I mean, and have controversial lives? For sure. I don't know that takes away from their music or their art at all. No. But there definitely has to
I
be.
want to say this is, an important subject, I think, because, like, as far as my kids go, the younger generation, the cancel culture, this shit happens, like, every day. Every day. I forget the one they were talking about today. It was some artist that they were, they had grew up with. I forget the name of who it was. But my one daughter comes in the other room, and they're like, yeah, that one girl that we listen to all the time? Yeah, gone. Fucking said something stupid. No longer listening to their shit. I'm like, really? This shit's out of control. And it wasn't even, like, horrible. You know what I mean? It was, in this case, they said, because it was Gay Pride Month, they were like, I forget what they were saying. Like, they were, like, overtly pretending to be supportive, but weren't supportive in 100%. You know what I mean? I don't know. It was bullshit, basically, to be like, okay, no more. I was like, holy shit. So it is kind of an important topic, really. Man.
I think we should be open to everybody's points of view or perspectives, but I mean, I don't know. I guess it's hard for sure.
I think like there's like certain things that you could probably mostly agree on. Like if you walk up to a random stranger and like hit him in the face, like that's not something that is acceptable in any civilized society. So there like is like certain lines where I'm with you, Smiley, like child predators, like things like that. You have to throw a line out there somewhere. So
or to even make it more personal, you know what I mean? It's fine and dandy until it's your kid, you know what I'm saying? Like then all of a sudden it becomes a whole different scenario too. So like, I mean,
I have a friend who just had that within the last year happen to their daughter from a personal friend was trying to make a move towards their daughter. And just imagine that somebody that is your friend, now you're having to make police reports against because inappropriate sexual conduct.
Police not.
So
they'd be making the police report.
yeah, I mean, I was like, dude,
they'd be.
I think it was like he found out. They found out like later or something, and hadn't ever seen the person since. Because I was like, that person might be in a shallow ditch somewhere, depending on wrong person you do it to, you know.
I mean, like, and that don't make it right either, what I just said, but, you know, morality.
That's how people react, though.
But people can agree with it really quickly because of the circumstance laid out, right? But what was that really?
It actually gets tried differently in court, though. Like, if you had something happen to any family member of yours, and then you react in rage, and then take someone's life, that's different than if you just sit in your house and say, hey, this dude's rich, we're gonna fucking break in his house and like take him out and steal a bunch of his shit. Like, premeditation versus like in the heat of the moment, there's different penalties for those two different things depending on what state you're in. Sometimes much less years for in the heat of the moment. So
now that this show's already been flagged, I mean, what the fuck, right?
See,
let's talk about mushrooms. Is where penis envy or be positive.
This is where the different levels of morality, I guess, are come into play. You know, oh well, it's okay to do this if it's under these circumstances, but that moral code is still being broken at the end. But there's a less penalty if you do it if you're angry rather than if you planned it out. You know what I mean? Like,
more acceptable,
premeditated, or
you know, and it's like what you said, Smiley. Like, they'd be filling out a police report. So if a person molests a little kid, and you think that's worse, is that worse than killing another person?
Right. No, that's what I was saying. I mean, it doesn't.
It's like we as human species are so conflicted, and conflicting at the same time. It's confusing.
It's hard,
you know. Life is confusing.
More people using cannabis now, including even like police officers who weren't always friendly to cannabis users. Now they're not having to bust cannabis users in a lot of places. A lot of them are getting to be able to use cannabis. And most people, like, if you talk to a cop, they're saying like, if you run into somebody who's drunk versus high, like most people know, they're much less likely to be aggressive. I've always said for a long time, like, if the world just used more cannabis, it'd be a better place. And gradually, I think the number is going up a little bit again. And I think with that, fucking, we can all do our little part, gift it. Fucking most states that it's legal to grow, it's legal to gift it out. So fucking everybody do our little part, whether it's gifting a clone to get somebody growing or gifting a fucking jar. I don't care if it's a fucking little baby nug or eighth quarter, whatever you can hand off to somebody. In a small way, that smoke can like change their day. And in some cases, like literally, you could save a life in some cases. Like, I know that sounds dramatic to say. There are those people out there that are like right on the brink and they just needed somebody to do a nice thing for them. And you could do that. Fucking bringing it back to Eagles, do something nice for somebody.
Can I say something here? We keep talking about morals and morality, and usually a populace has a mega like guide book or
principles.
Yeah, principles. Thank you, Charlie. And it's, you know, even if you read the 10 Commandments, what I kind of boil it down to is don't steal, don't be a thief, don't thieve someone's wife, don't hurt someone's feelings because you're stealing that. I mean, it's so if you learn how to manage yourself in a honorable way, right, that moral code gets duplicated in others. But it starts with you. I mean, if you don't think in that way, you don't realize that there was a point in my life where I was a thief. I didn't even realize it. You know, I was stealing people's emotions. I was being the victim. I was all these things that it's some form of either emotional theft or physical theft. It's just there's something you're taking. Right?
People steal time at work, like when they take little breaks or they're like on their phone, not actually working or playing a video game on their computer.
You don't take your cart back, right? So what do you, poor fucking
Jesus,
kid,
Jack.
hired kid, you know what I mean? So you're not, is
Pretty
that,
detail oriented.
I'm just saying that if everybody started thinking kind of like the mega stories are there, they have been throughout humanity, and you just boil it down to, you know, do unto others like you. Here's the thing that I have a problem with that, because some people like to be fucking punished, right? So I mean, it's like it's more like, you know, don't steal someone's heart, right? Don't manipulate someone's
Anyway,
emotions. Don't, you know, and don't steal someone's wife. Don't steal a candy bar. Don't, you know, just try to be good. Try to do good. Try to be kind to others. Like, you know, Eagle always says, acts of kindness. That energy, and that's the other thing, is we don't understand how energy reacts. If you give that love, it comes back. And if you're giving shit, you get shit on. And if you don't know the difference, start there. You know. Anyway, sorry, I had to just jump in with morality.
If you don't know the difference, you just think you're warm, Bingus.
Charlie, what'd you grab there, Farmer Willie? What'd you grab the smoke on, brother?
some blueberry fuel. My fuel. It's my favorite. Though I have a Tropican huckleberry cookies now that I really like. But and I have a real cut of the GMO that's actually there. But blueberry fuel is still my favorite. I sifted this 5-6 years ago, 7 years ago, maybe even longer, and it's still my #1 seller. So #1 on demand.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's got the, you know, it's good. It's a blue dream cross, which we all know it can be, blue dream can be a little iffy with some people, but in the East Coast here still, it's even though it's one of the #1 strains requested in out west too, in dispensaries and stores. One of the top 3 or top 5, but it's crossed with the Swerve. Swerve had the number 18 OG cut, and it's crossed with that, and thing produces some pretty sick nugs. I got one that's finishing, actually. It's all done. I'm going to take it down later and take a look at it later. It's in the dark, but we'll see if we can get a good picture, and you can really see what it does. Actually, I have the original Hell's Angel too from Swerve, and I've had for
Camera
years.
isn't on, Charlie. Did
What's
you
that,
know
buddy?
that?
Say it
I said
again.
your camera isn't on.
It's not. What does that mean?
We can't see you.
Oh, you can't. How the hell? I have a new phone, so
Just
I'm not
tap
sure
the
what to-
screen and
At the bottom.
online the camera there.
Oh, I see. I think I see it. Yeah. Hold on. There it is.
Yeah, that's we were saying why you were grabbing the nugs. That's why we didn't say hello quicker, because we were waiting for the video.
Oh yeah, there I am. Right on, man.
There you go. Cheers,
Okay.
brother.
Cheers, man.
Hi,
Good to see ya.
Steve. What's up, man?
Salute. Yeah, you've never seen me before. Have you seen me before, Mingus?
I never have, dude. I put a face to the name, or
Yeah.
voice.
I'm your age, buddy. I just hide it well. Yeah, that's what I was doing earlier. Actually, you know, look what I did to my friggin' bicep. Look at that.
Oh shit!
I ripped my tendon off right here.
Oh,
Yeah, so it'll look good at least till I'm 80, right?
Yeah, that's
20
good.
more years. 20 more years.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good to see you guys. I've been really busy, just really, really busy. We got another spot that just opened up, and we're trying to get the finishing touches on it. Let's hope we get approved in the next 4 weeks, 6 weeks, maybe. Hopefully by the end of the summer, even if we get approval. It's pretty much built out. So we just we got to go through all the walkthroughs.
You got both the parents of the Doc Holidays separately. I think both from Swerve, the Huckleberry Cookies and like the Hellfire OG. Or maybe Huckleberry Cookies is from.
Really, huh? I don't have the Hellfire. I have the original biker's cut of the Hell's Angel OG.
Hell's Angel OG. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. It is the original biker cut. I'll show it to you in the other room. You can't mistake it. It's just straight.
And I was gonna say
OG.
a strain that kind of reminds me of the one that your Blueberry Fuel. This guy out here has a blueberry French toast. It's like raw genetics. cross. It's a Blue
Yeah.
Dream, the Santa Cruz cut, cross to the French Toast, which is like a few OGs crossed into each other.
Right. Right.
It's similar, like got a little bit of that blueberry note, but some strong fuel behind it. It doesn't lack the punch in the face. That Blue Dream is more of like a daytime functional. You almost
Right.
barely feel
Sativa.
it. It's
Yeah.
more like you're focused, getting your shit done, but like it's not gonna like give you that feel. It's a really long lasting high. That's why a lot of people
Right.
in California, it sells in like the San Francisco market where there's people that code. They fucking take a
Right.
puff or two of it on their vape, and then they just
Yeah.
code for fucking hours, and they're super focused, and they spend a bunch of money at the dispensaries, where most people that are smoking
Yeah.
OGs, they're like buying it from their plug who's still in the unregulated market, or
Right.
like
Right.
Josh D's OG. It's like greenhouse grown. It's okay. You can get some good
Right.
OG on the market out here, though. OG is one thing that California
Yeah.
does very fucking well.
Very well.
Where are
Very
you,
well.
Charlie? In Mass?
Yeah. I'm right on the Rhode Island border.
Yeah.
Where I am now. I'm from Boston, born and
Yeah,
raised.
I thought I
School.
recognized the accent.
Yeah, you think I parked my car over there or something?
Yeah, back the cat and have it. Yeah.
Yeah, go to the north end. I'm from Southie, buddy. Southie.
That's
All
funny
right, my
to say that,
my
dude.
vice principal was from Southie,
Really?
and she would be about your age. Do you know a Marcinkus? You know any Marcinkus from Southie Boston?
No.
No.
I know quite a few. I lived there for a while, all over
Yeah.
Boston.
I think
But,
her brothers
yeah.
were both cops, I think, is what she always said. But maybe that's just because we were assholes. I don't know.
Yeah. I know a few cops, but it's been a while since. Back then, 20, 30 years ago, I was trying to stay away from the cops because I was a real hellraiser. My neighborhood was in North End and Charlestown.
You all were Southie.
Yeah. But I'm not originally from there though. Just I went to a school, Catholic Memorial, to a private high school, but everybody was from all over the city. It was in West Roxbury, which is another part of the city, like Southie. It's kind of the west side of Boston, West Roxbury High Park, but called Catholic Memorial. It's actually the hockey high school capital, or they were the dominant for years. That's why I went there actually. But I haven't been in Southie in a long time. I lived there like 10 years ago, but 10, 15 years ago. But I'm originally from the South Shore, which is Weymouth, South Weymouth, where I was born. But my mother passed when I was real young. My father remarried, and we moved to the burbs, about 15, 20 minutes outside of Boston. We're in it's called Metro West. In fact, they just sold their house 2 weeks ago. They've been in that town for 40 years now, and 48 years to be exact. They just moved out. Yeah, they didn't. I told my father. I said it's not gonna last 12 hours on the market. It's a real rich town,
Yeah.
And sure enough, it didn't last 12 hours on the market. They had and they took the middle bid. They're not, they were in their 80s now. They just they sold it more so they could be closer to my two younger brothers that are down the South Shore, right on the beach, Marshfield. So, but I grew up kind of in the burbs, but I when I moved to Needham, I didn't like it. Needham was one of those real sleepy, slow towns, and funny enough, most of my friends didn't go to the local schools there either. They went to different private high schools around the area. Like my best friend went to one of my brother's schools called Severian, and then another friend of mine went to this school. It's called Newman Prep or New Prep. It's in Cambridge. It's still around. It's one of those schools where his graduating class had 7 kids in it. You know what I mean? One of those types of schools. Yeah. And then where'd my other friend go? Oh, BC High, which is my actually our rival, Boston College High School. That's where my younger brother went. Actually, he went to CM. My younger brother now, he's 48 now, 49. But he went to Catholic Memorial. He was the first 13-year-old. One of my closest friends growing up was this kid named Dave Jensen. He was the youngest kid. Back in 1983, he was the youngest kid to ever sign an NHL contract, first 17-year-old ever. And he was, but my younger brother, he always wanted to be like me, even though I was a troublemaker. but he loved hockey like me, and he kind of Dave became kind of his idol. He wanted to be just like him, and Dave was a tough son of a bitch. But so my younger brother, he's the first kid to make Team USA hockey, 13-year-old, first 13-year-old ever to go over to the Pan Am games over in Germany when he was 13. And he goes to CM, my high school, and Bill Hansen, who's a pretty famous hockey coach, at least in this area, and obviously at CM. He got him first year psych class, and he goes, "Pitts, your last name?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Your brother Bill?" And he goes, "Yep." He goes, "I don't care what your accomplishments are. I'll never give you a minute of ice time on my team." Yeah, my brother he literally stood up, gave him the finger, and said, "Oh yeah, that's all right. I'll just go to BC High." And that's what he did. He went to Boston College High School, went off to Iona College, got a partial scholarship, because he knew he wasn't going to go to the pros or anything. But and now he's making big money now. But it was just funny the way I just love telling that story. This guy Bill Hansen, yeah, he's a real jerk though. He's a great coach, great hockey coach, obviously. Five kids every year from my high school went to Boston University, which is really prominent hockey school, and on average, out of those 5 kids, 3 of them went pro, and that was every year for almost 20 years. So
yeah, we have the University of Maine up here, Black
yeah.
Bears.
Oh yeah, you're up there, huh?
Yeah,
yeah.
man,
I almost went there, bro.
Yeah, we got decent hockey.
Yeah, you
hockey
think?
team up there, yeah.
Yeah, my younger brother almost went there. In fact, Dave Jensen almost went there.
Oh yeah,
but Jensen, but
we had all the Korea brothers. We've
had
some good players.
Yeah. I know. He's an acquaintance. He's not a friend by any means. But Marshawn and Tukarest and all those guys. Yeah. I got some photos with them together and stuff. But that was like 10 years ago. That was when Tyler Sagan was still on the team when they won the cup that year. Yeah.
Sports
I actually went around. We went around with the cup. We got it for a week. We went around and brought it to the local towns and stuff, and a few local bars at the time.
There's not a better sports city than Boston.
I'm not going to argue. Listen, I love my city, man. I absolutely love it. Born and raised, but I've seen 38 states. I've lived in 8 or something, and I always come back to Boston, and I love it. I know every alley, every sewer cover, you name it, I know it, man. Yeah. You could say, yeah. I'm actually like super thankful. My daughter was born in Boston. She was born at Boston Medical, which is now BU Medical. But yeah, she was born in Boston, and I love being able to say that.
I spent a lot of time in Mass Pioneer and Mass General.
Oh yeah.
When I fell off a cliff and crushed my neck and my face. And
climbing or skiing?
Drunk.
Skiing. Oh really? Huh? Yeah. Well done that, man.
Yeah,
drunk. I'm sorry to hear that.
Drunk and smoking, and I did what you call it, the flounder flop, the cod quiver. You just boom. Fucking fell right off face first, did a little swan dive into some rocks, and
no shit.
So yeah, they shipped me down to Boston. I spent like probably a total of like 9 months in the hospital.
Wow.
And
wow.
Yeah, so I got to know Boston really well. My uncle worked for the Peabodys over in Brookline.
Right. Yeah.
Like Francis Peabody, the morphine doctor there that Mass General is dedicated to. So my uncle and mom.
Oh yeah. The statue is in they have the statue of him in the freaking garden, in the public garden.
Yeah, so my mom and uncle worked for his son Frank for like 30 years in Northeast. So I spent a lot of time down there. But yeah, I got to know the surrounding areas pretty well.
I used to live right across the street, right on Charles Street. There's it's called Beacon Hill Pub. I used to live right above the Beacon Hill Pub, right there behind the CVS.
Start going up the hill a little bit.
Yeah, that's going towards Government Center there. But yeah, the T station, the MGH T station right there, or the old T station, but the MGH Red Line.
Yeah.
Just on the other side of the tracks, right there. It's Charles Street. It's actually one of the oldest streets in Boston. It's still original everything, you know. So, but yeah.
We should
It,
we should let some of these flatlanders get in on a conversation.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Sorry. I can get into skiing next if you want. I know Maine like the back of my hand too, bro. I love Maine. Love Maine. Sorry, guys.
I'm gonna mute myself and block my video and go have a cigarette. So you guys have at it.
Right on. What's everyone else smoking, by the way?
They were picking on Cheddar Mom and Chad. So he's all check it out. No, man, I like it. I like hearing from Charlie. Oh, man, it's been a while. Awesome that you checked in. I hope
Smiley, it's always good. I always get the notifications. I jump in. If I don't do the thumbs up at least every night, I go back and I'll just have a marathon of giving thumbs up to all the shows. But I get the notifications every night. Yeah, I always want to keep up. See if you're on the show and who he's had, like, you know, me and Gene the other night, and he's had some really good guests. He said, you know, who'd you have back? You had Danny Danko back too, like a month or so ago, didn't you?
Yeah. I've had.
He's a BU
Breeder
grad.
Steve's been back. Kevin Jodry's been back.
Yep.
I've had quite a few of them's been back.
Mendo Dope.
Jodry's a Rhode Island guy.
Mendo Dope's been
Mendo
back and
Dope.
featured Eagle on a fucking song.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Jack, I've seen you over on the what is it? Cheap Home Grow. I've seen you over on that
man.
show too.
Every
Yeah,
Sunday.
because I get that
Sunday,
notification
Sunday.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, that
I
was
just don't have
tonight.
time. I haven't had time.
Finally was there.
My wife was getting pissed because I was spending 3 hours on the show. My wife was like, you know, you cut into your daughter's time, and I don't see her enough, you know, to begin with. And it's not like she really had to tell me. I was actually bringing it up to her, like, you know, shit, I'm spending so much time between work and then, you know, the little things that take up your time to make the business go. And yeah, I was never home. Like, I haven't been home. I actually saw my daughter's last soccer game of the season today, and I spent like an hour and a half. We went and got ice cream afterwards, but that was the first time I saw her in 4 days. You know, so, and my wife too, for that matter. You know, just trying to keep it, just grinding, just like everybody else. No different. Living the dream, man. We're living the dream. Jack, you look good, buddy.
I'm gonna go turn my computer on and read the chat.
Sounds good, Cheddar. Thank you, Charlie. Been getting a lot of sun out here in sunny
Yeah,
San
I bet
Diego.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're down. Yeah, my father's got a house in San Diego somewhere.
Beautiful. If you
I
ever
always
come
tell
visit.
everybody, my old man's got the
Fucking
money,
lot.
not me. Yeah, my old man wouldn't let me in his house, man. Even at this age, my old man by myself.
You're
Not
welcome at
me,
my
yeah.
place
Thanks,
if you ever
brother.
come to San Diego.
Yeah, right on.
I'll
If
give
you
a
ever
pack
come
of
here,
seeds
man.
and,
Yeah, we get
some
2 extra
homegrown.
bedrooms at my house. So I always tell anybody, if they ever come, whatever you do, don't pay for a hotel room, you know? And I know a lot of people, you know, I've had some guests over, and, you know, and they don't want to, you know, stay at anybody's house. They always want to go, and I don't blame them at all. I'd be like, yeah, dude, but always know the invitation's open. I got 2 empty bedrooms, and so.
I try to make seeing a cannabis community person that I've wanted to meet part of every trip now at this point. Like, if I'm going to go travel,
right.
I'm going to take time to go see something, a place.
Yeah.
I want to see somebody either on the way or have them be the destination.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I haven't had any
There's
time
just
to
so many
travel.
good people. There's so
Yeah,
many
I
fucking
know.
good people.
I know. We got a couple events coming up this summer. I think that they're gonna pull off. I know they pulled it off last year, which is, you know, Gene Traders. You guys have heard of Gene Traders, right?
Yeah. They do those random pop-ups. So this is some
Yeah.
Aaron the Growers, Garanimals, because on my honeymoon, me and my wife went up and saw Aaron the Grower, and he gave me some of his rosin.
Nice.
It's some fire shit.
Yeah. That Panda? Did you say Panda?
No, it's Garanimals, and it's
Oh, yeah,
the
but-
second press.
Right.
Aaron the Grower
I
is
was
the one
saying.
who gave it to me.
Oh, I see. I got you. I thought you said Panda. How is it?
But
Good.
yeah, man, he had the first press was a little bit more flavorful.
Yeah.
Like fruit, like I guess like fruitier. The second
Right.
press was like gassier and more robust, and just a
Really?
much better effect to it. It's a little
Yeah,
darker
yeah.
color, but
Right.
I preferred it. And so did my wife, and works in the Puffco, so I'm not complaining.
Yeah. That's nice, that Puffco.
This is a new one. It's sold out. This is a fucking opal.
Oh,
They got an
wow.
opal in the glass. I don't know if you can see that up there. I'll try and turn the light off there for us.
Just see it a little bit.
All right.
Yeah.
Just right at the tip. The cool thing though is the glass on the inside is spiral. So instead of splashing up in your mouth, it kind of like spirals the water, and you also see a little bit of the smoke spiral if you look down at it.
Oh, that's
and when you look down from the top, you can see the little opal. What I realized is because I watched Pure or Purr glass video, it's PURR glass. They were making a piece with opal, and what they use is like crushed opal or opal shavings from like when they make opal jewelry. There's little shavings on the wheel and shit, and they collect those, give them to glass blowers, and then they can make them into little pieces like this.
Oh, so, nice. How much does that go for?
$420, but you can't even get them anymore. They sold out in like 2 days.
Yeah.
I know, but I sold my Puffco Peak Pro to a friend, and so this one basically only had to pay $100 for. So
nice, very nice.
The wife and I, our birthstones are both opal, and her engagement ring has a opal as the main ring, so her main stone.
Sweet, man.
But she really wanted it, and I was like, once I saw it was limited edition, I'm like, shit, Puffco sells out real quick. I'm just gonna grab it. I knew I'd be able to sell the other one. It's new enough, and I can clean it up.
I follow them on Instagram, or I was anyway. I've been on Instagram in over a year now. Just like I haven't been on really anything on YouTube.
Hey, it's good for you. You're getting more time with your daughter, like you said. It's as much as
I just get burnt out.
That's good for you. It's good.
I get really burnt out. I was spending, I was actually on Instagram some days. I'd spend, anywhere between 4 and 6 hours on Instagram, and I was good with that. I'd be at work just taking my time, but still, it was burning up too much time in the end. And then some of the shit that I was seeing, I was good with that, So, in fact, the last time I think I was seriously on Instagram was when Subby was still around. Back in that a year ago, January. That's kind of how I got to get in with Eagle, to be honest with you. If I remember correctly, huh? Right, Eagle? Wasn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The tragedy and everything, man. Yeah. So I still think of him almost every day. It's weird.
Oh shit! I love you, Ian. You're awesome.
Yeah, I miss that dude myself, man. And grateful for the opportunity to get a little bit closer with you, Mr. Farmer Willie, man. That's a cool opportunity. Those of you that haven't got a chance to see some of the episodes, why I'm so actually excited to see him back, man, was look back at some of them beginning episodes where Farmer Willie's joining us there. There were some great episodes, man. Farmer Willie is a great storyteller, and that's one of the things that I always enjoyed about it.
I just think I'm babbling. It's what it feels like. It's just I'm babbling, and I know I'm boring a lot of people, I'm sure, but
not at all, man. You just keep babbling.
Entertaining twice
I
or
enjoy
100 times.
every word of it, bro. You're one of the old-time greats, man. Don't ever think you're not.
Thanks, Mingus. Same here.
Just gonna say,
same feeling, man. And I mean that. I don't, like I said, I haven't been on. Not that my opinion means anything, but I just haven't been on Instagram, and I'm just a humble guy, man. That's all I am. Seriously.
Dude, I had to start going into my garden a lot more as well, just to remain sane and keep on top of things. Because, like you said, you got your ones in the stable that people are fucking demanding, right? So you don't want to let that down at all. And it takes time. People sometimes don't realize, but I appreciate you, coming on. The community, I think, really needs people like you, my friend, and everybody up here. By the way, I know I'm over talking somebody, but thank you again, Eagle, for just bringing us all together, brother. Seriously, appreciate it.
Yeah, this is kind of like my nucleus. Eagle show, I get the notification every night, but it's kind of like my nucleus. Every once in a while, I just use in the chat while I'm working. I can get caught up with chat too. I can spend hours talking to people in chat, and I just can't do it, and I feel bad. And but I'm just one guy. I love everybody in the community, everybody that's in this chat. Miss D's Nugs and all those guys. Green Pots and the list goes on. So occasionally I'll throw on Future Cannabis Project when he's got somebody good on, just something that I can listen to and I don't have to really, go into chat. That's about it. That's all I've been doing, even GML. I'm a friggin' mod on GML show. I haven't even gone to a show and watched his show or anything like that live or anything. I still get his notifications every Friday night, but over a year. I haven't done any social media or anything in over a year. Hey, can I ask a question, by the way? Anybody heard of or tried a new light? I think it's new anyway, called Bloom Plus. Anybody heard of them? I haven't.
Eagle.
Light?
Bloom Plus.
Eagle has.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your
Yes, sir.
give me the lowdown. I know,
Well,
they contacted me and I don't know what I'm gonna do.
run with what for what they want, and I'm right there with you. I'm gonna be dropping them updates. I would if you're gonna work with them, do what's on your schedule. Don't be afraid to, bargain a little bit, because what they wanted from me was too much. And I actually, I did the 300, I did the BP 300. I took that light. I actually didn't even say anything. I just let it hang in the background and let everybody decide for themselves. I thought that was fair enough the first round. And they contacted me recently and wanted to work with me again. They wanted the title. They wanted actually Bloom Plus in the title of the show. I was like, no way.
Yeah.
And then I told them I'd do one video a week for.
They wanted 3, right? Did they want 3?
They wanted 2. I told them 1.
Yeah, they told me 3.
They
I
accepted
laughed.
my terms. So yeah, tell them 1. Tell them to do 1 or
yeah.
whatever,
I told them
works for you.
too. I said, if you are going to send a light, you're not going to send me something that's less than the equivalent of 1,000 watts. I said, I'm not going to run it, so don't even bother. I don't, find somebody else, because Mars Hydro did it and they sent me a lousy freaking single board. Thing covers not even one of my plants. It's a joke, So they were saying that they agreed to send me a 3,000 or 4,000, whatever the hell it is, the BP 4,000, whatever the initials are.
The one they say, that's one they're gonna be sending me 2 of those.
Yeah.
And they say it's for like a 6x6, but
Right.
I'm putting mine in a 10, so that I'm thinking they'll be all right in 10, but we'll see.
Yeah,
But,
they say
it'd be-
6x6.
this is
It's
what
really a 5x5.
Yeah, this is what I tell them is, especially with 2-3 a week, there ain't gonna be that much fucking jump in growth. You know what I mean? 1 a week's fine, and you're happy with that or fucking thank you, no thank you. You know what I mean? That's what I grow to.
So you
Other
are
than
doing
that,
it with them.
It gets to be too much. Yeah, it gets to be too much work for a little bit of the money.
Yeah.
Those
I might do it.
Fold 8.
Because they send you the money and then they want you to buy it on Amazon. So they get the sale. It's all about the algorithm. So they send you the money from China, and then they send me the money, but I haven't accepted it yet. And it's been sitting there for 3 weeks. I just don't know if I want to do it or not. That's all. And I know nothing about the company. And it's no sweat off my balls, man, because honestly, I don't give a shit either way. I don't need your light. But I got another small 4-light grow that I would really like to cut my bill back. And I'm sick of HBSs. I want to find something that's going to be. And if I can get these things for free, and they said they would eventually, they'd start with that, 3,000, whatever, 4,000, whatever the hell it is. But they said that, and then they'll build up to bigger lights. I've seen the who is it? Main Med Grower. He's got the SF 7,000 or 8,000, and it looks nice, man. It's got some good coverage, some good penetration, and he's got talent. Anyway, so he's gonna, that light's he's gonna show what the light can really do, and and they're not that expensive, man. And it looks like a great light.
Mars makes good bars at the top end of their range. They also
that's
have
what I was hearing.
Pairs.
Yeah,
there's
Tricky D's got one of them.
The best price right now, to be honest, is that Grow Fold 8 for a 5x5. It's if you watch they're one of those companies that's trying to gain market share, so they're selling their shit at a loss right now. And this is like a 8-bar light, and it does a 5x5, but it can squeeze into a 4x4, and it's under $600, and it's like over 2.2 actual. Like 2.9 is what like the fucking manufacturers claim, but it's like a 2.2 at the canopy.
Right.
And it's a beautiful light, man.
Now, Meanwell's still the best drivers out there. Meanwell's.
There's a lot of good. Inventronics is good. There's a few other good ones, but people like Meanwell.
I was trying to see what they put on theirs. What do they put on theirs?
They're all more reliable than fucking ballasts.
Well, Meanwell's the only one that's available to us as consumers, unless you buy more than 10. So Inventronics and all those companies, you got to buy 10 or more to even get them. So yeah, we're stuck with Meanwell only, really, sadly.
Oh, you see them on commercial fixtures is all I was kind of mentioning it for, because people can buy fixtures that have different drivers than just Meanwell at this point. And welcome, Don. Just haven't seen you in a
for
while.
sure. Yeah. It's on. They use them. The other drivers are really nice. I think Meanwell's the crappiest of the high-end drivers, but still, they still give you a freaking long warranty, man. Huh?
Yeah, 7 years. That's pretty fucking. And like replace it, no questions asked. It's just the time that it's down. It's always the pain in the ass, but they do replace them.
Yeah, for that though. Yeah, for sure. Cheers, guys! I had to fucking hop on as soon as the conversation. Cheddar Bob was making some great points. I was laughing and chatting with people, and then Charlie got on. I was like, oh fuck, I gotta come in. Fucking Boston representing, baby.
Yeah, right on, guys.
I just haven't seen Charlie in forever, man.
Yeah,
it's good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you too.
Good to see all you guys. But then I was like, oh, I can't. Now I can't say no. I gotta fucking get my ass over there. Fucking Charlie's there, baby.
Chris, you're all right, buddy. You're all right. You get the best attitude, man. You can hear it comes through in chat. It's awesome.
Awesome. Oh, thanks,
feeling
man.
a bit full circle tonight, man. Feeling a little full circle tonight. Shit.
This is a reunion episode.
Good stuff.
Yeah, man. Sunday night. I got to do a lot of transplanting, so I'm up for the night anyway. So.
Charlie, we know a lot of the same people, man. I grew up in North Andover, so.
Oh yeah, my stepmother's from Haverhill, right there.
That's hockey central. Everybody either went to BCBU or ULO.
Yeah. My mother went to Merrimack. My stepmother.
Oh, right on.
A couple of my friends went to Merrimack up there. You know, so I used to go there every weekend to Haverhill. We used to drive right by it. In fact, I had a couple of my uncles, my stepmother's brothers and sisters lived in North Andover.
Yeah.
So, I live even up in Billerica. I mean, it's a little further away, but I still live right on 195.
Oh, I played Tully Forum a lot, baby.
Tom Glavin.
The Tully Forum was my rink. And we always had, ULO was supposed to get a new rink forever.
Yeah.
And Songus Arena finally, but that was on plan for 30 years and never took place.
Yeah. Till after he died. Then they finally built it. Guy dies and they build it, right?
Right.
Songus passes away, and finally they built something and name it after him. How is North Andover? It's nice up there. The housing market's on fire.
I don't live there anymore.
Oh, no.
I went coastal, but
Oh yeah. Still up in the North Shore though?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah, it's definitely it was a good little town, but it was like
I wasn't even sure.
The year before me, Cheevers graduated. His dad was the coach of the Bruins.
Yeah. Jerry, I used to watch him as a kid, man.
There was a ton of hockey players out that way.
Yeah, literally. I mean, I was 70. I remember I was 5 years old. I was watching.
Yeah.
5 or 6 or something. It's 1970. Freaking, you kidding me, Bobby? I got one of his broken sticks.
The year ahead of me was Ted. What do you call it? A year ahead of me was Eddie Ronan from BU.
I played with Donato. Eddie Donato. Remember Donato?
No, Ted Ronan. Ed Ronan.
Yeah.
He played with BU. He's got his name on the Stanley Cup.
Hey, Charlie.
Then I know that name rings a bell.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, but everyone on the panel and everyone in chat to realize this is how conversations in New England happen. This is how every conversation in New England is.
Yeah, where you from?
And it's
I bet you know some people. Yeah, who do you know?
Awesome.
You know him? Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
it's
just
like,
about to
hey,
ask who's got better
do you
fish.
know this
Right.
person? No. But do you know this person? Oh yeah, it's my cousin. Yeah.
No,
Oh,
Charlie's played with the older brothers of the same people that I've played with. Hockey's a small town thing. It's just, everybody goes to the same places. I mean, he knows the Belmont
rink.
Hill classes and the
Yeah, that's where Jens went.
It's
That's where
kind of weird.
Jens ended up going before he went to the
Yeah.
Whalers. That's who he signed with. But he went to Belmont Hill for 2 years. First 2 years, and then went to Lawrence Academy the last couple.
Yeah,
That's
my best buddy, Heinze. He went to Lawrence Academy.
You guys want to hear a good story about weed? How I met him? I got booted out of the Needham school system, or politely asked not to return in 7th grade. So I got to stay back a year, and I'm going to the local school, St. Joseph's, Catholic parochial school, and I get seated alphabetically, Pitts and Jensen, and so this kid, I got my fake leather jacket on, I'm stinking of cigarettes, you know what I mean? I got an ounce of weed in my pocket. I'm 13, and so Jensen's sitting next to me, the desk next to me, and he goes, hey, you're new in this school, aren't you? And I said, yeah. He goes, well, you and I have to go out after school and fight in front of everybody, and I got to kick your ass. But he goes, afterwards, though, we'll be friends, all right? I just got to show everybody that I'm still the toughest in the school. And I pulled out that ounce that I had in my pocket. I said, well, first I said, you smoke grass? And he goes, weed? He goes, why? And I said, and I pulled it out, the old desk that had the opening, straight in. So I just had it, the nun's up teaching. And he grabs the ounce and he's like, I said to him, well, why don't we just go out and smoke a joint instead and be friends after? And he goes, yeah, I think we can do that. But it shows you how he could make it in the NHL. He was a tough son of a bitch, man. I don't think I could have ever done that. Played in the NHL. I was good, but man, I couldn't take it against the board sometimes because I got a bad hip. I already had it replaced, So, but that's how we met, smoking a joint. We were best friends, literally, from that moment on. From that moment, we were inseparable until he went off to training camp with the Whalers.
So I have a question for you.
Yeah, man.
Who's got better weed and who's got better fishing, Massachusetts or Maine?
It's tied. It's literally tied. The only difference is, I'll say one thing about Massachusetts. We have New Bedford, the beige, as they call it. New Bedford.
Yeah, but that's all you got. They shut down they shut down like your entire commercial fishing industry in Massachusetts.
We get
only people that can fish commercially.
The only thing I want to say about it.
Commercial fisheries are shut.
Oh yeah, they're shut now. But I'm talking about the history of New Bedford. At one point, this was only about 10, 15 years ago. They were the number one fishing port consistently for like 30 or 40 years. Consistently, the number one fishing port in the world. They brought in more money in fish than all other ports around the world combined. And that's including Japan and China and Indonesia.
Well, keep in mind, it was the Codfather that owned all those boats. Remember?
Right. They just got him a couple years ago.
He's in jail now. The guy owned all the boats.
My father ran boats out of New Bedford for years. I mean, he's fished all his life. He was captain in huge fishing boats. So yes, in history, New Bedford doesn't get any deeper. You don't find places.
I mean, it's where all the scallops come in, man. They got all the draggers, man. They're just they're just dragging those bottoms like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah, I've lost friends out of New Bedford. So it's no
I worked
joke.
a couple of boats when I was a kid. I was down in Provincetown because I spent most of my time down the Cape. But when I was 17 and 18, I ran a couple of swordfish boats. So I didn't run them. I was on them. You know what I mean? I was just a fucking greenhorn. But best time of my life. Yeah, I've had a lot of friends that have been lost. I actually had a friend of mine that was down there, and his whole life just an absolute mess. I mean, every drug you can imagine, he put it in his arm or up his nose. And then he goes down there and straightens his ass up, gets on a boat. He's on the boat for 4 years and finally has 3 kids and comes from a big Irish family. But the mast came down in a storm, smashed him right in the head and killed him instantly. You know what I mean? David Webb's.
My dad was on a boat and he finally just told me this story. I don't even know if I should tell it, but he was on a boat and they took a rogue wave and he had to go check on everyone. And he went down into the galley to check on the cook that was cooking. And the guy was decapitated. The refrigerator came off the wall.
Wow.
And fucking,
Yeah.
like,
all that weight just, right. Oh,
I mean,
wow.
My dad's been like, you know, on that, the Perfect Storm when the guy gets his hand hooked and taken down on the long line.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
That's happened to my father.
I believe
my dad's like,
listen, shut up, man. I tell people this when they watch Deadliest Catch and all that crap. I say, listen, if we live in the North Atlantic, man, I mean, they're in the Bering Sea. We got worse weather in the North Atlantic than they'll ever see sometimes in the Bering Sea. And if you look longitudinally on the globe, we're just right where we're northern than the fucking Bering Sea, brother.
Yeah, man.
And it's a dangerous job. And people that don't fish don't know how dangerous and how many people we lose every year.
Yep.
Yeah. Smaller boats. We're going out 80, 90 miles in a 40 to 50 foot smaller boat.
Yeah, where the waves are like 25, 30, 40 feet and you're in a 40, 50 foot boat.
Yeah, you're gonna go over.
It's hairy, man. It's hairy.
You're gonna go over. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's like, all those commercial, the small commercial guys, they're running Brunos, like a 45 Bruno or, just a down east style boat. Those, they don't get much bigger than 60, until you get into the money boats. And those money boats, they're all owned by,
the O'Hara's.
Fish. Yeah. It's like, the Codfather's been taken down, but it's still only a few people that own all the boats that fish. Commercially.
I mean, look at Gordon's. Gordon's is still in Southie. Gordon's has been there now for 70 years or something. So,
they're in Gloucester still too, right?
Where? Yeah, they're still in Gloucester.
Yeah,
they're still in Gloucester, but their head office is still right there on Southampton Street in Southie.
Oh, right on. Yeah.
Do you guys know? Do you guys know Russell Sherman?
No, I don't think so.
No,
sound familiar off the bat.
He was the last guy to sell out or be forced to sell his fleet out of, I think it was Gloucester, where he was out of.
No.
But
I'm not that plugged into the fishing scene anymore, But
he was on the Deadliest Catch. So he and my father were best friends. My father fished with him for years out of Gloucester, out of New Bedford. But he was on like that after story that they do after Deadliest Catch. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And he was behind the scenes type deals and
So he was on that telling about his stories, and he's sunk a couple boats and been one of the only people to survive like twice.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, that's
like getting struck by lightning twice. I mean, the odds of that happening, surviving twice.
That's the Lady Jane dude. Lady Jane was his boat, right?
I think one of his boats, maybe.
Yeah. Dude,
Russell Sherman.
Up. Yeah, dude, this is where I live, man. That's my neighborhood.
Yeah,
about 15 miles from where his boat is. Yeah, or was.
Yeah, my dad used to run boats for him, and
Oh, right on. Yeah, there's a lot of wicked tuna guys around here right now.
I was thinking that when I was thinking Deadliest Catch, wicked tuna. I've never watched that.
Yeah, Marciano was they're neighbors of mine. They own basically all the houses on my street, other than mine. There's a bunch of local guys from Gloucester and from Beverly area. But that's the show that's filming here all the time nowadays.
The Beverly people have the really, really nice boats.
Yeah, there's some nice boats. Yeah.
Who is that?
Yeah, you guys ever come to Boston, man? We'll go down. My neighborhood's the North End. We'll go down and eat at a couple of my friends have some restaurants down there. We can go down and have a freaking feast, a couple of cocktails. I don't drink myself, but yeah, we could. You guys ever come to Boston? Please don't ever hesitate. Reach out.
Yeah, same here. If you're ever up in Bar Harbor, Acadia
Yeah,
National
man.
Park.
Oh, you're at Bar Harbor? Oh, fucking A, baby.
Right there,
That's
baby.
like
Yeah, that used to be the place to go.
God's country.
Yeah, we used to go up there for a
Still is
weekend
the
every
place to
every
go.
year.
So
Yeah,
before
Yeah.
before it was called Bar Harbor, it was actually called Eden. So it was. I mean, this island
Maine,
is
huh?
so it's a very strange part of the world, and especially of Maine. Like I was just reading about how Maine, like this island, holds like over 50% of the native species of plants in Maine. It's the only place you'll find like 50% of the native species, which
That's
is
amazing.
really strange to be focused on one small area, you know?
Right.
So
right.
it's all sorts of
Wow.
weird little things about this place.
Yeah. A friend of mine's got he's got like 700 acres up by Moosehead Lake. He's got a hemp farm up there now.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
killing it with the hemp farms up in Western Maine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How the prices up there? How the stores?
I don't know.
Yeah, I've never been to any in Mass yet. You know.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
I haven't been
Looking
into
nice.
a store, I think, but twice for
Yeah.
a year. And certainly not a recreational store.
Right.
But
Yeah, they're changing everything in Michigan. I heard they're trying to. Is that right?
yeah,
Somebody-
they're shutting down the med program. Is that
Yeah,
right?
they're
guys?
trying. I heard they're lobbying hard. And they trying to do a boycott on some of the stores. I was hearing. I think it was earlier today. Was it earlier today or yesterday? I can't remember, but it was. Yeah, they were lobbying hard. I guess one of the companies had to change their name because they were getting so ragged on or losing so much money or whatever the case. But yeah, I heard they were trying to get rid of any private growing at all. So, which is not,
We touched
That's
on it a little before. The MCMA, which is the Michigan Cannabis Manufacturers Association, spent
Right.
$10 million on lobbyists like Steve Linder, who have worked with Pleasant Trees and other brands like
that's it.
Sherbinsky's,
That's one of them. I
DNA
heard.
Genetics,
Yeah.
Kiva, and Clout King. The ones are
Yeah.
in California. I remember those because I won't support them anymore. But
Yeah.
there's a bunch of other Michigan brands, and you can go and find the posts on Medical Mondays. A few of them have
Yeah.
come on Medical Mondays podcast and done interviews and talked about their stance on things.
Right.
And, I think actions speak louder than words is the biggest thing. So if they're
Yeah, they're gonna do it.
$10 million lobbying,
Deep
they're gonna
pockets,
keep
man.
doing it.
Jodry says it
Is
all
it-
the time. These guys get such deep pockets, they can just wait. They can
Is it
wait,
up for a
wait,
vote?
and wait.
like a referendum sort of vote, or is it town
Amendment.
to town, or is it just are they going to just
Statewide
pay money
amendment.
and it's going to go away?
That I'm not
Statewide
sure on.
amendment.
Eagle,
Statewide
Smiley,
amendment.
locals.
So it's going to be put on by the legislature. They're going to put, it's an amendment that's put on by the legislature.
But people
Potentially. And
will
and
be
then
The
able
way
to
I've
vote on
seen it is they block each city, like city by city. They have the idea
Yeah.
that you can choose yes or no, and then they're just trying to flip city by city, and they're using that $10 million of lobbyists to call each local politician to say, "Hey, don't let home grow because it's dangerous," and they're selling it. And
Right,
they're not
black
real
market,
caregivers. They're just
yeah.
calling themselves caregivers. But
they
there's
want it
already
to be
laws
tested.
to
They want
prevent
it to be tested,
caregivers
which will immediately put,
to not be.
anybody that's growing. Sorry, I don't mean to talk over you, Jack.
No, you're right. No, you're right. They do want to have
The big
everything
one, I
tested.
know that was one of the big PowerPoints was that, the micro testing that they want everybody they're going to want them to do. And, it's so expensive that of course they're not going to be able.
Well, and then these fuckers are radiating their weed, so you get shitty ass cannabis that has no terpenes and it
Right.
smells like fucking hay, and it's not real medicine
Right.
for the people. So it's a bunch of garbage. Smiley and as the Michiganders of the group, or Michiganians, however you say it,
Yeah.
Michiganja, Misfits is twisted.
Now you
Roots
get
of-
all these crazy companies selling just terpenes now.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
fucking add the terpenes after. What the fuck is that
Right.
all about?
That's actually,
They took
again,
Red Pill's
Jodry
idea.
said something a couple of years ago about that. Kevin Jodry said he was saying how he went to this lab and in Belgium when he was doing a lot of, traveling around the world for some consulting. And he said that he went to this, it was a above ground 2 million square foot greenhouse growing nothing but weed. And then down below the greenhouse, in equal square footage or cubic footage of a laboratory that they were building or developing or to do man-made terpenes, because it's like they were looking at it as Kevin said, as the tobacco industry. The masses, when it does become available pretty much globally, whether it be 20, 30, 40 years down the line, it's going to be such a moneymaker that and the masses aren't going to care. They're just going to care how it tastes, and like cigarettes, they're going to cue it to certain pHs, because it's one of the reasons why you can get so addicted, because they try and match different cigarettes to your pH in your body. So and they're going to do the same thing. And yeah, he was saying that like 2.5 years ago, Chris. So I absolutely see why they're like a big thing now.
Well, Indra has been extracting terpenes for a long time. He's talked about his lab. He patented
Yeah, but this is
DHL in, like,
man-made
the
stuff.
90s.
Yeah,
I know there's the stuff that
stuff.
all right, here's the thing. I'll tell you this right now. I've looked into it and they're not scaling it properly or well. It's still extremely expensive. If cannabis were legal, not like and they're doing it with hemp right now. Since I can now grow acres of hemp and extract it for terpenes, it's way more efficient for me to do that. If you can get a 20 or 30% cultivar, which certain people are actually breeding cultivars that put that out there. Right. Like how we have THC at 20% of the plant or 30% of the plant. You can grow that in a field and extract it for 30%, or you can get micro percentages out of the yeast. So it's more efficient for the farmer to grow the corn than to make it in a lab type thing. So, but what you're saying about the terpenes, there's been people doing it for a long time. Indra said he extracted like basically everything from like meat to like wood, and he had like 400 plus different, or I think he said thousands of different extractions and 400 plus terpenes that he can identify. They isolated, and they've been selling them true terpenes, a bunch of different brands.
Yeah, because that's where that's when they're adding them to sodas and stuff like that, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, the guy that I used to manage the stores for, who's got that hemp farm up there in Maine, he also has 80 acres out in Western Mass. He had the first outdoor. He got the first license. And that's what he did. He harvested the whole thing, but it wasn't hemp. He did, I forget, multiple strains. And first run anyway, they just made it into a mash. And then the mash, like instantly, as soon as it came off the friggin' tractors, they put it in a blender and just like, a huge masher, like almost like a stone mill. And it just looked like grass that had been just sitting there forever, just rotting away like a compost. And from that is where they extract everything. They just load all that juice and all that other crap up, that they just, literally demolish the plant. And tons and
that
tons
was
of
for distillate?
That was for a whole bunch of things, because it's called Nova Farms. You can actually see what he does. Derek Ross is his name. But you can see he pretty much documents it. He's got the biggest growing mass. He's got a 50,000 cubic foot friggin' place in Fall River. He's had it now for 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, maybe even.
Nova's got a couple of nice locations, don't they? They got like Framingham.
Yeah, Nova does.
Nice.
And South Attleboro. South Attleboro is the original, the first one that he got approved for. He got approved for that like a month after. But he's also on a cannabis board up in British Columbia. He's been, he's very young. He's only about 33 years old, and just really made an empire of it. He's got obviously a real MD and a respected MD, not some quack on the board for the Nova Farms. And, he's got the connects, and it's all about the connects, as we all know. It's not about what it's who especially in that industry around here. So, he didn't, he's done so much at that level that, he didn't need a consultant. He is a consultant. And I mean a real consultant. No, not a guy that's like, you give him a list of things that you need to hoops to jump through, and he's looking at it going, yeah, we got to figure out what we got to do there. Geez, I don't know about that one. Geez, we got to figure out what we can do there. You want a consultant that's going to sit there and go, yeah, I know somebody there. I can talk to that connection I have there at the State House. I got this connection here. I got this. Yeah, we can. That's not a problem. Do you know what I mean? And that's the type of guy that he is at 33. You know, he's been doing builds out west, I guess, for 20 years, maybe 15 anyway.
Yeah,
Started
he's
it-
got the
yeah.
biggest outdoor grow.
Yeah, you
around
know how he
here, too.
started? Yeah, you know what
Yeah.
how he started? He started literally, he's a rough upbringing, man, in friggin' in Taunton, and his parents drug addicts, and at 18 he got a really good job at one of the 5-star or 2-star Michelin restaurants at Federal Hill in Providence, down Rhode Island, and he just banked his money for about 18 months, and he and his other friend started buying up buses, minibuses and coach buses, and turning them into the tour buses. You know what I mean? Like themed tour buses. Booze cruise buses and all that crap. And took the money from there and just started doing built out in Colorado and in California. I know he's been in California forever. So.
Hey, Charlie, I just want to say that you and Chris should have your own little channel. And I mean, I feel like I'm in an episode of Ray Donovan. It's
yeah, I'll shut up. I got stoned.
No, dude, I'm really loving it because I love that show. And
I don't smoke a lot.
I didn't know Chris was from Boston too. And then you throw Cheddar Bob in the mix, and
right,
you got something going here, guys. Is what I'm saying. I just wanted to chime in real quick and say that.
To be fair, until 1820, we were Massachusetts, so
right.
It's funny to look back on
New England, baby.
My ancestry birth certificates and to see they're born in Massachusetts, but I know that they were born here, like on the island in Maine. It's funny.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I like that. My family's originally from Nova Scotia, right north of you, Halifax to be exact. So
yeah, we so when the Damon family came from England, they landed in Nova Scotia. Right. I think it's Bethlehem.
Yeah.
Nova Scotia or Bethlehem, New Brunswick.
I think so.
Or
yeah, I don't know.
One of those. But they one went to the America side and lived on one side of the border, and the other one stayed in Nova Scotia. There were 3 brothers, and then one moved further down to I don't know where, Concord or Plymouth or something like that. So
sure. Yeah, I know that they came over to Nova Scotia because they couldn't come in the States during the famine, I believe it was, and I think my great grandfather or great grandfather. I think his great grandfather. He married an Indian woman, Native American up there, and then because they weren't letting everybody come straight into the ports here during, after 1851, 52, they started shutting the ports down the East Coast to the Irish. They wouldn't allow any of them, so that's why they kind of went down around Florida and went up to the Gulf, and a lot of them settled in Louisiana and Alabama and Mississippi, and but anyway. They crossed the border from the north. That's how they came down to Boston eventually. Because they crossed that way, and back then it was nothing. That's the family. That's the broad swath of the family story. I know we have a coat of arms, my family, because my father got it when I was young. He finally got a real copy from either Ireland or England. I can't remember which, because we're Irish and English and French Canadian, so a little Scottish in there too.
Yeah, it feels strange, like being from the East Coast. Both sides of my family both sides of my dad's family came over on the Mayflower. So and we have all that like lineage, my great grandma, like that was just part of our lifestyle.
The original Puritans, man.
Yeah, and I feel like people, like the further west you go, the less of that people seem to have,
right?
And I think it's something that we as East Coast people kind of take for granted, that we have that history, that recorded family history. It wasn't stolen from us like it was from people that came in from the boats after that, you know,
Right.
like Ellis Island, you know,
Yeah.
like they didn't, you know, they didn't have documents. They had stories and stuff, but no documents.
Right.
So,
Right. Yeah. They had
Good
nothing.
point. That's a good point. I really
Yeah.
think, see, that
Yeah.
makes you gravitate towards, what would that be? That wouldn't be nationalism. That would be, what would that be, Cheddar Bob?
tribalism,
There you go.
probably more so tribalism.
Like tribalism. Yeah.
Like my wife and I
Right.
were having this discussion the other night. She was like, you know, she's Sicilian, and she's like, I don't feel like any connection to Italy or Sicily. And she said, do you feel any connection to Scotland or Wales, where my family's from? And I've been there, and yeah, I do, you know, and I think it's through that recorded history that I've always had with my family, where she hasn't, you know. So I have always had that little, I call it like the family taproot, you know. So
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. That's I agree. I think that's one thing that we do every year. I think it's just instilled in our. I think it's regional too. I mean, I've been.
We have a much higher population on the East Coast.
Yes, we do, and we're yeah. There's no question about that. I mean, the Northeast, especially the Northeast, we have the rat race, for crying out loud. I mean, I moved to Southern Florida back in 1990, and I got a job at PGA National. You know, pro golf headquarters for the United States is down there in North Palm Beach, Palm Beach Gardens. But anyway, it was the only job I ever had them. I had a little Daihatsu, you know, one of those little mini dump trucks, you know, it had a little hydraulic, and it was a 3-speed, and they put the governor on it. And I didn't do any turf maintenance. I always tell everybody I had 86,000 square feet. They had 125. There was 5 golf courses. There's 125 people that took care of the greens, the fairways, and the tees, and the out of bounds. But I did all the formal gardens, masonry, and all that stuff. So nobody had been in my position in almost 6 months, and there was only 2 of us in the department. And the guy who was above me, my supervisor, he wasn't allowed to do any work at all. Literally, no manual labor was he allowed to do. He was the supervisor, and it was, you know, it's you know, a lot of rules because it's a pro, you know, it's a professional sport and all that stuff. So he wasn't allowed. But anyway, I had to run around to get 86,000 square feet in order for the first tournament that was coming up in like 3 weeks or something, and I did it. But I was cruising around so fast in that little Daihatsu that they had to come over. The head guy, John Johnson, comes over and goes, "Man, you got to slow down. You're scaring the shit out of the golfers, brother, coming over some of those berms and around the corners." And it's that north. My whole point, Northeast mentality. You know what I mean? I was young, I was full of shit, piss and vinegar, and I used to friggin' fly around. And you know, I couldn't work fast enough. So I lived in Arizona. Out in Arizona, they don't move as fast as us in the Northeast either.
Oh, we drive like total assholes.
That's
you
a
know
fact.
You know,
That's a
something
fact,
about
man.
the workforce and the licensing, like trade licensing of Maine. It's funny is that I believe every other state will accept licensing from Maine. Like if you go to another state with a plumbing license or something like that, you can start working as a licensed plumber or whatnot. But Maine doesn't accept anyone else's license. Like it's kind of like
That's weird.
Kind of like the fuck you
the North.
laws or the fuck
Yeah.
you law or whatever.
What's that?
Is that the
They
fuck
have high standards.
Yeah, I don't know about high standards, but the Northeast has a work ethic that's, you know, supposedly known countrywide. You know, if you get
I saw a
someone from
meme.
the Northeast, we're generally really good workers.
They say if you get enough guys from the Northeast together, they'll eventually start building a cabinet or something. Like
Yeah,
that.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was like, I think it was a New England meme, but I thought it was funny.
Definitely a fire.
It's funny
like
if you ever
fire.
has anybody watched that mini series with Paul Giamatti, Adams, about John Adams? Anybody watched it? Because they show in the beginning, it's all in Boston because that's where he lived. But they show just the regular, average, everyday Bostonian, and because they were the ones that went up against the redcoats and testifying against them, and it's almost a real depiction of what we're still like to this day, the way they depict them in the miniseries.
You're talking about the Sam Adams?
Yeah.
That was a great
Yeah.
one. That was a great
Yeah, in the beginning, how they were all rough
John
and they were
Adams.
working down. We're still like that. Yeah, John Adams. Yeah.
I'm
Sam
about to
Adams
dip
is
out,
the beer.
y'all.
John Quincy.
Have a great night,
Everything around
everybody.
here. Good night, Jack. Cheers, man.
Good to see you,
Love the
brother.
punch. Got me
What time
sleepy
is
over
it?
here. It's only 11:13 over here on
Yeah,
the West Coast.
Yeah.
I got to answer a few DMs. People are blowing me up, and I'm trying to
Yeah, I hear you.
get back to some of the people and probably
Right on, man. It's good
choke
to
one
see you,
more bowl
brother.
and go down. But
Good to see you. I hope I see you more. Let's see what
Hi,
my
Rice
Jack.
Farm,
schedule's
Cheddar
like.
Bob, Bingus,
Yeah, man.
Ganja,
Peace.
Smiley, Buddha Boy, and the Eagle. Great night tonight.
Cheers,
This was a
Jack.
really special
Yeah, good to
episode.
see you.
It's like honestly felt like a reunion and seeing so many people I haven't seen in so long. I always love fucking talking shit with Eagle, but this was an especially good time, and there's been some especially good episodes lately. So just keep up the good shit, and have a great night, everybody. I'll be in the chat for a
Ciao,
little bit
ciao.
and hanging around. Peace and
Thanks,
love,
Jack.
always.
Thanks,
Great
Jack.
show, the U.S. Club. Thank you, brother.
There he is. There's Eagle.
I am
I've
gonna
been here.
follow.
I've been here.
I'm gonna follow
I-
Jack out. I got work to do early in the morning, but I wanted to come
Yeah.
on, say hi, and dominate the talking portion of the show. So I think my job was accomplished. Thank you very much.
Superhero Cheddar Bob, good to see you, buddy.
Right on,
Always
Cheddar.
nice to see you, Bingus. Smiley.
See you, man.
Cheers, Cheddar.
I'm actually also jumping out with you. I gotta get up
Alright.
and wash my grain.
Buddha
Yes,
boy,
Smiley, your eyes
Always a
were
pleasure.
dipping there, buddy.
You rocks, Cheddar Bob. You rocks.
Good to see you,
And
Smiley.
so do you,
Cheers,
Smiley.
Bob.
We'll hold
Smile.
down the
Charlie.
us flatlanders will hold down the fort.
Yeah, Charlie, this is the first time I've run into you, so
Yeah, man.
it was a pleasure. We could talk up a storm all night, but
Yeah. Maine ain't far in my book, brother. So
all right, man.
we might take a ride. You never know.
Yeah, Acadia National Park. You know where it is.
Yeah, I'll hit you up for sure. No doubt, man.
Yeah, man.
Nothing. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, but-
I got a little surprise that I just found out I had today. Well, got today, I should say, from my brother. Came straight from MIT. So, if you know anything about MIT.
I do.
So, yeah, it's with
Is he
the
in-
original
is he in the-
LSD-25.
Is he in the chemical engineering department?
He sure is.
I know a few people in the chemical engineering department as well.
Yeah, right on, man.
Yeah, cool.
Right on. Yeah,
Awesome.
I haven't done it for
All right.
years, so we've been thinking about coming up to Maine. So, to do it.
Rock on.
Peace. Be good.
See ya. Ganja Grower, have a great night. I'm out. Peace.
Cheers, Cheddar.
Sorry, Ego, you were gonna say something.
Oh, I'm just saying by Cheddar Bob. That's a Mr. Smile. Are you popping out too? Did you say?
Yeah. No, I gotta get up early and hang out with the grandson tomorrow. So, a couple hours earlier than I normally do. So, that is what it is.
Grandpa, the jungle gym tomorrow morning. Gotta love that.
He's awesome. Yeah, he loves walking around in the yard. He can't. Yeah, he likes it outside, so it'll be nice. Just get him out in the garden, hang out. Be cool.
Right on.
That's awesome.
Yeah, good to see you, Chris. And
You too, Smiley.
And Buddha Boy.
Smiling. Keep smiling, buddy.
Oh yeah, man. Good to see you guys.
Smiley, you have a good
Right on,
night.
man.
Have
Night,
a good
brother.
Sunday. Or tomorrow.
Yeah, good.
I can hang. I just gotta do a little work while I'm on camera while I'm hanging. That's all. I'm gonna do some work. Just start mixing some cocoa behind me. but
Dude,
can chill.
I don't get a chance to hang this as long as I have tonight, so I'm going with it. You know what I mean? I'm going
Right on,
with it.
Bingus.
Yeah, baby. I'll repack.
It's good to see you, Bingus. So it's nice to be in the same space, sharing your positive energy and your strong intuitions. So I saw you looking pretty cool in that photo on Instagram myself. And I just say, everybody has this vital force in them. I think it is kind of like a spirit of cannabis,
I agree. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate that very much. Appreciate everybody, really. I try not to offend. It's hard to have an opinion and not offend, however. And I have a few.
That's good though.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. If everybody thought and did what I thought and did, it would be a boring world, man. And a very, very boring world. Variety is the spice of life. That's a fact.
But I love the different dialects. It's just like in like I was listening to our British buddies over there, right? They started noticing all the different. Okay, now is that like a Southern England accent? Is that a Northern England accent? And different variances of the dialect. And tonight it's just a pleasure to listen to. And it's so, like I said, I thought I was in an episode of Ray Donovan. It's like, and that dude, I watched that episode. I watched that series more than once. So I mean, it's so fucking cool to me. And hanging with the Buddha, dude. Much respect, brother. Chris over there, the church dance girl things. Try not to be a dick. I like that one. I think isn't that the first commandment?
I'm working on that one. I got the first two down pat, man. The third one's a pain in the ass, man.
It is. I hear you. But man, it's trying to get more back and involved in YouTube. It's been slowing things down a little bit and get back into connecting, which I don't know, I kind of lost track of. Things are coming together, I think, too, in the world. I noticed I was watching, like, I don't usually watch sports, right? But I was watching, or I peeked in on a TV coverage of the NBA, of an NBA game. I'm not even sure who was playing, but the stands were full and nobody had a mask on. And I was like, dude, I got this rush of goodness. Like, wow. I mean, the CCP doesn't control the NBA anymore. That's awesome, And so it's like I have a feeling things are going to not go back to normal, but go to a better, hopefully a better normal, if that makes sense. I don't think we ever go back. God, if I could, you know what I mean?
Fucking 16 months of being everything shut down, no live music. Fucking, oh, it's ridiculous.
Dude, it's just
a long time.
I'd watched some of those games, Chris, in empty stands. It just wasn't the same, man.
Oh, it's horrible. Imagine being a player, having to play in that shit, like an empty stadium. The only thing you can hear yourself, all you can hear is the chatter of your teammates.
The bouncing of the ball.
There's no home field advantage because, the home field, they're not, the crowd isn't intimidating anybody. There is no crowd. Sad.
So I was very, very enlightened when I saw that. I was like, you know what? It's like the difference between black and white or good and evil. You know what I mean? It's like that type of a statement. And I hope we see more of that. I'm pretty sure we will. I don't think the dark will. It can't. It just doesn't. It's never went. Every story I've ever read, the bad guys usually lose. You know what I mean? Right. So I wish we could get to the last fucking chapter, though. God dang it! You know what I'm saying?
I just wanted to say one thing, and it's not like a deep insight, but I'm just surprised we made it economically, because a lot of the labor force and things like that came to a standstill, and people were confused about what was going on, and they didn't have a lot of resources. So I'm just saying, as far as like spreading society thin, somehow we came out of this a little stronger, is my impression.
Very well said. Very well said.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of shit isn't in stock though. Like we've got supply issues coming forward, and inflation is ridiculous. So there's definitely some issues, but yeah, like bikes and stuff like that. Uh, there's none available. Can't buy any bikes. If you got any bikes, e-bikes like are uh, basically going for a premium. You can't if you could find a way to get some here to the East Coast, I could sell them in a second.
Really?
Yeah, all our bike shops have no products. They have nothing to sell anybody. They're just doing service.
That's fucking weird. Huh. I have to think about that. Now, why is that? You know what I mean? That's weird. They just want you, they don't want nobody moving around, basically.
So I can't help but acknowledge it. They're fucking laughing at. I know that's I'm almost positive that's Psycho fucking Coco. Charlie's beating the shit out of the background over there. But they're like, holy shit, they're watching him in chat. They're going, man, he beat the shit out of that bag. And one person says here, what kind of soil you gotta beat the shit out of before you use it? And I believe that answer is Psycho. Is that in the directions of Psycho? That step one, beat the shit out of this bag.
I love it. That's getting your
You
workout
muted,
in.
Charlie.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You gotta beat the shit. And yes, it is Psycho. So I am Psycho. I'm Psycho on Psycho.
You know,
Yeah.
Charlie, one time I worked for a roofing company that was owned by the Schmatzes, who were professional hockey players back in the 60s. And I don't ice skate, okay? And they would always go out one day a week to the rink. And they took me one fucking time. They put fucking skates on me and pushed me out on the fucking ice and had their way with me, bro. And I'm telling you, I never really wanted to ice skate after that. You talk about bad
You
hips.
talking about Bobby Schmatz? He played for the
Yeah.
Bruins.
Yeah, he did.
Bobby was the fucking worst, buddy.
Schmatzy. Yeah.
He was
a tough son of a bitch, man.
Arnie
Yeah.
owned the company, and Cliff Cliff was the nice guy, and he in regular play he was the mean motherfucker, but he was the guy helping me out every fucking time, dude. I was young and strong and full of shit, and boy, they made me fucking pay for it. I'm telling you. How the fuck do you even stand up on those goddamn things, man?
Strong ankles, man.
Anyway, that's what I think. I love to watch the game.
And bull legs.
Love to watch the game, especially when they throw the gloves off and shit. But that's the last time I ever have been on ice. Just saying.
Yeah, my father actually gave me my first pair of skates. My older brother and I, he was 5, I was 4, and they were from like 1954. Yeah, 1969. And yeah, just and in fact, he said we took figure skating lessons actually way back then, and because my father said that every good professional hockey player started with figure skates because that's where you learn the basics, and then graduate to hockey skates.
I'll tell you a funny story. Bobby, okay, he was the most pretentious. His son worked for the police department, okay, and he kept his dad out of fucking trouble because Bobby was always getting into it. I ain't shitting you, always. And we'd go out and go bidding roofs, Arnie and I, his older brother, and we'd come back and we'd hear, and Bobby would be sitting there with his fucking skates on, oiled up, with a divot that's in the middle of his desk, with his feet up, with his fucking skates on, taking a nap. And these were hockey players. It must be a culture.
It is because you know that's why I told the story about Dave Jensen and how we met and how we wanted to fight. It's like it's a mindset, man. These guys have a mindset, and they have to be, and they're ruthless. And I'm not kidding. I mean, that's you. Your story, Bingus, reminds me of his story. When he was 3, he had 2 older brothers. Chris was one of them. He was supposed to actually go pro, but they had a pond, trout pond, right behind him, just a small little man-made lake, maybe 50 feet by 50 feet. But anyway, they used to put him on skates and put him on the ice, and they would literally just shit on him the whole time because he was so young, and they were at least, you know, probably 6, 7 years older than him. And he swore that one day, he said it to me. He goes, Bill, I swore one day they were just pushing me and checking me and all this other stuff, and you know, picking on me. And he goes, I swore in my head, I said, I'm just gonna become better than them. And they did. And Chris, he ended up coaching, I think, or being assistant coach at BC or something like that. But and that was his mindset, though. It was ruthless. I mean, I couldn't believe it when he said, "You want to fight and we'll be friends afterwards." And I'm like, "What the hell? Who the hell is this kid?" And that's in 7th grade. 7th grade. And then when he got so much publicity right before he went on to training camp that first summer, he came up. Man, we had been up like 3 nights blasting lines, you know, and he comes up to me at like 5 in the morning. He goes, Bill, he goes, I got 2 weeks until training camp. He goes, I'm scared shit. He goes, those guys have it out for me, you know, all the other hockey players, because he was getting so much publicity, and he was the young buck coming up. And he had a target on his back. Supposedly O'Reilly got him against the boards on his 3rd professional game and threw his back out, and he never really played again. He actually got traded down to the Capitals, their rookie year as a franchise. And then he really didn't do anything. I think he stayed a year or 2. That's it. But he had a guaranteed contract. Back then he got $60,000 a year for 5 years, no matter what. Even if he broke his leg, he still got $60,000 for 5 years, and he got $125,000 bonus just for the signing bonus.
It's sad though, because from that era to the next era up, how difference in pay it went in just one decade. They went from making these short change small contracts. These guys were signed for less than $1 million.
They were joking.
Even the top talent.
Yeah,
because even Jensen was still I don't remember where he was he was a big pick.
Yeah, he was. He was like I said, he was the first 17-year-old ever to sign an NHL contract.
Yeah, he was like number 20 or something.
83. He had just come off the Olympic. He just played. Well, he played in the '84 Olympics, and then he went to right after that is when he went to the Whalers. He played
and then one decade later, these guys are getting $4, $6, $8 million fucking.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
All I know is I made Arnie Schmutz a lot of fucking money. Commercial roofs go for millions of dollars.
Oh,
I was one of his top estimators and negotiators. And I had about a 5-year run there where it was pretty good. But I got to tell you, man, it wasn't a very professionally run outfit. You know what I mean? There was
I installed roofs for 2 years when I was 19. That was enough for me, Bingus.
Well, dude, the Arnie there'd be a fist fight once a fucking week.
It's a hockey player for you.
Just with the fucking brothers, you know, and then the kids, and it got to be, and I wasn't really, I mean, I could hold my own, but I usually tried to stay the fuck out of the way, especially Bobby. Bobby was
he was good.
Kind of a freak of fucking nature. I mean, very strong for his size.
Yeah, that's why he played the pros back then. I mean, no mouthpieces, no masks, no helmets, barely have any shin pads or elbow pads. Shoulder pads were just, you know, a couple of paper towels. Just imagine. I mean, they were spitting chiclets like there was no tomorrow, man. I mean, I just remember Cherry Chivas when he was the first one to ever wear a mask as a goalie. First one. And he used to put the stitch marks every time a puck hit his mask. After the game, he'd take a magic marker and he'd make it into a stitch mark. So, it was, and he was the very first one. And it wasn't until the mid 70s that did like all the goalies start wearing them, and even helmets and face masks didn't come in until the 80s. Oh man, you had to be tough. You had to take that, literally, you had to eat pucks, man. They didn't have no teeth, none of them.
Arnie's company, the small league team that we had in Portland was Buckaroo, the Buckaroos, and the name of his roofing company was Buckaroo Thermoseal, and he
Was
ruled.
that like Saskatoon, isn't it? Isn't that East Saskatoon, Saskatchewan?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he ruled the roofing industry in downtown Portland, and he was a great guy. I spent a lot of time with Arnie, got to know him real well. His brothers were fucking crazy. Seriously, Bobby and Cliff were a little off, and I think there was another one too. I can't remember, quite frankly. Fuck, that was a long time ago, man. But my dad was a huge fan. My dad died when I was young, and I remember telling Cliff we were driving around because he loved Cliff smarts. I go, if my dad knew that I was sitting next to you in a car right now, he would flip in his grave. And Cliff really liked that. Cliff was a really gentle guy inside. But man, out of all of them, I'd put my money on Cliff because he had the techniques. You know, he could knock them out pretty easily. Crazy game, hockey, guys. Sorry.
I used to love some hockey too. I grew up watching it as well. My dad was a big fan. I played a lot of pond hockey back in the day. I mean, it's just what you did around me. We had them by our farm fields, and you'd find that one low spot in the farm field, and that was what we did all fucking winter and shit. Good times, man. Good times.
My favorite player back in the 70s was for the Bruins was Derek Sanderson. And I'm sure anybody from this area knows his legacy. He used to live in my hometown there too, where my folks just moved from. He was my younger brother's baseball coach, I think he was. But the skates were so bad back then that Bobby Orr and Derek Sanderson, even Phil Esposito to this day, they have a hard time walking because their knees are so bad, and their knees are jammed, from the hockey. Bobby Orr, I saw him once in my hometown. They used to have a celebrity softball game with Derek Sanderson and Bobby Orr, and they couldn't even walk to the pitcher's mound. They had to get help because their knees couldn't keep them up, and somebody would walk them out to the mound. But Derek Sanderson, you want to, hockey players, they really haven't changed too much, except they got to keep their partying down. But look up Derek Sanderson and his legacy. I mean, he used to get so drunk before the games that he'd go, that's when he used to take his shirt off, go over to the Canadian bench or the opposing team's bench, and want to take them all on and invite them on the ice to fight because he was, no joke. I got to meet him once. He sobered his act up finally. He got the biggest contract at the time back then. I think it was in 72 or 71, $3 million. Which was huge. And he bought a bar. This is the way he tells the story. He goes, I got that contract and I went out and bought a bar in Boston and I bought the whole world a drink. He was broke in a year. He drank it all. He ended up in Toronto, homeless on a bench, and he grabbed a bottle out of another bum's hand. And the bum obviously got in a fight with him. And he goes, don't you know who I am? And he goes, yeah, you're another bum just like me. And I guess that kind of woke him up a little bit, and he ended up straightening his ass up. But they were all ruthless, man. They were real heavy partiers. But they were, just on the ice, like you were saying, Mingus, man. It literally is a culture. I mean, my younger brother, when he was playing in college, it was like that. That's why you can't, they boot you out for anything now. You even cross-check too many times, they freaking boot you out of the game when you're in college. But you don't see so many fights anymore. They're not allowed to have the fights. Remember Terry O'Reilly, Scarface? He used to go up in the stands, for Christ's sakes, and go after fans at the Garden too, at his home ice. Yeah, he didn't care.
Yeah. Like I said, luckily they have a relative in the police department.
Right.
The worst is when they do it and they're in Montreal and go in the stands and get arrested by the Montreal police. It's happened a few times. Actually, the Montreal police have come on the ice and arrested Bruins at the Montreal game.
Fuck, that's dangerous. Amazing. Yeah. Interesting culture.
There's no love lost. I think we can agree as Canadians is there's Canadians and then there's Montreal, Quebec.
Yeah.
It's like it's very different. There's two different Canadas.
Hey, remember when Mayor Flynn wanted to make it a friggin' a felony if they got in a fight on the ice or something like that years and years ago? He was trying to actually make it a law where professional hockey players would get, a felony charge if they fought on the ice because it was getting so violent or something, which was just bullshit.
Well, that was the height of the Stan Jonathan era, so I can see why.
Right.
It was pretty ridiculous. The guy was just beating the tar. I mean, it was just blood everywhere.
Yeah. I actually worked out. You remember Jay Miller? You remember him back in the late 80s? He was our go-to.
Is he still in Falmouth?
I don't know, to be honest with you, but I used to work out of his grandmother's garage in Wellesley. She lived in Wellesley, right off of Route 9. And this was back in, when was this, 87, 88, right around there, anyway, for the summer.
Yep.
I was, landscape company. And she's sweetheart of a woman. And she was really old at the time. But anyway, she let me use her phone all the time. And I go into the guest bedroom that she had, and there was a huge picture of him in his UNH uniform, though, his UNH picture. And it was sick. It was like huge. It was almost life size. She had it framed beautifully. And I said something to her. I can't remember. And she said something along the lines like, I couldn't believe this was coming from an old lady. She was like 78 at the time. And she said something like, yeah, he goes, he's got that Miller anger or something like that. And then she goes, he'll kick anybody's ass. He won't back down from any fight, something like that. But the way she said it for an old lady, it was kind of funny. You can see where he kind of got it. You know what I mean? That mean streak.
Basically,
he's an animal.
You're gonna have to kill him, basically.
Right. Yeah. What a great picture, though. I just never forget that. I was like, because I had no idea who she was until I saw that picture. And I'm like, oh my God, that's Jay Miller. And she goes, yeah, that's my grandson. I'm like, oh, no shit. Okay.
Every team needs at least one goon, one heavyweight that can beat the tar out of anybody. That used to be the way. Nowadays, it's not really.
Yeah.
It's more of you look for the power forward.
Yeah.
It was just like,
I can't believe they lost the other night, man.
Really play like they used to play football either. I mean, that's how I broke my neck, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like Chris was saying too, the contracts, back until it wasn't until beginning to mid '80s where they started getting anything that was even decent, and they're playing, back then they play with a friggin' broken arm, dislocated shoulder, and they were ruthless guys. My wife actually, she was a flight attendant for years, and she met a few old timers, but the one she'll never forget, she says, was Johnny Unitas. She met him in first class one flight.
Cool.
Yeah, gave her an autograph, and she said he was one of the kindest, real, genuine gentlemen that you'd ever meet. Like just the way he talked to you and the vibe that came from him. He was like just a super, super nice guy. She said, real respectful and yeah. Who was the other guy back then too? Not Johnny. Who was the other heavyweight back in the 50s? I was thinking about him the other day. I can't think of his name. He was Native American or half Native American.
Oh, Sonny.
The football player?
Yeah, Sonny something.
Back in the 50s?
Yeah.
He was a running back or something, right? Wasn't he?
I thought it was Sonny something. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, he was excellent. Dude,
It's going to kill me.
Really, if you go back.
Yeah. I mean, I grew up, the Steelers were it, man. They won those 4 Super Bowls. Rocky Blyer's nephew was my biology teacher at Catholic Memorial. Brother Blyer. Yeah, they were my team.
I played with a bunch of guys that we started in Pop Warner together, and we set Pop Warner history in 1969 playing a whole season without being scored upon or defeated. And that team went into high school, took all the championships, and then went on to many of the guys went pro, and I had the pleasure of that experience, right? How to win, basically on winning teams, great coaches, just some good fundamentals of life, right? But then when you go to the pro level, back then it was anabolic steroids and that kind of shit. And I used to train with a couple guys that were pro, and they would fucking take the Gorilla Juice in their hip every time they worked out, and they wanted me to do it. And I said, no way. I mean, I'm not. I mean, by the way, they're dead. I'm still alive. Just saying. But they'd get pissed off because they had to lower the weight for me and all this kind of shit. But it kind of warped. You know what I mean? You take that childhood relationship that I had with both these guys. I grew up with them, played ball with them my whole life, and they start taking this steroid shit that put pimples all over you and just changes your attitude and fucks you up, man. Because Dave, he ended up with a beautiful wife and 3 children and a hole in his heart at 42, you know. And so the money aspect of pro athletics is really kind of giving me a bad taste in my mouth. I really don't even watch pro sports anymore, except for the other night I happened to catch that NBA game, which really gave me hope for the future. Sorry guys, I kind of went on a tangent there. Just trying to keep up with Charlie though.
Hey guys, I've been listening like a fly on the wall, and I feel like it's been an honor. You know, we're gonna have to shoot the shit again in the future. I really enjoyed your story, Charlie. I'm up in Alaska, so I hear what you're saying. I'm about 10 years behind you, but I really respect your drive, and I like your competitive drive too, because it's like this life is really one of those things that you got to be athletic to get through it.
Right on, Buddha Boy. It's a pleasure to meet you too, man. It's a pleasure to meet you. You're up in Alaska, sure. Huh, man? That must be awesome. I'll be honest.
It's
Glacier
so
Bay
awesome.
Is one of my bucket list is go to Glacier Bay, and I'm not kidding. I wanted to go there for my honeymoon. No, I didn't do anything for my honeymoon, but my wife wanted to go to Hawaii. I wanted to go to Glacier Bay. Talk about opposites, right? Hawaii.
Yeah.
But I'd love to go to Alaska, man. Love it.
Well, I'll encourage you in that goal. And if you ever need a contact up here, I certainly help you as much as I can. But, going to Glacier Bay, it's such a, epic experience. You see the glaciers falling calving right into the water and things like that.
Yeah,
and, there's a place near Anchorage called Portage Glacier too, where you can see kind of a smaller version of that type of thing. And it's really epic. It kind of makes you humble. So,
I bet. I've seen the Grand Canyon, man, and that really, and I was young, started putting my life in perspective a bit when I saw that. And to see all that beauty up there, you have it. I mean, you have it all. I mean, it's one of my favorite states.
Halibut.
There's a lot of good people. I'm going to bow out right now. We'll talk real soon. And Eagle.
Cheers, Buddha.
For sure.
Cheers, Buddha.
Sure, guys. So,
have a good night. Sorry, I didn't mean to hold you up. Sorry.
No. I enjoyed the conversation. I'm just going to save a little bit for the next time. Thanks a lot.
Peace. Ciao.
It's always
Ciao, bella.
I love me some halibut. They have the best. I mean, we used to have halibut here, but it's no longer. We've overfished them. But up by Buddha Boy is like the only halibut fishery left.
Really?
Yeah, they've overdone it.
I like
Rogers Bank, everything. It's just they've just really overfished it, to say the least.
Halibut fish and chips, man. There's nothing.
That's why it's always so controversial about when they try to come in and regulate, so that they don't lose fisheries. You know what I mean? It's such
halibut fish and chips would be kick-ass. I wish somebody would do that. That's a fancy fish to be doing fish and chips with. That'd be awesome.
That's the way they used to do it in the old days.
Right? Before that, now it's like you're lucky if you get pollock.
I know, right? Yeah. Yeah.
I used to own a seafood market, man. I mean, finding good halibut.
Oh man, yeah.
Not easy. It's very expensive. But you can find all that pollock and all the other varieties of the lower bottom feeding fish. Seafood market is it's a decent business, but it'll work you to death. And I got out of it after 4 years quickly. But it was kind of fun. I drive by it almost every day and I go, oh, I wonder who owns it now. It's like one of those things, You're never going to make a fortune, but you can make a decent living.
Yeah, it's got to be tough.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Nowadays, I mean, the fish is not that good, my friends. You got to get basically farm grown and know the farm because, and then you're paying a premium and it's just hard. It's just hard.
I can catch 8 winter flounder, nice sized, off my dock in like 30 minutes at the right tide each day. So, and they're fresh, clean, perfect.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So these days, it's just a pain in the ass to clean them, but
yeah,
that's the only fish. I don't buy it in the fish market anymore. I just
I wouldn't. I really would.
My godfather goes fishing for flounder still.
Oh, they're in thick, Charlie. There's these days. The fishery's only gotten stronger every year.
Really? Yeah, I bet.
Back east,
especially now that they've cleaned up the waters a bit over the last 30 years.
I'm sure you guys got better seafood back there.
One thing I like about living around here is the seafood. I'm a seafood. I don't care if it comes from the ocean. I'll try it. I don't care.
That's awesome.
If I haven't tried it already, I'll eat it. I don't care if it's live or dead.
Yeah. We have good oysters out of the bay. And
yeah, do you?
Oh,
yeah, we got the well fleets down here, man. Over here, I should say, not down here, over here. Because you're in Oregon, right? So you're over there. So
actually, it comes out of Puget Sound in Washington is the best place for it.
Yeah.
That's some cold ass ocean temperatures there,
eh? They show up around here every once in a while.
Puget Sound. I mean, does that even get to high 60s, or does it stay usually?
It's pretty cool up
there. Yeah.
Hey, speaking of which, Chris, did you hear about the guy down in Provincetown that got swallowed by a freaking humpback yesterday?
Yeah, dude, he's like, he's a Gloucester guy. And funny thing about him is that in a tournament down in Costa Rica, like literally like 30 years ago, he almost died in a plane crash. And it was a wonder that he didn't die that time. And then he gets swallowed by a fucking whale and lives again.
Oh shit! Huh?
The guy's got 9 lives.
Is his name Jonah, or what was his name?
Right?
Yeah. Straight out the old good book.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Guy was still in shock when he was coming out of the car when I saw him in the little news clip.
What a
butt hanging out of his mouth.
Be writing a book, what a story to tell your kids. I mean, holy fuck.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah. Kidding
Guys,
me?
I'm going to drop out. I'm going to leave it up to
Bingus.
you all to finish out. Thank you, Eagle. Appreciate it. And Boston crew, thank you guys very much.
Bingus, cheers, brother. Ciao.
Everybody,
Bingus.
have a great one. All right.
Cheers, man.
Ciao.
Cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you, Bingus. What's up, boys? How you been, man? Chris Mertz, it's been forever. How you been, man?
Mertzy's a funny son of a bitch, I'll tell you.
Good, man. I'm psyched that we finally fucking got sporting events and shit.
Once I figured out, we, you were from around here, I was like, holy shit, man. No wonder he's got a great attitude.
Oh
we
yeah,
together sometime, right? You know that?
We bounced around the same areas for sure.
No doubt. I'm down in the North End at least 2 or 3 times a week, so I better go down there and get my hair cut.
Yeah, I'm there in 20 minutes.
Yeah. So right down Route 1, you're there. Bam. Right? 495, Route 1, either way.
Oh man,
Or
I just take the
90,
train.
95?
It's so much faster.
Oh yeah.
It's literally comes right. I mean, I'm a 3 minute walk really
Oh, nice. You shoot
to
right
the
into North
train.
Station. Yeah, no
Yeah, and it's
doubt.
basically you get double the trains where I'm at. So I get 40 trains a day in and out
Holy shit. Yeah.
each way. So
Wow.
it's almost like
Like a
having an
private commuter.
orange line.
Yeah.
You
That's a
know,
lot of
there's a
trains,
lot of
man. I mean,
trains. Yeah,
I used to
actually,
take the
it's
commuter rail
shrunk
every
back now
day.
with COVID, but it used to be
Yeah.
40 trains each way.
No shit, man. Yeah, we should. I mean, I don't have a lot of time. I don't know if they're ever going to do a rally this year. That's already probably been canceled, right? You know, the freaking summer. I don't want to wait that long, though.
I don't
When I
know
go into
what's
Boston, I'm alone too. I don't have my wife. Usually 90% of the time, I don't have my wife and daughter with me. So that's a good thing.
Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, I usually have to, I go to Everett first. That's where my brother is. So I go to Everett first and I go in town. Yeah, I gotta pick up
99.
food. Dude, where I live, there's no good restaurants. There's literally, I mean, and I know I'm spoiled. I'm from Boston and surrounding areas. So, you know, I'm used to a good steakhouse or a good seafood.
So you see all the Bruins over there in the North End too. All the bees live over there still.
Yeah. Actually, I have my picture with most of them. I actually took out when they won the cup back in 2011. My friend owns did own a couple of parking garages down there. I don't want to say their last name, but and they used to park there all the time. And after they won it, Tyler Sagan went out when he got his bonus for winning the cup. He went out and got a $250,000 Mercedes. I forget exactly what it was. 2-door coupe. I know that, man. The thing was friggin' sick. And he came in because he was going to my friend's Messamino's restaurant right there on Endicott Street. So they were parking him and it was Tyler Sagan and Marshawn and Tuukka or Tuke. And I didn't know who Tuke was. So he pulls in with his brand new car, Sagan, and he parks the thing and they go over to do the thing. Before they did, I'm like, hey man, I said, do me a favor. I had no idea who Tuke was at the time because it was, who was the goalie back then, the redhead, I always forget his name. And but I asked Tuke to take a picture in front of the car with me and Sagan and Marshawn, and he laughed. He's like, he whispered to Marshawn, he goes, he doesn't know who I am. And I didn't. I had no idea who the hell he was at the time. Yeah, I swear to God. Yeah, he took my phone and took the photos. And then we took the car out for a spin, bro. We took that fucking beast for a fucking ride around the block for sure. Thing was sick. Went all the way through Charlestown, did a nice quick little 10-minute turnaround in Thompson Square. Yeah, I think it was awesome. Sorry, I'm babbling.
Yeah, the North End is great. It's just still safe. Like my daughter were to live in Boston, it would be in the North End. I know that.
Same here.
The
My daughter was
neighborhood would look
conceived.
out for her.
My daughter was conceived right there on Salem Street.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Ernesto's, the pizza place.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another friend of mine who owns that. And, I used to live right across the street.
So then you know the Dardinos.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Oh, Annette.
Yeah, I haven't put it this way. I don't think I know him personally. I know that name.
Yeah.
What street are they from?
I've worked with them for a long time with that family.
Yeah. Yeah, the Spagnolas, Spagnolas,
Yeah.
Contractors. Yeah, Spags, Anthony Spags and all those guys, Teresa. And then, did Nicky D'Amore, he owned D'Amore's. He just passed away, but he was one of my oldest friends down there. But even Kenny that owned the old Ace Hardware, he's actually from my hometown originally. But when the old man died, Dave, he sold it, made millions. Or I think he developed
he held out to the last minute and they made it into the
he hated that
high rise out of it.
He literally hated that place. Kenny, the son, he couldn't stand it. He was a miserable prick. I worked for him for a little while. He was a miserable man. He just wanted the father to die so we get rid of it. That's all he wanted to do.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sad to say. And the old man was a World War II vet. He was friends with Nicky, my friend Nicky. Yeah. But
So
yeah, he
fun.
sure did, man. He cashed in for the fucking next thing I know. And I was going, because I moved out west. I'm out by Worcester now. I'm in the Blackstone Valley. So
Nice
that's when
and
I gotta be.
quiet.
Yeah, it is very quiet. I'm not a big fan of the town school system, but it's a quiet town. That's all that matters. You know, that's
You can't
I
go
don't like.
wrong in
I'm
this
not a
state,
big
though.
Worcester fan, bro. I'm not a big Worcester fan. Sorry, anybody from Worcester out there, I'm so sorry, but I grew up when it's still the same. It hasn't changed in 50 years. That's for sure. It's only got worse. Sorry to say. Sorry, Chris. What were you saying?
No, I was. I don't even know.
Yeah, right. I'm babbling anyway again. Eagle's still around? Who's still on here with us? I don't even know.
Yeah,
Just
he's
left.
still right here.
I'm still here. I'm still
There he is.
here.
You know what? I have a nice friggin' piece of finger hash from trimming some huckleberry cookies last couple of
Eagle's
days.
on his 7th joint of the since I've been on.
Right on.
Oh fuck!
We should take a walk in my flower room. The lights are off, but we took a walk in my flower room. It's a it's a fucking mess. I just put in some monsters that I'm almost 6 feet. They got to be at least 6.5, 7 feet. And they just went in 3 days ago.
Oh shit!
Yeah, and then I got more in there. I got some that are finished, and I transplanted them and then shot them into flower just a little bit too quick. I should have let them settle in for another few days or a week, but I didn't. I needed something in there. This place, I got a couple places. This place here is a perpetual. So, and then the ones behind that though, they were huge and they're on week. I think they're 7.5 weeks old, and they're almost 8. Some of them almost 8 feet. I got them staked
Wow.
up and tomato caged, and you name it. Yeah, those I let settle in a little too long because I couldn't even make it back here. I couldn't make it back here because I got so many other places that, and I don't have time to do a lot of maintenance in this place either because I'm running around. So when I get here, sometimes all I can do is water them. That's it. I got time to water.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, you got great ceiling height there, though.
Yeah, I do. That's the only fortunate thing. Thank God. Thank God. I
Fucking
love this
trees,
place.
baby.
I
Yeah.
could definitely do it. I could run it a little bit more efficiently, but this is kind of the one that's just like, all right, it is what it is. I can't sink a lot of money into it, but enough to keep everything dialed in. That's about it, man. No controllers, no flood tables, nothing. So everything's hand wanted here.
Right on.
Yeah, which I don't really mind because when they do get my attention, they get my attention. So anyway, they're huge. We'll take a walk in a few minutes if you guys want. See if I can get a light on them. They came out pretty good, some of them. And I just got rid of a huge thrip. Not huge. I had a little corner that had a little infestation. They loved that GMO. They wouldn't go to any other plant but the GMO almost.
Really?
Yeah, and then listen to this. This is funny too. Is this place? I got mice here, and the mice over the last couple of years. I know somebody. I'm on the 3rd floor, man. So mice don't make it. If you know anything about a warehouse, they don't make it to the 3rd floor unless there's a food source or somebody brings them up here. And there's no food source, but a couple people moved in, or a gang of kids moved in, and they must have brought them with them for sure. Because all of a sudden, because I had been here for 7 years before they moved in, not a mouse ever. All of a sudden, 2 months after they move in, I'm seeing friggin' damage, and I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? And sure enough, mice, and but they gravitate only to the Hell's Angel. Like even in the flower room, I lost one. In fact, it's still in there. The one I'll show you the damage.
Man, are they chewing through the pot, or are they?
Yeah, they sharpen their teeth on the
Yeah,
friggin' on the trunk.
Yeah.
But only it's funny. It's only the Hell's Angel. It's only like they'll nibble at a blueberry fuel, but don't do too much damage, enough to do anything to it anyway. But that friggin' Hell's Angel, man, 2 of them at once they got, and I was like, holy shit, these things just like the Hell's Angel. And I had, I got multi-strain. I must have had at least 10 strains in there, 10 different strains. And the Hell's Angels are mixed in the middle and on the sides. And sure enough, it was almost like they were friggin' had some kind of radar just for that one. It was weird. I'll show you it when I go in, though.
Distinct smell that they like, huh?
Oh, something, man. Is it the sweetness, the sugar coming up the
Yeah, I wonder.
the phloem, or coming down from the xylem? I don't know.
Yeah, it's got to be, right?
Yeah, yeah. Because like I said, that's a real sugary one. Because when I do a strip, even in veg, it's one of those plants that, give a little drip out the whatchamacallit, the stem, the leaf stem, and it will give you a little sticky. So it definitely friggin' does a good conversion of the sugar. Yeah, I got one right over here too. I got a few over here. That's what I'm transplanting tonight. Actually.
Aphids, aren't attracted to sugar. They're attracted to nitrogen. So maybe it's less.
No. These are mice. Mice eagle.
Okay.
Yeah. No, the thrips. I've had aphids. Not fun. But no, I had thrips because what I had was I had a bird's nest. This is what I believe anyway. Is I had a bird's nest, and it's actually in this room right up there. And I didn't do every winter. It's such an old building. After every winter, I go around and check everything. And one of the old vent ducts that go outside. My friend who initially had this place years and years ago never put a damper in or any sort, like nothing to keep the birds out. So I think I had a nest up there, and I think they came down from inside there, and they just caught, because they're such slow movers, and I stay on top of my plants when it comes to any kind of inspections, obviously. And I saw them slowly starting to break out. I hit them with the Azzy a couple of times, and I got them down, but they're so damn small that it's so tough to get them all that when I put them in the flower, they just gravitated to one corner where I had 4 GMOs. And those GMOs still did really, really well. But man, those leaves were silver. Some of them, especially the lowers, because they come out at night. They're night feeders. As soon as the lights go out, they come out. And yeah, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, what the hell is this shit? So I had to douche the whole friggin' room, man. Oh, I was pissed. It's a big room, so it's like just moving all the shit. You'll see when we go in there. But it was like, wow. But I got rid of them. I just chopped everything and fucking did some spinosad. Finally got rid of them, man. That Azamax, thank God. I still use it. I don't care what anybody says. I've been using it for years. But anyway, let me see if I can find my light before I start transplanting. You guys want to see if we can get some spots on some bud? You guys care?
Yeah.
Are we on YouTube at the same time? We still get chat going?
Yeah.
I can't see any of it. And I got a Note 20 Ultra. I figured I could freaking see the chat finally on this damn thing. It's one of the reasons why I got it. And I can't see chat or anything. Hi, chat. Hi, everybody. I don't mean to be rude. I completely forgot you guys were out there. Who's ever still out there? Hi.
They've been giving you much love, man.
Oh, man. Right back at everybody. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't like to be rude like that, man. It's awesome when these people show up. And I mean it. Thank you. Back at you, everybody.
No,
any big plans for the summer, boys?
That you were able to make some time. I totally get the the reason. Family first, man.
Yeah.
That girl grows up super fast, but in the same sense, you've been missed. So I'm glad you were able to make some time. Pop back.
No, I appreciate it. I'll never lose touch with you, Eagle. That's why every once in a while, if I don't hear from you, I'll shoot you something. I'll shoot you a text, man, because I don't ever want to. How your girls doing? Good.
Good. In fact, Lexi was in chat tonight. She was
Lexi and Britt.
We were eating dinner tonight, and I was like, Charlie's Farm's gonna be on tonight. She was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have to watch tonight.
Oh, right on.
She was in chat. She tuned in just because you were gonna be on tonight.
That's sweet. That's sweet. I wish I could make it out to Michigan, man. I've always wanted to go to Michigan. I've seen most of the states down south and obviously along the East Coast. Never made it out to California. I made it as far as Arizona for a while back in '85, but I didn't like Arizona. I moved back after like 30 days. I was like, yep, I'm gone. But that's '85. Arizona's different now, man. Way different. I used to have to go out there in the '90s to see my father-in-law. Phoenix, man. What a difference it was just from freaking 10 years. But yeah, I've never been up to Michigan. My mother, that's one of her. She went up to my stepmother, God love her. She's 80, but the UP was on her bucket list. She finally made it a couple of years ago. But that was one of her places that she always wanted to go, was the Upper Peninsula. And she finally made it. God love her. Before she couldn't. She's getting old. My father's 83 now.
Snow country.
Actually, 84 this year. I know. Yeah. That's why I always was like, why you want to go up there, Mom? You can see, she's from your neck. She's from Haverhill, for Christ's sakes. I mean, she grew up in friggin' Salisbury Beach. You remember First National? Do you remember those grocery stores, Chris?
First National Bank. First National
No.
was a grocery store too, eh?
Yeah, it was called First National, and then it was called Finest for short. Some of the stores had
Oh, Finest. Yeah.
Finest. And well, her oldest brother, was actually the vice president for years, and he started back in the 30s sweeping floors. And he owned a house up in Salisbury, Salisbury Beach, I think it was up there. We used to go up there every once in a while. He's the one who lived in North Andover for years, back in the 80s. But
yeah, everybody from Minga Valley goes up to Salisbury Seabrook in the summertime. That's
I go
or
up
the
there just
Hampton
to get
Strip.
my fireworks. Yeah. Last time I was up there, I think I saw what was it? What's the club up there? Club Paradise or Club something? I always forget. That's right at the end of the beach, at the end of the strip. I saw Cheap Trick.
Wally's.
No, it's called. It's a big club.
Club
It's white
Casino.
building.
Club
That's it. Club Casino. That's it.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw Cheap Trick up there with my wife that passed away. Oh, by the way, before I forget, I want to give a shout out to my wife and my daughter, by the way. God's named after my daughter. Hey, Bubs, what's going on? Hey, she wanted to stay up to see the show. She wanted to stay up. She's like, can I stay up to watch the live stream, Mommy? And like, if Mom lets you, you can. It's a school night. I don't know if Mommy's gonna let you stay up to 11:30. She made it to 11 o'clock, and she passed out. But I love you guys. You guys are my world. This is all for you. Yeah, I got
So
a cool
you know how to
daughter.
play 45s?
What's that?
Did you learn how to play 45s? What
do you mean, 45?
Oh, the card game. It's kind of like a Merrimack Valley card game.
Oh, no. I no. I never did.
Yeah, really local thing.
Yeah, was it? Yeah.
They get together at social clubs and everybody plays 45s, a big tournament for money.
Yep. Yeah, I think I heard a couple guys at the club back in the day, the Italian club down the North End, down on Thatcher. I thought a couple guys, I think.
Yeah, the North End too. Stanzas they do downstairs. Stanzas they have 45s at one night.
Yeah.
Or used to.
Right.
Green 13, what's up, brother? Good morning.
Good morning.
I used to know a bad motherfucker called Ganja Grower.
How are you, buddy?
Good, man. Good to hear from you. Nice one, boys. You two okay? You three?
What's going on, man?
Yeah, there's been a bunch of people rolling through tonight. Glad you made it.
I saw it. I was lying in bed. I was like, cheers. On. But I didn't like.
For a second. There you go. Yeah, it's been a good night, man. I mean, cut you off, man. Go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry. I was just saying Green 13's back. You glitched out on us, Green 13. Sorry.
I'm in that glitch out room, man.
Right on.
But I saw all them people and I was like, I could quietly sit on the edge and see what's up.
Yeah, I couldn't help myself. I had to hop on there. And Charlie got on. I was like, oh, damn it, I'm getting on. It was too much fun. There's a lot of fun in chat. Sorry, chat. I suck at doing both.
It's that Sunday night mayhem, man. Everyone want a little bit more weekend.
Right.
A bit of Eagle.
Well, I had to sneak in the early one. A, because I kind of missed the earlier crowd. You know what I mean? I kind of put a little thought into that. I'm like, man, anymore I do just the late night wormhole, and like half the crowd was 11:32. Man, it's kind of unfair, making everybody kind of stay up. And then I spoke with Charlie today, and he said he was willing to come on. I'm like, oh yeah, definitely a good night to hit it early. And I'm glad I did, because I probably wouldn't have caught as many of people as I did tonight. So, but yeah, it's been a good night. I needed a good night, a great panel like tonight. It's been a good night.
So
Appreciate
hey,
it. Thank you, Chris, Charlie, of course, Green 13, Pop Man, everybody else that came tonight.
Charlie's farm working
Thank
his
you for
arse
fucking
off
holding the
over there.
beacon for so goddamn long. Jesus Christ, we're coming up on what, 16 months? It's amazing.
Yeah. Coming up on
It's awesome.
episode 420,
And
bro.
still fucking
420.
priceless episodes, you know? You still got fucking kick-ass shit flying, you know? Fucking that interview the other day was another spectacular episode.
Yeah, it made me
All I can
laugh
do is keep
because
trying.
Eagle was nervous, wasn't he? He was nervous all the way through the Mean Gene interview. You could tell even late on the questions were like, like. And the funniest thing is, Eagle's
Dude, he
nervous,
stuck out for so
and
long.
and he doesn't even know that he's fucking. I don't know who you're. One of your great chat show hosts, fucking, that's your gig. You've already interviewed everybody else. He should be nervous. Oh shit, I gotta do the Eagle thing, man. He asks the big questions. Fucking, I can't think of a single American chat show host all of a sudden.
He stuck it up for 3.5, almost 4 hours. I thought he was going the distance. I thought he was in for the long haul, man. That was impressive.
He's
I
a cool cat,
honestly
though.
think he would have, to be honest with you, but I kind of felt like I was overextending myself. Sometimes I cut them a little early to kind of keep the guests happy. I try to read the guests as I go along. You know what I mean?
Yeah, leave
Sometimes,
something
like,
for more for later. Yeah.
Definitely. Sometimes, like, I try to read the guests too when I'm talking to them. So, like, if I see like they're like with me and Gene, I've seen them a couple of times. If I can see that on their face when they're whatever they're saying, like they said it a few times, you can see it in a person's face when they said the same thing over and over again. And that's when I try to like hit something different. Like the other night, it was the mushrooms thing. You know what I mean? I try to mix it up. It usually will liven things up, and then you can go back to whatever we were talking about. Sometimes you got to try to swing it up a little bit. But yeah, he was totally. I wasn't expecting. I was fishing for a good story, but I got a really good story that night. Totally great guess. I think he would have went the distance. So I think he would have.
Oh, his quality. What he gave was great. It was just fucking. Yeah, but I totally I get it, man. He gave so much. It's kind of like you feel bad. You're like, oh, I'm sorry. Don't want to wear out your welcome. Kind of. He was so giving.
But always, you want them back on 420 or on some other occasion,
Right?
and it's
Yeah,
like,
for sure. He's a great
you
one
know
to get
what?
back.
I can't do no 5 hours. He go, no, you don't need to.
Yeah.
It was easy anyway. He was just hanging out. When man gets into that mode, and they're just hanging out with you, and you two are just talking, and already there isn't a fucking chat room or whatever. They're just you two talking, having a smoke. Then them ones they roll easy, When people coming in, they've got a message and they want to tell it, and they want, here's my story, and bye. It's like different, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm still looking to get. There's so many good ones yet to get. You know what I mean? There's still a lot of fun to have Actually, I got one confirmation from Nick President today. That one I'm kind of looking forward to as well.
Who's that?
That's the cat that had the Lyme disease.
Oh,
His skin
okay.
was like the Lyme disease.
Right.
That's gonna
Did
be
he
good.
did he get it from Tick?
Yes, sir.
Fuck.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
Mm.
So,
Yeah,
well,
that's
good
scary
stuff
shit,
coming up.
actually. That Lyme disease.
Yeah, it is. I'm in the woods, man. Fucking ticks are a real thing up here around me. A real thing. So that shit scares the shit out of me. I got to pick one off my dogs like all the time. All the time.
Right.
Oh, had big headaches. I've known friends that had Lyme disease. And that shit's real. It's a real battle right there. I don't want.
Yeah, it's real in that there's nothing they can do about it at the moment. You just got to take the pain, I think.
That's so hard to believe in this day and age. Even with that mess that's going on now, it's hard to believe that things can get out of control with no cure like that for such a long time.
Yeah. And then we can turn something around when we want to, like real quick, maybe.
Yeah. Sometimes I think it is a little cash driven.
I think they can. So most of the tick-borne diseases, if you catch it right away, are pretty solvable. But if you don't catch it, that's the thing. And a lot of times there's no signal because you don't always get a bullseye rash. So, and a lot of times the tick falls off. They don't always bite and engorge themselves for a long period of time.
Really?
Yeah.
I've had one in me.
Yeah, and other people say that if you only have it in you for a short time, you're fine, right? I think the general rule is 24 hours or less, you're okay. Just remove it. But I don't even think that is very, it's still anecdotal.
Yeah.
But if you don't catch that infection and you wait a year or longer, a lot of people wait years and years. They don't realize it till long. People didn't even know this was an issue for a long time.
Yeah,
Then
they
you're
say
screwed.
it's from.
You can't get rid of it. Yeah.
I think it could be 15 years.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's fucked you up big time. Like it's been doing a number on your DNA for 15 years, So
Yeah, I heard if it's stuck in your skin, and starts to make the blood sac, then that's like that's when it's got to be dug in. I found out one on my daughter. Thank God she doesn't have Lyme disease. She was tested for it and all that. But she had one on her neck when she was like 3 years old.
Oh.
She just started to dig in right behind her ear, and I saw it. And she was so young. She was born bald, so by the time she was 3, she still had wicked short hair. So I was constantly seeing, because we were living in the middle of nowhere. And sure enough, and I had to do a double take. I'm like, what the hell is that behind your ear? And sure enough, it was a tick. But thank God.
Good catch, Dad.
Yeah, I think it was like, it couldn't have been there any more than 6, 8 hours. I was with them pretty much most of the day, so I would have seen it. That's how dark it was.
Yeah.
It almost looked like a friggin' mole. Thank God.
I freaked the fuck out. I was like, call my wife over. I was like, what's this? And she's like, it's cool. I know how to remove them. And then she just removed it just like that. And I was like, but did you do that right? Because you can't leave its head in there and all that shit. Freaked me out for days.
Yeah, you got to get the tweezer really close to them and pull them out.
Yeah, you need to make sure you don't pull their body off and leave their head in there.
Yeah, then you're fucked.
Nasty.
I'm feeling guilty watching Charlie do all his work over here. Willie's fucking farming up a storm.
Oh. Killing it too. They were joking in chat. That's what I heard guys. They were joking in chat earlier, Farmer Willie, that if you beat the shit out of that cocoa and And then you turn around and gave it that massage for like 20 minutes, like you were sorry and shit.
That's a good. That's a good one, man. That's a good one.
What's that on the wall in front of you? Is that aircon?
Yeah, that's just a window AC.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
we
a
should
nice
just-
size, man. I've been looking at one
I'm
in the
sorry,
last
the
few
room?
days.
Yeah, this is
Is it-
it's an all right room. It's got, you know, I have
Look at the
Almost 20
ceiling. Yeah, look at
20-foot
that.
ceilings. So yeah, I get some height. I got 3 rooms. They're all identical.
I would double
like
stack that, man. I would double stack that
size-wise.
room.
All
Yeah.
right.
I'm not used to that much fucking ceiling space, right? I got like 4 feet or something.
Yeah. One reason why
And
I
then you
like
put a
this place.
bed, you put a soil bed in there as well. Yeah, I'd love that. Shit.
Vertical gardening.
Yeah.
Having said that, I would then, if I didn't double stack it, I'd feel like I'd need side lighting.
Yeah,
I'd
what I
made
was
some
thinking of
big
doing,
old trees.
I was actually thinking about making a step board, you know, step shelves on the
Oh,
sides going up,
nice.
like in a
I've
V.
seen that before. That's super cool.
Yeah, I'm maxing out my I actually saw Chef B and his son, Chef Derek Butts, up in Canada. He actually did it with his room with his son, and it looked really good
Did
because they
it?
had limited lighting and they had limited wattage. And I'm really maxing my wattage out at this place because I got, you know, pretty much most of my power is being pulled in the flower room. So I only have like 60 amps in this place or 100 amps or something. I forget. But
R.I.P. Chef.
yeah. So, but yeah, I like this place. I like this place a lot. I've been here almost a little over 10 years. A little under 10 years, something like that. What is it, 2001? So yeah, 10 years actually. This is my 10th, yeah.
Good to see somebody besides myself using those T5s for veg.
I don't like them anymore. You know, I buy them by the bulk, 40. I buy, you know, a case of 40 of them on Amazon, and I'm constantly replacing them. I'd rather put LED strips, or even though I might not get the same coverage, I'll need more strips. I mean, I like them. I'm getting sick of replacing the bulbs. If I had the money though up front to get LEDs, I would. I just don't have the money right now to get LEDs with the upfront cost. But
I think I already I've got the LED replacement bulb, so I don't.
right.
That's a little bit. But is it just a difference of the quality of the bulb though?
No, because I've run some of the high end T5s and I've run some of the low end T5s, and sometimes even the low ends are better than the high ends, like the Hydro Farms or the Agro Suns they're called now, whatever. Actually, it's
I mean, as far
Agro
as
Bright.
life of the bulb.
What's that?
burning
Sorry.
out wise. I mean, for like burning out wise, you see like the life of the bulb, an actual longer life of the bulb with more expensive, or more
No.
expensive bulbs. No.
No, I haven't noticed anyway. No, because I know what you mean. No, I have this is a 6 bulb, and the one after it's an 8 bulb. And then I got the Mars Hydro, you know, that little 1,000 watt there, and then I got a 1,000 watt Thowie MH in the back there. But there's a couple. It could be the ballast for all I know. I don't think so, just because they're not all going out. It's just one light in each. And it's usually this first one on this one, and it's one of the middle ones, and the 8 bulb one. So it could be just to connect, you know. When I get a little, because there's a lot of power being pulled in this building from everybody else, so I get a lot of surges, lots and lots, especially with the heat now. A lot of people have shitty ACs and they're freaking constantly kicking on and off the compressors, and so I get a lot of power surges. In fact, the ballast for the MH, I just noticed my 3-prong connector in the back of the ballast starting to get a little too hot, and one of the slots is starting to blacken out and melt. So I got to change that out after I do all this.
You know,
So.
I'm thinking as of late, And oh, I got a couple of kind of tech savvy guys here. Gotcha. Green 13. I'm thinking as of late. Remember I've been bitching about my internet problems forever. Forever. But I'm starting to wonder if there isn't something to do with some type of like radio air interference, or perhaps like a ground interference through the panel. But I think my internet problems, my Wi-Fi problems, are directly related to my HID lights, my high pressure sodium lights.
I would seriously believe that. From
Yeah,
a frequency
for
point of
sure.
view. And I know that my Wi-Fi problems are directly correlated to my dehumidifiers. When they kick on and off in these rooms, that's when I go into a lag spaz. But I have a slightly weird setup in that some of that's running along a power line, some of that internet. So that's why it does
Yeah,
that.
I've rolled through places where the only rooms where you didn't have Wi-Fi was the old tech rooms, the old lights, the old Thowies. That was the only place. Actually, even Steve Reisner, even Aquaponic Steve, at his facility, he doesn't roll through the bigger because they have the older lights. He has a lot of the new lights. The King, I can't what he calls the LEDs. His buddy owns an LED company, but they also have a lot of the old stuff. And then wherever the old lights are is where he can't broadcast from.
Right. See all that perlite dust, man. I'm glad you put a mask on. That was fucking disgusting.
See, he's wearing his mask. Good boy.
Yeah, man.
And I have an
Yeah,
exhaust.
yeah.
I have an exhaust duct right here as well. So I think that's what you
Nice.
hear sometimes. I got the exhaust dust right on it. I mean, the exhaust fan right on it. Yeah, I don't play games with this stuff, even though I smoke butts.
No.
Yeah, that shit's nasty. All the down to earth amendments too. It's like,
Do you know what? Any small particulate, really, I feel like now. It's like someone was talking to me the other day about MDF. They take it as seriously in, was it you lot? They take medium density fiberboard cutting as seriously as asbestos in some countries. So it's just any particulate, man.
Shit.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny, really. The COVID thing has meant I've always got a mask, so I'm much better at wearing a mask when I'm doing work now because there's usually one around.
You know, I yelled at my fucking youngest today. Well, I didn't yell at her, but I'm like, we're driving. I watched her. She was mowing the grass the other day, and it's like it was a little dusty. And I'm like, well, why isn't she wearing that fucking mask? Fuck, you wear it at school and shit. The one time they could be doing you some fucking good and you won't wear the mask. And she's like, it'll leave marks on my face. I'm like, well, what's it fucking matter? You're gonna have the mask on your face when you go out anyway. So,
Yeah.
fucking save yourself the dust. Jeez. Oh.
I was thinking about dating the other day. Like, you can't check any girl out, really. The young ones, I suppose they're not wearing them as much, but yeah, it must be weird when you're trying to be attractive.
So
hey, I look better in a mask.
So do you think that could be like fucking a thing, man? At some point? I mean, shit gets weird, but do you think like what I'm getting to is like the tan line thing? Tan lines were sexy at some point anyway. Do you think the mask tan line will be like, look at that?
The most fucked up thing is, as soon as you said it, dude, that's where my head went. As soon as you were like, oh, no, I was like, that'll become a fetish. It's straight into my head. It was like, because it'll even become a fashion where people will wear masks because then, oh, I like this one. This is the one I wear because I'm, whatever. My sex mask.
Yeah, the ball gag.
I don't think it works as well for
No,
perlite
it doesn't
dust, though.
filter out quite as well.
Oh dear. Right, boys, I'm going to go and say goodbye to the girls. They're off and out. Monday business. So peace and love, and thank you very much. Great to see you guys.
Cheers,
That's
Green
good
13.
morning.
Much love, man.
Cheers, Green 13, man. Nice to meet you. Can you guys hear my exhaust fan?
Nope.
Not at all.
All right. Good. If it gets loud, I won't mute myself. Just let me know, I'll mute it.
Trying to get caught up in chat. Jesus Christ, is there still a ton of people?
Yeah. Oh yeah. You guys been missed. That's why. Tell them. Oh.
Good peeps. So many good peeps in chat. So funny.
So what's growing in your garden right now? This mertz or the name always and it always has thrown me off there, guys.
Oh, no worries.
I think I've dropped that ball. I don't know. Too many times.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I just do it to keep some semblance of anonymity, right? Everybody knows. What do I got? I got Starstruck right now, and so I've got possibly 3 phenos of the Starstruck right now. At least 2 phenos. One droopy, big leaf, badass motherfucker, and the other 3 plants are variants of a more sativa looking leaf. And then I've got that humidor cross that he had there that he was passing out to everybody that shit, what the hell's the name of it? Morgana. So I popped that, but I'm just about ready to pop some other stuff. I'm debating on what's next. I think next is going to be some more Rasta Jeff stuff. The I got a new grower. I'm trying to get successful, and think I'm going to pop a bunch of piranha for him to get him going, which is more indica leading, just a more indica leading, big broadleaf green, easy grower. Get him a win early. What do you been having fun with lately, the Eagles? Is there something that's tickled your fancy, that's changed your palate at all lately?
Well, I'm still hunting the pines, except now I've got a nice little selection. Yeah. But what I'm really been getting fucked up on lately is the 6-shooter from Empire Breeding Co.
Oh, really?
Which is yeah, that shit's fucking
Fire.
It's as good as anything I've smoked in a while. That's for
Nice.
sure. It's got that just like a hint of kind of a little bit of citrus, but just gas. And it's just like any other gas you'd smoke. That one, and you're kind of, yeah, let's go fucking do something. You fuck up and fucking either finish that full one by yourself or smoke another one, and you're kind of like,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
not. Let's fucking hang up. Okay.
There's a fine line between motivation and couch luck.
Definitely. And then
That's good because it can be used for either. Yeah.
I'm also growing out his citrus blazer, which was another good one. And that one for me and most people I smoke it with is pretty good, like social high, man. You smoke one, definitely 2 of those, and you've got a good conversation rolling. And then I'm also growing out Tiger King, the white feather grown
Tiger King. I heard of
Right?
it one too. Yeah.
How can you not grow that out? And that one's like a fucking pine berry. You know, I didn't know what I was getting into with that. I just kind of threw that down strictly for the name.
Like a blueberry?
Shit. No, it's like a pine with a kind of, I don't know, not a blueberry. Like it's
like
more
a sweet.
Yeah, definitely sweet. I want to say like I don't know. It reminds me like a holiday berry, something. Oh, sweet,
Oh yeah.
Too sweet. Better. I don't know. It's really good. I was surprised. I'm really pleasant. I've been smoking the shit out of that too. I've got the Xmas coming up, and I've got some Xmas males behind me that I've been kind of sitting. I had a Fort Jefferson male sitting around that was beautiful and structured. And I don't know, he got too big, and I tried to set him outside. I was gonna sneak him outside because he was getting too big, and then we got a cold snap, and they fucking killed him off. So anyway, right, and then I'm also working on Cholomio, which is the North Star strain. It's super piney, that's remember DOA? Remember
Yeah,
DOA?
absolutely. Yeah, rest in peace, bro.
Yeah, well, I wanted to do like a breeding project, like a community breeding project, and then he passed, and then that kind of turned into the DOA strain. And then Brandon Family Farms was nice enough to send over both halves of what we picked out to be, the strain, which is the Jack Skellington times the Columbia. I'm growing out the Columbia. Smiley's growing out the Jack Straw. Or Jack Skellington. I don't know why I said Jack Straw. Jack Skellington. And so we're gonna cross them together at some point. So I got that going, and I ended up out of the 8. I got 6 females.
Nice.
And 2 males. So I got 2 males of the Columbia back there that are really. That's these 2.
You got a whole fucking. You got a stable of studs back there.
Pretty much. And then I've got the Mendo Loco going. I've also got Empire Breeding Co's Barbecue Gorilla VO version 2 going. I've got Velvet Punch S1s floating around. I've got Bingus's Blue Mile back over there. And I've still got the Med Grower ones, Smash Cake, and the Garlic Punch floating around here as well.
Those have been in your garden for a while.
Yeah, that's some of the favorites right now. That fucking Garlic Punch is right along the lines of the 6-shooter, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Double up on that, you're kind of done. And then I got this Born 13, which is from breeder Alex Hardy Gear. Yeah, right around there's a missing episode that you can't find, Mr. Mertz. And too hot for YouTube. Too hot for YouTube, it turned out to be. But after he came on, well, since that episode, there was like a running, standing joke there for a while about a gift basket. Don't ask. And so right before he came on, he fucking sent me a gift basket. And it worked out to be perfect. The day of his episode, I get a little gift box. And I opened it up, and it's a couple different types of hash that he made, and a clone, the Born 13. And like, okay, again, not sure what the fuck I just got. And but the instruction really nice looking plant, beautiful plant instruction. So it's something he bred out, he's super proud of one of like his proprietary strains that he created. I forget what it's crossed with. I'd have to go back and look. But what's got me encouraged about it is if you watch any of Mr. Hardy's episodes on anything he's done on Future Cannabis Project, this episode, he's got this amazing spirit about him. And super fun guy, but you can tell he's had some fun with some mushrooms. Or at least he could be on some when you're talking to him. And the look he had when I asked him on the air about the strain, he was just like, you know what I mean? Like, almost smoke that shit. You're gonna fucking hallucinate. I'm like, he's like, it's good. It's gonna be a good hash maker. I mean, it looked like he was like in the spirit world just telling me about it. I'm like, oh man, this fucker's gotta be good. He's like the one same like almost theme or vibe. Just the only thing I ask is pass it to everybody. Many people as you can. With that same like you know what I mean? Electrified look. And that's the same look I gave as I passed it on to a buddy today. I'm like, man, you gotta watch this episode, man. I just got this gut feeling. And I'm growing it out right now, man. That thing just blew up. And it's a fucking beast, man. It's almost taken off. I gave it, you know, I expected it to be good side, but it's taken over its 4x4 space. Wasn't meant for a 4x4, you know what I mean? I usually run quads. I backed out a little bit. So I've been running more 2 plants per. But man, it's chasing that other plant right the fuck out of the 4x4. It's just a fucking beast. And I'm super stoked about that. You know, it's in week 4 right now, and I say by the look of it, it's got another 7 weeks. It's definitely a sativa in here. So I don't know. I'm excited about that one right now. Got a few other strains floating around as well. But,
What about the earth boxes? How are you digging that?
I just took one down today, and I've got one over there that needs to be taken
This
out.
is like your 3rd run or so of that, or 2nd run at least, right?
Second run. All I did to it the last time was I took a garden rake, a 3-finger garden rake.
Yeah.
Roughed it up a little bit, and then planted my shit in there. One of them I put 1 in there, and one of them I put 2 in there. I had decent yield. I didn't veg as long as I did the last round, but again, I didn't do the top either. I didn't put the cap on it. Smiley suggests he's like, you're on your own after that. But a pretty good yield. I'm fixing to actually, there's one right there. There's the box right there. I'm actually fixing to rough that out. What I did the second time was like I said, I roughed that up. And one box I put 1 plant, in the other box I put 2 plants. I didn't give them really, but a couple of days veg, to adjust, and then I flipped them. They did pretty decent. This time I'm going to give them a little bit extra time. But all I did was rough that up, and I put a little bit of dairy dew compost on there on the top, maybe a 1/2 inch of that, and fucking flipped it. Never did anything but water. I never even put no tea.
Can't beat that, right? Jeez.
No,
It's easy, right?
no. Yeah. I'm actually more into, I have more soil-ish mediums right now than cocoa for sure. For sure right now. And again, I've got my reasons. It's not that the earth boxes or the organics kind of the taste or the yield or anything really changed what was going over here. It's more of what's getting back to the simplicity of things. But yeah, the water home kind of thing was nice. But this time around after the earth boxes, I went and ran shit. There's the M3 mix here. There's the dairy dew. There's the flower dew, or There's the flour dew, the veggie dew, and then there's the Coco Loco. I ran the
Yep.
Coco Loco as his.
Man, you guys
Wow.
have great soil there. Like you have like 5 different soil companies that make goods. I mean, there's like DNC, there's
I
M3 is
wanted
supposed
to
to
run
be.
them, but they couldn't get them. The local store didn't have them. The other store wanted way too much. I wasn't going to pay that. Smiley told me to reach out to Tommy, but I didn't. But that's one I want to try. That's a very reputable soil right there.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Here it's too expensive.
I'm liking the veggie dew right now. To be honest with you, it's along the same lines of everything else in the dairy dew family there, but it seems to be a little bit more geared for cannabis than the flower dew. A little bit more in there for better flower, but for the price, shit, it's like $10 for a cubic bag, 1 cubic foot bag of it. And it's water.
Really?
All to that point. Yeah. Yeah.
Shit.
So fuck yeah. So and for me, I'm coming from 1s to the 3 gallons. So
Yeah.
well, 1 pound, one of those bags gets me usually 4, 5, and 3 gallons. Potting up. So
Oh,
it's
right,
$10
right.
for
Yep.
you. And then it's $10 per 10-gallon, 1 bag. Per pot to
Yeah.
plow. So that's not
And does it
bad.
already have some
in my
aeration in
opinion.
it? Like, does it have perlite or aeration? It has a mix, so it's a good mix. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice airy, super airy mix, and it's got a little bit of small perlite in it. That's the only drawback, and that was the huge drawback for me for the M3. Everybody, I've ran the M3 before.
That's got vermiculite,
But,
right?
yes, yeah.
That's
And
weird. I
kind
don't
of
like that
forgot
stuff
about
as
the
much. Yeah.
vermiculite, and it was like heavy balls of the perlite. You know what I mean? Good size.
Yeah.
Balls of perlite. Then I watered. I seen the vermiculite. I was like, that doesn't like that. I don't know what it is about that shit. I think it's old like construction.
Yeah.
Construction phobias, man. When you like get into like an attic or pull some shit down, see that shit in as an insulation, you'd be like,
Yep. This shit's gross.
yeah.
Yeah.
So now when I see it in the soil, it's the same kind of.
No, but on the flip side, though, it holds water really well. So, like the fungus growers love it in your fungus substrate. So, it's the preferred aeration in fungus substrates is vermiculite. That's what most of these guys are using. So it's kind of funny. Like I don't really like it for soil, but for the mushroom kit, it's the way to go.
And you can grow in straight vermiculite too, just like perlite or
Yeah, right.
hydroton. Yeah.
It holds water. What is it? Willie, it holds water better than anything else, right?
Something like that. Yeah. But and it has that good, aeration ratio, and you get a little jolt of silica from it as well. So yeah, I've never done it myself, but I have a friend that did it years and years and years ago.
I think even with that chunky cocoa that you use, that's fucking aeration in and of itself. That stuff is just giving you lots of good aeration.
Yeah, and I actually was thought about.
What's up with the
mixing it,
boxes?
I
What are the
haven't
boxes?
mixed it.
What are the boxes you guys were
Hey.
talking about? What was it
Dirt
called?
boxes?
Yeah, what is that?
Dirt boxes. Right there. Basically, it's like a sip system, basically. And usually it's a you just water that through the tube when it gets low, when you can't see nothing in the bottom, keep watering that. But organic system. And the first round with it, man.
Oh yeah, I see. Right there. You talking that box right there, the bin on the floor? Yeah,
Yeah,
was it got a
yeah.
pipe? The pipe on the other side, so with feed, you just water it through the pipe, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're
Yep,
talking about.
yep.
Yeah, I see. Yep. That's a good system. Those are really good systems.
I've said from the beginning, the first time I seen like Abolish Farms kind of talk about that method he was using back then. I haven't done it, but I still think you could throw a fucking air stone in that bitch and watch it rock. Just like a small, fish tank.
Can't hurt, right?
Firestone.
Can't hurt.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. The more the
I think
merrier.
at some point it would be kind of fucking. It would be like a little aquaponics almost, without the fish. You know
Yeah,
what I
or
mean?
even just
But
a
you
little
can
pump in there. It
constantly
doesn't even need to be a
a
air
little
stone. It could be a
brewing up
pump.
a tea almost. A constant brewing of like a tea. I still think it does. I should do it. I've got a few extra pumps laying around. I should try it this round.
Set it and forget it. That's the best thing. I mean, the one drawback to cocoa is you got to be there every day, right? I mean, versus, the earth box is really kind of gives you what? You could go a week or,
Yeah, but
five.
you can do ebb and flow with you can do ebb and flow, even a
3 days.
a
3
drip
days.
system or a wick
Yeah.
system. You can do that with cocoa. So if you had a reservoir and
Oh, yeah, for sure, right? Yeah.
yeah,
You want to get elaborate.
yeah. I got ebb
Well,
and flows,
another
5
thing
gallon pots
was
with the other couple other spots.
I wanted to make it a little like helper friendly in case I needed to get Lexi in here and do a little watering occasionally for me, which hasn't happened yet, but things are dialed in easy enough now to where I could take her in here for a minute and fun and show her, this is what you need to do. Anymore, I've got like a filtered hose. I do a little wand. I'm actually just got coming in here now with a hose and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, shit. To whatever size, pot it is, giving each one a little count. Made things quite easier.
Eagle, what do you have for water? You got an RO system?
No. I've got
Just
a
tap
well
water?
water and I use
Oh yeah.
yep.
How's
Well
the well
water,
water?
and then I use it's not bad. When I moved in was last time I checked it. It was sitting right about 115 or
Oh, that's not
150
bad.
ppms. Nothing terrible. And
No.
I'm using like an RV filter, like mid-grade RV filter.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm not trying to take everything out of it, but it takes
Right.
a lot of shit out of it. And I ain't trying to, shit, if I was using an RO system, I would ever be, especially when I was in cocoa, no way it'd keep up. Fuck, even now when if I were to hand water without the hose, it's usually like fucking 60 gallons. 60 gallons per water,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that would stress out an RO system. You'd have to have like a reservoir, stay way ahead of the
Yeah, I got 255 or I got 175 gallon and 155 gallon, and I got just a hydrologic 200 GPT a day. So I can fill both of those, within 24 hours, no problem. And I got to change out the
That's not
filters.
bad.
Yeah, the tap out of here is about 150, anywhere between 150 and 200, just depending upon if they're flushing the hydrants. And it comes out, I'm getting anywhere between 3 ppms and 6 ppms at the end. But I got to change it out. Probably I get away sometimes with 14, 15 months before I have to change the filters out, depending upon how aggressive they are flushing out the lines around the neighborhood. You know what I mean? That year. But worst case, it's once a year I gotta do it. The other place one place I'm just using tap water, and it's coming out, I think around 160, 170, whatever the hell it is. But sometimes I don't have time to dechlorinate, so I just blast it 20 minutes out of it, 30 minutes after it comes out of the tap. Well, hour and a half after it comes out of the tap, do the mixes. And there is a slight difference, I do believe. I absolutely see a slight difference. And that's only in the, not in the end product, but in the root development, the growth rate roots. I find it can definitely be stunted. And there's no, no use using any bennies in the beginning either. And this is just my personal preference. I know it doesn't kill them all with chlorine, depending upon how big the chelated molecules are. But what was I going to say? It's kind of useless to me. You got to kill off at least, 50, 60, 70% of any bennies you put in that water. So there's no point in putting any bennies in it. You know what I mean? Maybe a liquid humic acid, but that's about it. So, because I like a lot of organics, even though I run the cannabis here. I like a lot of organic inputs, especially in flour, between Herb Natural. I've got the EM1 that I put in, the lactobacillus, the straight lactobacillus, which in this garden here, there's a big difference in the end product, no question, on the terps and the flavonoids coming off. And the Herb Natural and the Floralicious Plus.
Natural.
So
that's one word you can describe what Chris is showing. That's au natural. Word for it.
Hey, you making fun of my girlfriend?
Hey, I told my wife, don't pose. Christ almighty, shave those damn legs, man. Oh shit, man. I haven't seen that since I worked at Dyke Bars in Boston.
Right? They're all gone now. Even Ramrod's gone.
Well, they have one. Yeah, I used to work at Sporters, Chaps, down at Copley. Ramrod. I never worked at the Ramrod, but I had friends. The old 1270 right next to the Ramrod.
The only one left is Jacques, I think.
Yeah, you're right there. It is still there. My brother actually, that's one of his areas, him, and I think one of the bartenders there is one of his customers, but he was still saying Jacques was there. I had friends that I've been there a couple times. You ever been there?
Oh yeah, I've been to the shows. Yeah, I mean, I lived in the South End for a long time, so.
Oh yeah, there you go.
The gay boys have dragged me all around town.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I have partied with many. They've had many a good night.
They're the ones that cleaned up the neighborhood, for Christ's sakes. Remember?
Oh man, they were the best neighbors ever.
Yeah, I imagine. I bet they are. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and I was always a gardener before I even grew this. I was growing everything else, and they had all the public gardens and stuff, and plus just the houses. They used to grow so much great stuff in the backyards and front yards.
Yeah, up in the balcony gardens. I used to hang at one of the bars. What's the Irish bar right there on Dartmouth and Clarendon and Cremont? I used to hang down there. Yeah.
The Glynn family, Cleary's.
Yeah, that's right. Cleary's. There you go. Yeah.
They renamed it now. Yeah, I grew up with so a girl from high school basically married into the Glynn family, who's good friends of mine. One of my old roommates. She's since divorced one of the Glyns, but that family owns a lot of real estate in Boston. Jesus, Black Rose, Purple Shamrock, all those bars, and then they own most of Back Bay. The Irish Mafia.
You guys make me feel like the East Coast is like a super small place.
Those are the old names, man. I used to work at all the fathers' bars too.
It is pretty small though, Eagle. You're right. It's like Boston's not. It's a city, but it's not really. I mean, it's tiny compared to New York.
Blackballed easy in this city. You get blackballed real easy.
Yeah, and if you don't have a name, you got nothing.
Yeah, you don't have anything. Period. Your word's no good. You're a piece of shit. They get all the junkies now, so especially I got friends down the South End, man. That's all they're doing is fucking robbing dealers because they're so strung out. You know what I mean? It's like, sorry, man. I don't want no part of that world. I'm good.
Oh, pull your. Oh, what was you? Oh, was it a contact? He lost it. Yeah.
No, I got it. Fucker's dry as fuck though. why I've been digging at it.
Do you wear dailies or do you wear
Dude, fucking dailies.
Speaking of which, Mertz, last time you were talking about the contacts and the scam they have going around here every year. You need a new script. That's my wife.
Oh no shit.
Yeah, I swear to God, we bitch about it every year. Bitch about it every year. Like, yeah, sure, her site's changed in a freaking year. It's just a scam, you know. It's like dentists. Dentists
kills
have
me.
the technology to make our teeth. Our teeth are only made to last about 45, 50 years. They have the technology to make our teeth last a lifetime. But will they do it? Of course not. It's an industry, and they completely shut themselves down for crying out loud. So,
Yeah.
you know, same thing with some of the ophthalmologists. You know, so when it comes to that stuff, you know, I mean, I always look at.
Oh, it drives me nuts. My
Scam.
prescription hasn't changed in 40 years.
Yeah.
Then I gotta go every year.
She's
What the
younger than
hell?
me. Yeah, she's in her. My wife's 11 years younger than me. For Christ's sakes, it's like, you know, I have reading glasses, but that's about it. You know what I mean? And they actually
Yeah.
work for
Yeah.
a good distance too for me. So I don't need to get glasses
Well, the
yet.
screw of it is, our eyes don't get any better from wearing glasses. They actually get worse because it's like we baby them. You know what I mean? There's no
Exactly.
workout
Yeah.
to it.
Like a good optometrist will actually make your script a little bit weak so that your eyes still have to work to focus. So a bad guy will make them too strong, and then your eyes will get lazier and they'll get weaker, and then your prescription will go up. So a good optometrist, he knows to keep it so that your eyes have to work. But you're right, Eagle. During the pandemic, like I didn't wear my glasses as much, and my eyesight's improved a ton. You know, because I just wasn't wearing my glasses. And I was wearing my glasses, but I wasn't putting in my contacts as much, you know? And when I put in my contacts, then I always have on. If I have my glasses on, I just sometimes have them on and sometimes I don't. I just don't give a shit. But
I'm getting to the point where I don't give a shit anymore. It's like, if I don't actually have to read shit anymore, I'm like,
right. and I used to worry about, you know, being able to see people far away so I could say, you know, hi and expect them instead of them ambush me and I realize who they are when they're right in front of me and then I'm like surprised. But now with the mask, I can just walk right by and not even feel bad about it. That's the other reason why I like the mask. I can just I'm anonymous. I'm in a small town, so I don't want to talk to people.
Not anymore. I just kind of like the surprise. You know, not seeing them across the room, having to go, hey, no shit.
Until it's somebody you don't want to see.
Luckily, there's not too many of those people. Not too many.
Right?
But there are a few. There are a few.
I get a few. Most of them are the crazy parents of some of the kids that I've coached over the years. Like, some of them just, like, parents become crazy when it comes to their kids in sports. I don't know what it is about it, but, you know, and it's one of those things where you volunteer your time and you bust your ass to do for all the kids, and you got to deal with that one douchebag parent that makes it not worth it.
One. Hey, funny you say that, Chris. Funny you say that because there was a guy sitting next to me at my daughter. She's 9, for Christ's sake, and the guy from the opposing team was right next to me, and oh my God, he was furious that they were losing, and he was screaming at the top of his lungs. He had just one of those voices that was just loud, deep, and went right through you. And
for 9-year-olds,
9.
Oh
yes.
my God.
Yes, and that's what listen, he had a little flip word to my wife, and I just looked at the guy going, listen, man, they're 9 years old. They're having fun, okay? Just be lucky that they can play, for crying out loud during this COVID bullshit. Oh, yeah, I was like, well, I played soccer for 30 years, and I looked at him and I said, why didn't you play a real sport?
Right?
Just to be a wise ass, because that's a line from the King of the Hill. So I was like, "Why don't you play a real sport?" And he goes, "Well, I can tell you didn't play any sports." And I'm like, at that, I just completely just walked away. But I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever,
It's
buddy.
amazing the people that they come out
Yeah,
of the
he was
woodwork.
furious, and they were losing, and they weren't getting their asses kicked by any means. It wasn't like a blowout, but at the end, he started yelling, it's not about who wins and loses. Just do your best. And like, dude, why would you even say something like that?
Yeah, it's bad.
What'd you coach? Baseball and all that good stuff, and soccer? Did you do soccer too?
Soccer, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, my hometown was a soccer friggin'. They used to do the tri-state tournament was there every year in Needham,
Yep.
and I didn't play organized soccer, but all my friends did, for Christ's sakes.
Yep.
And I never played. My wife did. She played. Quincy didn't even have, when my wife moved from Situate to Quincy in '79 or something, she had two older brothers, and her father was the editor-in-chief of the Patriot Ledger for 40 years, in all the South Shore
Yep.
papers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and he ended up creating, he's called the godfather of soccer or the grandfather of soccer. I mean, he's dead now, God rest his soul. But died real young too, my age. And but anyway, yeah, he created the whole soccer league in Quincy now, and it's huge. Get all the Vietnamese and Cambodians in Quincy now.
Yep.
That's their thing. Yeah, absolutely. I never played though myself.
No, it's so much like hockey. I never played either. I'm
Yeah.
hockey football guy, but it's so much like hockey in the sense of just the general dynamics of it.
Yeah. What running, man.
I love the way
what a condition.
we do kind of forget we're like not the whole world and shit. Everybody else in chat's going, it's football. It's fucking football. It's soccer. It's fucking football. That's fucking funny.
I like all sports, man. It doesn't matter. I like anything that's competitive. The only thing I don't do is gamble.
Yeah.
The only advice I never had was gambling.
Oh, it's fucking funny. Just the rest of the world caught soccer, football. That's all. We always use the term soccer for some reason. The rest of the world is football. Is that just because we have football here? All right, that's my next question. So what the fuck does the rest of the world call football? Our football. What's
American football. They call it American football. Yeah. They don't even recognize our football, really. It's not although it is catching on in Europe, right?
Yeah, England or something has a team. Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're all doing the expo over there and shit. Playing games there.
All right, guys, I got a jet. I got to go get something to eat before I start transplanting all these things. And I got a whole 64 site clone that's going to come out tonight too. Oh, well, this morning, I should say. And I want to make it home some point tomorrow, so I got to kind of sign off. Eagle, you're the best, man.
For sure, Willie.
Chris, I'll see you, man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice to see you, brother.
Yeah, I'll try and make it on a little more often if you'll have me. I appreciate you asking me all the time, and I'll try and make it on. Because I got a few late nights like this coming up, so I don't mind as long as I can work, man, which is cool.
Well, there's been many nights where we're like, remember fucking Farmer Willie? What the fuck is he been up to? So yeah, at least check in. You ain't gotta be here every night or
everybody's always asking.
Whatever, but
that's cool, man. I really appreciate that. Everybody in chat too, man. Thanks for hanging out, and I really do appreciate all the love. I'm a humble guy, really. I'm cocky, but I'm humble. Try to be anyway. So have a good night, everybody. Peace. Eagle, we'll talk soon. Chris, we'll talk soon, buddy.
Cheers, man.
Peace.
Great seeing you.
Well, have a good one, brother.
Oh, then there was one. We got the 420 right here almost.
Yeah, yep, we are close. 411 to 411.
All right, I gotta get Get my
No,
smoke
no,
ready.
no. Yeah, that's what I'm doing as well. Kind of breaking one off. Man, what I am going to do, Mr. Mertz, grab me something to drink real quick while somebody can banter on the.
Oh, hell yeah. Let me talk to chat. Fucking Worthy, fucking Oz. Johnny Caniseed still in here. Green 13's back. Holy fuck. These fucking madmen. Fucking Al the Beastly dude. I heard, I was watching your, I was sorry I didn't respond to you earlier. You're talking, you're a hockey guy too. Talking about Darren McCarty. That's one of Eagles' guests, hopefully, coming up in the future. Will be a Darren McCarty episode at some point. Michigan's own. That guy's a badass. He was an enforcer freaking for a lot of years. Impressive. That whole aspect of the game is gone these days, though, sadly. It's freaking, we do have the power forward, but you just don't have the animals like you did. We got CJ's in here. CJ is one of the oldest. I mean, shit. I think CJ is the first subscriber to Eagles channel. Freaking way back when. Christoph, Big Force brother. Buddha Boy is still in chat too, and Mayall. Cheers, guys.
Good score. Fucking kombucha. Well, I don't know if this isn't technically kombucha. This is the apple cider tonic, but elderberry, definitely a good score. Definitely a good score.
Nice. What do those run? You got to pay $1 or $2 for one of those, right?
Yeah, well, here, this one in particular was $2.50, 2 for $5. But I'm telling you what, man, this shit. I believe in the kombucha and the probiotics, man. That shit sets your gut straight, man.
Yeah, so much better than the soda. Fuck. Can't say that I haven't been struggling with a soda, though. Fuck, I still find myself with some corn syrup every once in a while. Like,
I actually broke down and I've had like a fucking energy drink. I think two in the last week. I've had yet. Remember, I quit them back in like February.
oh yeah,
Yeah, first I don't know what it was, but I was like, fuck it. A little fatigued lately, and I grabbed one, and then for some reason, I grabbed one today. I actually grabbed 2 Red Bulls, limited flavor, and that's what it was too. I was like, ooh, peach. Peach poison. That sounds delicious. And grab one. Terrible at it. Need to break it wide before it starts again. That shit gave me anxiety there for a minute. Terrible anxiety. Why it was. Cheers, JL. So what are you smoking on tonight, Mr. Mertz? Did you tell us that? Okay.
no. I got a couple different things. I got or what I'm digging these days is Kush Mints.
Oh, that's good shit.
Yeah, that stuff is really good. And then Clementine for my terps.
You know, the Kush Mints, the main pheno of the Kush Mints was hunted down by my buddy, one of my friends here in Michigan, Rapid Hippie. Hunted down that in particular Kush Mints pheno.
No shit. Dude, that stuff is fire. And it's testing out like literally nothing under 26, and some of it's been like 38, 42, like crazy numbers. Really high terpene numbers too. Like it's done well across the board. That was the sleeper.
Oh man, he was throwing that fucking shit around like a fucking big dick too at the dispensaries, man. That was back when I shit you not when he had just kind of discovered that pheno back when fuck, let's see, been before I came up here. I'm 5 years up here, so it had been 6, 7 years ago, maybe six. I'm leaning more towards 6. When we had like an outdoor kind of scare here, not a scare, but it was like a good harvest, and it really drove down cannabis prices in general because they could still bring it to market, the medical market without a lot of red tape. They could still bring it into the no matrix basically before that, and it drove the prices down like crazy. There was some dispensaries, that's what we were calling them at the time, that were only wanting to pay fucking $80 an ounce for indoor. I was like, fuck that. I was like, fuck that.
Hold on to that.
You can have a quarter.
It got down. I got down, beat down as far as $1.20. It was the lowest I was going at that point. And this cat come fucking in with Kush mints, and he was like, "Fuck that, man! I ain't taking nothing less than 220, $100 higher." I'm like, "Yeah, you crazy, man? They're fucking wanting to pay fucking $80, man. I was lucky to fucking get my 120 out of there." And he was fucking, I shit you not. They fucking see him coming, they'd be like, "Yep, I mean, you motherfucker, fuck that Kush mints. I want to cut of that shit, man." He wouldn't come off that shit. He didn't start coming off cuts until just a few years ago.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, he just kind of dominated the mid-Michigan market with that shit.
Yeah, it's only gotten here right now. This is kind of like new to this area anyways.
I've decided I'd like the GG4 cut. I'm gonna poke around. I ain't heard anyone talk about it for a while though. It's all GMO. I said I'd like to try and find GG4 cut.
That's good.
Been around Michigan, hasn't it?
It's a Michigan thing, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
So that's why I mention it. But I just tried something which is a cross of it, and there's something in there, and so I'm like, I would actually like to try that strain now. Really.
I'm actually becoming a little bit reminiscent of it, to be honest with you, because it was so fucking here. They right here was trying to cross shit with it, and I actually didn't even want it in my fucking house. Sick of it. I was like, "Fuck that Gorilla Brew. I don't want nothing it would do with it." I'm still that way. It's a good strain, but it's not one of my favorites, man.
Cheers, 420 guys. Sorry.
I got that shit, but
Cheers, all. Cheers, chat.
sorry, guys. It's probably super loud. There we go. Cheers. Happy 420. Might as well take a bong with us. I never rolled that joint. Broke it up, but I never rolled it.
It's a natural 420 for us, Eagle.
Song too there. This works.
Oh, I think you're on your computer microphone, Eagle.
Yeah, it's a bit quieter, isn't it? Yeah, all it is for cuts here is GMO at the moment. Everybody just running fields of it.
I thought a lot of Stardog too.
Yeah, that's that would be the more organized crime side of things.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. That's your super cheap, super nasty.
Stardog and Kush. Which do you want? That's too funny.
It's just Stardog, Albanian style. Go.
Fucking Albanians, huh? Dude, my town is run by Albanians. You don't mess with them. Those motherfuckers are crazy.
I don't even want to talk about it too much.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
The Russians, the Italians, all these are the Albanians. You don't fuck with the Albanians. At least around here.
No, and they killed Stardog, really. Poor old Stardog.
Right?
Yeah. It's like one up from like brickweed now, really. That's how it's spewed. Whether it's Stardog, nah, it's good. Yeah, I'm good.
I just grew out some Stardog not so long ago, and I wasn't that impressed with it. That impressed.
Did it come out big?
It came out big, but it just had this. I don't know. I still can't put my finger on the turfs. It was like nothing else in the garden, and I don't know. It just wasn't. It didn't have the terps for me. You know what I mean? I could have put that across the board, and been like, I don't know what that is, but you know, it was decent smoke, but it wasn't even a second thought. It looked, which was terrible, because she was beautiful in structure. You know what I mean? The way she grew, nice, tight, you know, all that checked the boxes. And then, man, she got close. It was like, I don't know. And then even after the dry, it was like, wasn't even a question. I was like, yeah, I don't know.
You know those girls, they're so fucking hot, and you're like, I wish I could just talk to that girl. And then something happens, and you talk to her, and she's just dry as arseholes, boring, dumb. And you're like, yep, you don't get everything. You don't get everything.
Yeah,
and so
true.
Stardog's big, Stardog look pretty. You can't have any terps. Although gelato.
Too many good things. There's too many things these days to try to beat the dead horse. That's my thing. You know what I mean? If it doesn't even spark a real interest, man, I'm not trying to fucking. Oh yeah, maybe next round I can fucking do this or do that to, you know, fucking bring out the terps or whatever. I'm like, fuck that, God. Trash can. I've got clones of that.
Next. Kill that mom.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah, that's it too. Shit, I got clones of that. Damn. I maybe trash can.
It came right to a point where I had a conversation with my missus, and it was like, gonna run all those mums again because they're ready. And then I was like, actually, it can just wait. I'm not fucking running something I don't want to run, but they're already discarded, so it'll wait, because it's too much to invest like mentally into something that you're not like into, really.
No, it's like Charlie's Farm was talking earlier about like rushing things in size. You know what I mean? I'll rush things. I'm willing to like cut back yields. You know what I mean, to keep the cycle going. But it's straight. I'm willing to create a dead spot for. I'm not gonna grow something that, you know, I'm gonna suffer through. I'd rather fucking, you know, put something else in there or something. So.
It's exactly that. Suffer through. It's like, I don't want to fucking grow it. I don't want to trim it. I don't want to fucking anything it. And so it's like the praise, the love for the thing has gone, you know, and it's important with this plant to give it all the respect and love, you know. Yeah. And 3 months, man, you're like, if that bitch gets spider mites, you're even more like, fuck off.
I think I've been lucky that lately, other than that Star Dog was the only thing I've had to really check off and kill like first round. And I was like, I was real hopeful about that one too. Uh, but yeah, I don't, maybe it was just it wasn't. It was sent to me, and it was. I don't think it was like somebody's BX. To be honest with you, I don't think it was like the breeder Star Dog. I think it was somebody's BX.
Tell me about sangria. Have you run that? What's the flavor on that? Orangey.
Berries.
Berries.
No, berries. Some people get the like a green apple pheno. And that's the one people really look for. But they're all good, man. And it's a fucking beautiful flower. I mean, that for me as a caregiver, when I brought that to the market, everybody, even now, man, when I grew it out the last time, I've still got a cat across the lake going, "You got some more of that sangria coming?" And I'm thinking, fuck, I didn't clone that one. I need to throw some more seeds down. But fucking beautiful. I mean, it gets slightly purple and not purplest to where like it's a purple pheno where you've heard me talk about purples. Not necessarily my favorite, but it gets like a purple lavender almost tone to it with some like beautiful super orange calyxes to it. I mean, it's a pretty, and then you got the nice green, green going through it. Really pretty flower. And then that berry, it's pungent. It's got a real pungent berries tone to it. And yeah, you'll be very, very pleased with that sangria.
It's coming off strong. Like I'm like, oh shit, you're like up in the lights and like vigorous, like fuck, like very impressive as a thing to watch.
It's either a travel in jar or a double bag strain.
I actually think I'm feeling like it's going to be a little secret pocket rocket because it's rare as fucking mad, and even where I am, even more rare. So if it's like you say, which it's looking like it is, I mean, even when I just put the first leaves out, it looked incredibly beautiful. So I got high hopes for it, actually.
Oh, you love that strain. Really, it's a good one.
And it's got
a great buzz to it.
Yeah.
It was leaving. It's got a really nice buzz to it. Yeah. You'll trust me, you will not find a problem with that strain.
It's growing sativa anyway. It's growing up and tall and branchy.
Big meaty buds.
Right. It's right next to a giant not Agent Orange, Jilly Bean. Probably the keeper, although you can't decide yet.
You're not a fan of the orange either, are you? That's what I thought. I mean, I remember right.
I'm a fan of it. It just can't put me down. It's like I could just keep going. That's what it is. And is that the same with you? Yeah, it doesn't get me high. Yep. I mean, it does, but it's just like I could smoke loads of it. Yeah, but I love the terp.
But if I were paying for it,
it's the best thing. Yeah, because you can just, oh, it's tasty. I'm okay though.
Yeah, it's really good. And to be honest with you, I don't ever leave a lot of it for myself. The patients get most of it because, well, they enjoy it for one. I enjoy it to an extent, but the orange, like we're talking about, isn't necessarily. It's good, but it doesn't take me there. So what I do with them type of strains is I usually leave some back for myself, and then when I want that orange, with a punch, I just break off a little piece of it and throw it in with a fucking joint and shit, something a little bit more powerful. And that shit's so fucking pungent. It only takes a little nug to make anything kind of have that
Some
orange
flavor, yeah.
cane,
And
orange
weirdly,
gas,
I would
sweet
even say it's
floral.
one of my, all of that. That's actually one of my favorite herbs. It just isn't what I could only have because of the non-medical activation of it. Yeah.
I don't know. But there's definitely people that I know that
Who
fucking
gets
swear by
smashed
this
on
shit.
it. Yeah. And they're like, it knocks me sideways. So it must be a very, yin and yang thing.
Yeah. I don't know.
That's the whole endocannabinoid system for you. They're pretty unique.
That's what I tell Alexis all the time. She's trying to learn anymore. I break something out. First thing she asks, "What's that? What's that? What's it do?" Well, I can give you the answer, textbook answer, but that's not going to be what your fucking body's going to tell you. You know what I mean? We can smoke the same joint and I give you the same textbook answer, and we're both going to walk away from this with a little bit different buzz to it. You know what I mean? It could fucking make me all fucking uppity. It could make you fucking tired. That 6-shooter is a perfect example of that. I can smoke that shit all day, as long as I'm not doubling up on them. Sitting down smoking 2 at a time. As long as they're 1 at a time, I'm good. Fucking that same fucking joint with her, we smoked the same joint. She's like, part way through it, I've had enough of that shit. I'm gonna take a nap.
Yeah. That's nice. That's being kind to yourself. Yeah, I do like that about it. Really, it's interesting. Funnily enough, even talking about Stardog, I remember when I first had it, I was chatting and fucking everyone else is sleeping, and I was like, man, this stuff's really uppy, and it's like, no, dude, it's not at all. Right, okay.
I've had a good experience today on some. Well, I was making RSO. I'm still making RSO, and but I used alcohol, grain alcohol, in the process. So when I got down to the very little bit of actually squeezing the fuck out of the bud to get that last little bit, I saved it for tincture. Fucking 2 shots of tincture out of it. I've had a few cups of coffee with fucking full dropper of fucking tincture, fucking every cup. And man, been a pretty good day as far as fucking consuming a little alcohol tincture today in the coffee, man. And I don't mind that weed taste. I thought it was good. A little cannabis flavored coffee. I was like, man, that's pretty good. Packed
That's
a little
fucking
punch.
cool. I like that.
Yeah.
So what is it like? RSO light?
Yeah, it's RSO very it definitely came with a nice little punch.
Yeah. And so you just need to use a bit more than just you would lose less RSO because it's more condensed, I guess.
Yeah, the RSO is more condensed. So I'd say the tincture is a little less of a punch. You know what I mean? But definitely
does take that
throughout the day.
dangerous step out though, doesn't it? In the making process. If you just went for tincture, it saves you having to fucking get rid of all that alcohol. Is that right?
Yeah.
Mm.
Well,
Because that's the bit that takes long and is dangerous.
Well, no. The tincture is just basically fucking soaking your cannabis in it. What I do basically, you take that grain alcohol, you can let it sit in your freezer, let the cannabis get cold, let it sit in a jar in your freezer, and then just strain out the cannabis the next day. And what's left in the alcohol is a cannabis tincture. You know, there's
Yeah.
people that actually drink. You can take a shot of that shit, and you're gonna be all fucked up. You're gonna be like really fucking hallucinating, fucked up off of a shot of like cannabis whiskey like that. That's basically a tincture right there. A few drops on that. I mean, that's an alcohol tincture, not a
Yeah.
glycerin tincture.
Yeah. But you can do a similar thing with glycerin, can't you? Just soak it in it.
You can take that and make like you've heard of the skill bowl roller balls, right?
Mm.
So that's basically the same thing, a grain extraction with essential oils, peppermint. I don't know what else he uses in it, and add that to the skin for aches and pains and shit. Not I shout out to Skill Bowl. These things do work very well for like fucking knee pain and shit. I get a stiff neck all the time. Actually use this for a stiff neck, right around the base of the skull. Gone, gone. But definitely
Yeah.
effective method.
And the funny thing was, I actually talked to that crowd about exactly this. It was almost exactly this conversation. And it ended out, they were like, just make RSO, dude. And it's like, I actually just wanted to make some tinctures. And they kind of talked me out of it. They were like, don't bother, just move to RSO. And it's like, oh, okay. That was a weird outcome.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of benefits to the tinctures. A lot more benefits. Quicker, a little bit under the tongue. And then the RSO, like we were talking about, that's like a fucking RSO. You take a couple, you're done. We've watched some people like DOA and should take that on the air. Fucking hell. I've even fucking, my tattoo guy fucking the other day was talking about that because I had my feet done. I took some RSO before I had my feet. And I was fucking damn near slurring by the time we fucking left there. And it was all RSO, man. I was fucking just one big fucking ow before I went in. And he was fucking hammering away on my feet. Lexi was fucking actually IGing it. I was talking, people fucking like a normal conversation through the whole time. But by the end of it, it was really sank in by the fucking end of that shit. So yeah, RSO can be like a heavy buzz. And again, the tincture a little bit under the tongue. If you ain't got time for coffee, it's real quick. 10, 20 minutes or less. It's
Purple Thumb OG sent me some RSO that made me giddy like a schoolgirl. It was quite unique. Usually it hits me the same way, it knocks me out, but this stuff, I was just all giggles. Energetic. It was pretty cool. I think that's because he does a lot of sativa stuff.
Yeah, and that's a conversation we have in a group of friends, a phone group of friends I've got. Those guys are all extractors, and they're talking about some specific stuff where, if they use the right strains and whatnot, they can actually get it to be pretty uppy. But it's easy to make that stuff quite down because it's usually trim and old, and the trichome head is worn out. But yeah, be neat, wouldn't it? Get some crazy upwards thing. Mind you, I reckon that would make you pretty paranoid too.
Well, I actually I made the RSO too, saved in the same process, made me a little bit of the tincture, boil it down to, I'm using that's like barbaric term, boil it down to my RSO, And then I could, for a stronger uses, sleep, tattoos, patients who need it. Or fucking, you can even let that shit sit out and it'll get to a snap. You can actually snap that and dab it. It's not a bad dabble material either. So then there's times where I've let that same process get to that point where I don't dab it, but I fucking snap it and fucking make some worms out of it, some nice little pretty worms, and throw it in the joint. Yeah, that's some really good smoke in there. Fucking.
Yeah, I always do that. I always kind of do a blend and then do my real gold as kind of the snake in the middle. Or some hash or whatever you got special for the middle. Roll it right up in there. Gives me a better duration and a better high, I think, the blended.
Yeah, I like it. I stopped doing it all the time though. I like to make it a treat.
I'm gonna go ahead and call this one, man. I just fucking realized, man, it's almost 5:00. I fucking went early tonight, man. Got a super
Holy
long
shit.
fucking wormhole tonight.
Yeah, man. I gotta go walk the dog in the sunshine.
Get 2 hours sleep tonight. Thanks, Eagle.
Well, at least for me, Ganja, it was worth it. I know you probably be hating me tomorrow when you wake up for that 2 hour sleep, but I'm glad you showed.
Oh, that was fun, man. That was great. Always great to see you. Thank you. You as well, Green 13. Thank you, brother.
Really great to see you, my
Great
friend.
talking, man. Love you guys.
Yeah, man. All right, Eagle.
Such a pleasure, brother.
I'm saying goodbye again for the second time.
Peace.
Thank you.
Have a good one, man. Well, guys, that does wrap up this episode. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed this extra long wormhole. I know I have. It's been a great night on my end. Get a little bit of music going here and we roll over and fucking grab my shout outs list. Can't forget the shout outs list, right? Right? I'm gonna get it proper order this time. Man, the last few nights my list has been all out of order. It does fuck up my rhythm. I hate to say it, but there is a rhythm to the madness. Stand there, page 4, 5, right, cheers, John Fleming. Nice to see you. Man, I don't believe I've got that name on the shoutouts list, and I've actually been a little lazy about adding names, but I do have some new ones right here. And what the fuck? Making note of it right now. Cheers to you, John from Fleming. On the shout outs list. Let's get some fucking music going so we can get the fuck out of here. Trying to start us off with the dab song. What the fuck? We did the dab song yesterday. Where are we gonna go with this? Where are we going? Oh, I want to go here with this. Not the YouTube commercial. Enemy number 1. This is Bearded Harmony. This is right into a tool cover suggested by Dank Grower that I'm fucking still rocking out, man. This is an amazing tune. You put your headphones on, crank this bitch up. Fucking so many little like noises. There's a fucking dog in the background that I think's just too cool. I don't know. I'm quirky about little things like that, but fucking amazing version. Get lost in it for a second. Such a good tune. Such a good tune. Here we go. I like this part right here. Monkeys talking, monkeys know that he don't has enough to go around. All right, enough of my carol. Sub Cool, D's House of Dank, Mama Law 710, Scare Grove 420, Green Thumb Bum, Christina MG 89, Unplugged 705, Medical, Medical Cuddy. Oh, geez, hardly could get that one out. Rick T, the Rebel, the 9207, Fabian, Salinas, Dave's Not Here, Tom Spook, Brave Walker, Mendo, Dope, T Dog, Run Boy. Wait, that's. Dung Beetle, Red Eye Jedi Grows, Mother Nature, Justin Conway, Duckweed, Run Boy 7426, Justin Gooder, Strongman, Opie Grower 75, Corey Trevor, Michael Wallace, Small Vision 420, Who's Your Cat Daddy, Taco, Don Slug, Brick Ass, In the Bushes 827, Giant Siemens, Kevin Hans, The World's Last Hope, Pats, Fan 420, Bio Ninja, Dirt Road Dude, Kanashiba, Jose Ramirez, Red Eye Rustler, Dad Goblin, Dr. Buzz Lightyear, Acetone 710, Canuck, Ken Queen, Genetics, Stabby, Tanaze, Fumdar, Dirtman, Dan, Keith of Black Sales, Mr. Bosilla, Zim, Primo Gardens, Rasa Bob, Rasa, Jeff, Soil Roots, Small Tunes, Tyler, Frosty Buds, North Michigan, Micro, Ouija Buds, Dub T. Roy, Big Jar Grows, JC, Modern Genetics, John, Last, PPG 15, Green County Grower, CJ Apple. That is a day of wonder right there. Perfectly Imperfected, Dollar Tree Grower, T1 Productions, Dank Grower, DO8 Grown Meds, Miss Nudie Grows, I Grew Some, Johnny Candice, Nutrient Shootout, Snotty Nicky, Soin Slammer, NNY, Pixel Monkey, St. Bernard's Observation Booth, Clover 420, I Spy, Aldridge 25, Madam T, Sue Moo, Mo Grower, The Can of Crate, Loki Grows, Sus, This Guy Burton 79, Polish Hammer, Midwest Outlaws 31, Voodoo Ultras, Fresno Nerds, Cali Connection, Wolverine Grow, Big Jar Grows, Jimmy One for Life, Late Wayback Farmer, G Block, MMP, Nation Creations, Amber Lalana, Psychedelic Warlock, Artist LD, Serge Sticky, Rob, Big Day 420, Brent Wendell, Big Ed 1961, Manawai G3, The Green Click, JK Triple G, Mr. Sprinkly, Brittany and Tyler Teasley, Hope Farms, Lisa G, John, B2 Crazy for You, BG, WG 420, Dr. Budswell, Purple Thumb OG, Arthro, Sense Amelia, Arthro, Just a Base 420, Beast Coast Grower 420, Sir How, Trey Valone, Keep It Real, Hagerton 420, Seb Zeppelin, Audit Everywhere, BT, Double E, Grows, Fingers, Green Puppet Man, Alex Boykajeff, Chef Life, School of Crop, Cause I Love It, Green Mountain Grower, South Watsahokie, Real 100, 212, Man, Andy Man, Miranda Family Farms, Page Farms, Me, All Flower, Ryan Henderson, Green 13, Noob Sailboat Wins, Kingdom Aquaponics, Indra, Michigan Native, Mary Jane Medgarden, Streamer 77 Double D, Bad Bunny Nutrients, Mr. Green Pots, Mr. Green Nugs, from 619 to 664, Spaniard Kruger, Jones at the Grow, Pop G Grows, Raz Amy, Dro Grows, Cass, Grow From Your Heart Podcast, Luna at the Green Med Flock, Jeremiah Miranda, Stony Creek, Lost Art, Mr. No One, LG 420, Giant Mike, Prometheus, Soul, Jason Eyestone, Pete Wynn, David Colby, Mason 662, Scruggy McScruggerton the fourth, Goddess Grows, Kaylee, Chad and Bad, Family Farms, Paulie P. Bjork, Kevin Jodry, Mike Honcho, Jay Huggins, UDA, Green Tree Hunter, Kush Cloud, Joshua Seensland, Organic Horn Buds, Warren Nelson, Cam Wood, Maine Mystic, Show Love Always, Kelly Stone, Texas OG, Chuck Norris, Sarges, Claire Fresno, Happy Guy, Dan the Indoor Man, Gromy Omish, Hamilton Gross, Clip Smoke, Keystone Camouflage, PA, Big High 710, Eugene Greenleaf, Ace Drew Hustle, Big High Fred Dark, Carlos, North Arizona Beer Grow, No Sellout, Jesse White, Gastain Yeti, Introvert Genetics, So J, Vixen, Robin, Killer 8, Mo, James Buttercream, C-Dub from NorCal, The Pharmacy C Bank, Deadhead, Smokey 616, McCurtis Mahan, Matt Myron, Morte, Rick Heyman, Stephanie Dora, Ten Seeds, Fabcarious K, Mike Rubles, The Drew Beer 420, Maxi 751, Lawrence Gonzalez, Slow to Get Up, Stu Move, Popco 719, Bake with Shake Baby, Old Smoke, PWC, Grown Buds, Laura Wash, Mr. Weed Blunt, Old Old School, Grower, Chad Westport, Honcho, Growing Floor Nugs, My Little Piece of Heaven, Pungent Sound Seeds, Goliath Grower, Richard T, Chrissy Wannabe, Mr. Swole, Food Spectrum, God, Gone, God, Lori Hanson, Real, 2,000 Years of Tradition, me, Mr. D. Conley, Pimp Jam, McBodyface, Show Me Sasquatch, Fuck Google and You, I'm Going Whale, Canadian Restore, Poor Dirt Farmer, Carl Wright, Zeffner, Homo Farm, Tannery Farm, Seldom Seen, Oak Park Gardens, Hell, 9782, Skunky Packs, Martial Artist, 2012, Micro Slate, Hefner, Daniel McDizzle, Medical Fit, KGB, Robert, Mr. Green Fingers, Motherfucking Thomas, Frantic Coats of Plenty, Monkey Balls, Andrew Champley, Bobby Lynn, Meats, Trent Digger, Mr. Mac, Tony Like Baloney, Bill S. Weed, Peace, Tater Delicious, Minty, Country Roots, Huron, Fire Genetics, Earth Creeper, Big Ray 420, Teeny, 101, Buds and Hazard, Mr. Club 14, Bearded B-Man, Farm 616, and all up north, Max Scroom and Ruby, Timothy McKinney, it's Neil, Justin Beans, Socronics 88, Fat Belly, Real, Jennifer Steele, Kim 03, Turf Farmer, Jennifer Steele, Kim Carlitos, Latinos, Gator Country, Mr. Speed, Bullstein, Firesaw, Wally Wookie, The Goddess Grows, Ross Bob, White Feather Grows, Vernon Shrooms, Tone Grows, Hank, The Caveman Grows, PX Gunner, Smith Noob Grows, Sean McCann, Jay Monks, Dank Agenda, Walla Walla Canna Grow, Fall Dog, Huron, Canvas Council, Melissa Paris Rock Fam, Justice Make 420, Ben Fro, Ivan, Fresh Herbs, Thriving Herbs, Hi Boy, Your Mailman Grows, UEB Growing, Australian Grow, Love for the Plant, Argo American, Spot Poker, Unfrozen, Hate Caveman, Hawaii's Highest Surf Crack, Micro Goons, Jeff Lowenfels, Mobius Grows, Dake Brownies, Dan D, Elliott, Harkins, Mystic, Flavor, The Foraging Gardener, Overwater, Overkill, CL, Steve, Shadow Warrior, Valley Green, 514, Maya, Amelia, Johnson, Oz, Indica, Dr. MJ Coco, Brandon Russ, Matthew Gates, D's Back, Drone Star, Shotgun Willie, Dank Yoda, Jay Simmons, Sure Bro Grows, Clackamas Code, DJ Conley, Aaron the Grower, late 1978, Michigan Grown Buds, Your Boy, Your Old Boy, Delta 9, Jay McDaniels, Clackamas 420, Stinky Cola, Dylan Steinfort, PFC Farms, Husky Garden, Sun Grown 707, J.A. Drove 420, Cascadian Ghost, T-Toads, McGee, Four Plants, A. Weedworks, Captain Scrog, Skunky Buns, Hods Warrior, Jackie Young, Terry Lee Live, McGasser, Tempty, Andy, Andy, Urge, Green Jr., Leon from All Purpose Plus, Green Goose, 11 Smiles, 11, Bindu Buds, Michael Rasta Grows, 311 Mix Up, Kinder Grows, Evergreen Haze, G Friends Tree, MMJ, Matt S, A Ball, Dragonfly B, Justin Men, Travis Walls, Lucky Mike, Seattle Chronic Seeds, King Chronic, Titan Coast, Titan for Blessed Coast Seeds, Chigango Gas, Wabasso for Life, John Smith, Tommy Troicos, Boca King, Raz, Pop Little, Slow Roll, Spiky Pilot, Ice Cream, Green Jr., Matt Steelbird, Indo 11, Stephanie B, Sharp Pulley 989, Von Braun, Sovereign Gardner, Sonar Nation 420, Joe Y Bugs 1, this Yo 2 commercial in the background, 313 Grower, one of my favorite songs coming up, 313 Grower, Painted Lady, Frank Booth. God, this is a good tune right here. This is one of my favorite songs. I used to listen to this song before my wrestling meets, traveling from city to city. Painted Lady, Frank Booth, Jay Myers, Mid, The Chat, Mr. Manny D, Bag Seed, Dr. DGC's Jeff, Shredder 911, Dutch Grows, 420, Scallywag, Skillbow 1, Medgrower 1, Empire Breeding Co., Ferroli, Lost Leaf, Liam Mass, Danny Danko, Breeder, B Bear 7, Ali Noble, CK, Tom Trinidad, Looney Jester, Smoking with Small Town, Tim S, Mr. Lazy, Rafter Grows, Rob, Automation is Freedom, Robert Hazelton, Jordan, Michigan Quarry, Double Tap Farms, Mr. Green Thumb 420, Mr. 808 Rooting Prospect, shout out to you, Canna Bus Driver, Peyton Life, Kenny 710, Operation Growth, T Ben, Rude Nut 619, Hammered Emails, Dr. Scrambles, BB Moonrocks, GHF Double J, Bio Green, Stealth Grower 56, Hanky Stanky 420, OGKB, Ganjanana, Your Mama, Georgia Joe, Roy Rodriguez, Bee Growing, Nature's Best Nugs, Killer Bee Grows, Ganja Wizard, Husky Gardens, Nut Tree 420, Dr. Ooh Soul Life, Bully 4 Left, Dr. Jeffro, the Jeffro 420. Sorry about that. Beavis 698, Dr. Franklin Booty, Dr. Goddamn, I'm Big Ted's Test. Songs bring back all kinds of memories. The Riffin' Fat Boy, Jack Greenstalk 424, 420. Boom Farms, Charlie Farms 420 amazingly was here tonight. Thank you. Aldridge 25, Smiley's Gardens, always tons of respect for you, my brother. JD's Mestige Nug, Smoking Grove, Frazier, Grokoski, Twisted Roots, Faded Farm 420, Jeff Dorowski, Genetic Memory Farms, and Fall 420, Cameron, Mr. Banksy, Jill Carter, Mystic Marks, Mystic Rower, Ginger Snaps, DTE, Grose, Rick Wolf, DLP 2372, Mike Denver, Ned Denver, Sergeant Pepper 420, Can Trooper, Black Cat 420, Light Up Again, Tim, UKSIF 420, Buddha Boy, Devin Shipwreck, Medical MJ, Budsville, USA, Resurrection Prophet, Chris Martinez, Dankman Dan, Dankman 420, Red Set of Farms, Good Life, Tony Bell, Chicha B, Most Hated Grower, the Major General 420, American One, W Digger 714, Sarates, Kineos, and Eggs, Mountain Skies, Ready Hit That Hot Fire, Chris Mertz, Ian, Save Robbie, Sergeant Live, Hepa Faye, Cam, there are go. Playing star again. So appropriate. Finger Lakes Finest, Bridge Pad, Dozerman, Southern BT Grower, Choose Medical, Jer Bear, Plus One, Mushroom, Secret City Pioneers, My Little Tent, 2042, Space Walker, Christian, Tree Mug, T Barrington, Heart and Soul, Homegrown, Mike B, T Dwayne, East Coast Will, Heidi Day, Galactic Garden, John Smith, Elliptis, My Natural Farms, Pacific Northwest Seeds, Ross Kaya Paul, Lemon Hoko Trench, Rita's Juicy Like 420, Grant Manual, Mary Bond, Sammy Sizzle 81, 9-inch Colas, Chris Mo, DK Trades, Vision Creators, Guru, Kind Brew, Cannon Nation, J Wire, Wob Wobby, Sean Bins, Roadside Rescue Ready, Roadside LLC, Notorious Nugs, Magma Seeds, Fair Father and Son Trimming Tutorials. With echoes from the amplifiers ringing in your head. Dub T Dank, Jose Ramirez from Doggle the Hut, 420 Mbuck, Chiba Man, GR 420 Comedia Videos, GMO. Thank you for always showing up, my friend. Detroit River Red, Luis Garcia, Michael P, AJ Everyday, Captive Audit, Cheddar Bob 13. Thank you for popping in. Maine 420 Medgrower, Cookies Coop, Jake Kendricks, In for the Grill. Backwoods All Good, Tallyman Sales, Adam Skankin, Chanel, Simpsons, One Smoke Away, Ganja Roach, Kazoo, Aaron Burden, Rooms, Mr. Lincoln, Stinking, Angel Studios, MG, the 420 Grotep, Paul D. Elliott, John Fleming, you were on the list, Dankovich, Fiber Faller, Paulie P. Sullivan, Seems Elevated, Lenny Organic, Sunman, Chiba Sone, Jeff Pollock, Ricardo Sosa, Dan J, Earth Friendly Farming, Earth Candy Forest Farming, fuck all that, boy, B. Misfit Growers, Jason Lime 512, Snake Eyes, Northern 4466, Jason Greystone, Stoner Baker MD, Stony Creek, Emmett Ross, Sonic, French Dweller, Tarzan Superman, Old Man Herman Ash, Freebreed, Mole Grower, Matty Gar, Simple Man, Survival Time, Tim Blake, Golf Coast Chronic, Sinkfag, Caballero, Polero, Harley Grover, Jen God, Jason Lime 512 for the fucking Steve Collins, Todd Kendricks, Property Maintenance, Sharpie, The Island Hayes, Scuba Steve Speaks, JRM, Randy K. Scuba Steve Speaks, JR Ream, Randy K's, DCDR, Claire Killian, Wardrobe, Farming. Where we go at right here? Randy Grande, Pip 1000, Ace Boo, 3223, Wake Up, Captain Freedom B, Puffer Smiles, 15 Digit, Michigan Ganja Mooch, Hash, Fred G, Super Bob, Groski 808, Weekend at Bernie's, K-Bag, Justice Station, Strong Style, Organic, Zippy, iMedic 31, Honesty, K-Hale, Me All Flower, Brett Boog, Todd Kendricks again, Kendricks, Newtons, KNT, Chris D, True Serum, 4x Foe, Natty, Dread, Barbara Matthews, Ancient Soul Grown, Kevin Jiu-Jitsu, Kenna Health and Happiness, Berserk 215, Lab, Low Cut, Abu, Trenu, Mo Maniac, Meds, Raspbenchy, Helen, Huge, Janus, James T, Atomic Spoon, Miss Jill, Big Daddy LT Gardens, High Flyer 420, Lobster Brush Bro, Mother Tree Maine, Yo Boy Roy Boy, Ecstatic, Shannon Gimmons, Ruhan, Rick W, Comfortably Numb, One Smoke Away, The 840 Show, Richard Lamb, Red Pill, Where You Been, Cannabis Pursuit, K Rolling, Worthy Buzz in chat, Logan Man 81, Oil and Flower Podcast, Entourage Effects, Warren Dixon, Pink Lady Luck, El Mondo 420, surrounded by Key Ferrari Farms, French Dweller, Single Fathers, Happiness Without Guilt, Richard Forbes, Daniel David, Pomenta, P4P Funk, Nigga T, John Reese, What About Bob, Prince Patty, Daniel Bergman, Green Puffin Man, B. Jungle Lee, James Chung, Sarge Gross 818, John Wayne, Carolina Root Sister, Golden Hill, Deanna, El Dangarino, K&F Gardens, Blank 1030, Choose One, Only Feed, Farmer James, Crypto Dope, HIP Grower, Matt Javine, Dan Marino, Chronic Wonder, Sunrise Grow, Top 4 Genetics, Mole Vision 420, Cantu Cannabis, Jesse Fisher, My Dog Nelia, Rooster Farm, Rooster Grows, Eric, Alex Hardy, Hardy Gear, one on the same Medi Cropper was in chat yesterday. That was pretty fucking awesome right there. Daniel Gross Photos, Menton Grove Med, Sunrise Grows, Lexi Brittany Koo, my baby girls, I love you more than life itself. No Limit 916, Grumpy Toad Alchemist, Cannon Mix, Soul, Born Addiction, Roz, Joel, Alex D, Dirty Or Catfish, High Power, Thunder Dan, Propagation Station, John McDaniels, Lisa Marie, Sarge Gross 818, Blaze Daily, Pride Piper Perpetual, Eagle Proud Warrior, Sarah Smiles for you, Frank Lusada, the Dank Duchess, Keno, Kelly Maxwell, Captain Fold 20 in chat, Stink Fat, What About Bob, Ill Juster, Pop Shroom, John Gorski, What About Jane Doe, Dugan Gangsta, THC4, PTSD, T Barrington, Honcho Grown, Swamp Camp, Polero, Canta, Binka, Best Up Because, Jen Doe, Mr. Manny D, Canifire, 420, AB Normal, Frank Guerrero, Barefeet, J Brent, 74, CK, Brown Guy, 420, Pachyderm, 420, Burning Tree, Maine, EA, Gray Sun, Grove, 207, Hydro, Pimp with GG, Jamie Ream, Supreme Grape, Stony Rockefeller, Caveman, Cannabis, Brew City Sin, Midnight Roots, Dead Cynics, Knuckles, Polly P, Michael P, that is, Polly B, Quick P, Nimble, sorry about the mix up, Bud, Kilowatts, Michael D, 4889, Disbanded Brothers, Massilia, Matt Joseph, Grace Medicine, RX, Keith Chief, Hydro Daily, Concerned American, Cannabis 401, Freedom of Speech, Dr. Georgeworth, These Trees, Ganja, Shaduko, 710 as Oil Upside Down, Jesse Stevenson, Victoria, What About Bob, Sacred Gardens, Gus Groves, Slick Rick 8, Dog Pounds, Dave in St. Louis, Amu Watts, Gosh Dang Yeti, Ed Wren, MN Grown, Uncle Elmer, Off Grid Church, Christopher 54, Last Predator, Matthew SoCal, Sue, Man Beaters, James Proof, Dark Judges, Man, Dang, that's fucking, let's try Dark Horse Genetics. No, Dang Judges, Dark Horse Genetics. Soner do Joel and Jen from North South Carolina, Mr. N Cry PTAB 13 Lil Beer Brood Beyond Perfection XX Elite GPXX Uncle Stoner Caresby Treat Kitchens Growers Paradise LED Grown Gardens Iceni Clan Decoy Baking Mr. Scotto Fresh Baked One J. Allen, Bob Groves, Big Bob Groves, that is. Jolly Canna, got some new names right here. What we got? Nowhere Man, Captive Chronic, S. Sun Grown Seed, whatever Growlicious, and last but not least, Vegas 207. Guys, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Tuning in day by day, following along with this yearly. It's getting to be years now journey. A little over a year. Called out 3. Let's do this. Thank you guys. You guys know the deal. If this is the end of your day, please get some rest. This is the beginning of your day. Have an amazing day. Monday, have an amazing week. Do something nice for yourself. Try to meditate. More importantly, try to do something nice for somebody today. Random acts of kindness do save lives. So I'm a living example of that. I'm not afraid to admit it. Have an amazing day. Thank you for tuning in. I'll see you tonight at 2 with another wormhole. Have a great day. I'm out of here. Johnny, you've been missed as well. Take